Hello. Can we get an alley? Can we get an alley? Guys, can we get an alley? Can we get an? Can we get it? Hi, everybody. Are you? Well, why am I up here so much? There we go. I was like on my tippy toes or something. Guys. Hi. Sorry, I put you up there, boss. My bad. Listen, happens to the rest of us, as they say. Guys, welcome to the stream. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee field host of the most professional voice actor, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well today. How are you doing, Roy? Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I've been trying to binge watch Daredevil Born Again Season 2 in the past, 2 days. Because someone in passing said that there's a couple references to it in Spider-Man, and then other people were like, you probably don't need to see it. It's okay. It doesn't matter. But now I'm kind of like, but will I get more since Punisher's in it? You know what I mean? Welcome in, guys. I hope you're doing well. Today, in case you guys didn't check the schedule, I'm going to be reacting to a lot of video game entries and specifically marking it as overrated, underrated, or properly rated. We'll probably talk about from a general reception, whether people, not critics, whether people really like it, really dislike it, or properly rate. So yeah, we're gonna go from there. But it's specifically gonna be video games. Specifically video games, which I think is gonna be super fun. I want to say thank you to the mods for putting it up and putting it together. We'll be starting that probably in you guys know me, 45 minutes to an hour. You guys know we like to yap a little bit. Where are my yappers at? Do we have any yappers in chat? Do we have any yappers? Can I get a 1 if you're a yapper? 2's in chat if you are only a part-time yapper. 3's in chat of 3. 3's in chat of 3. 6 set mods. Grab Emmy right now. Take them out back. Huh. That's crazy. Insane. Yap, 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 yap. Yeah, I see a lot of 3's. If you type 3, surprise. It was actually 1 this time. You're also a yapper because you typed 3 to participate in the conversation. Got him. Freaking got him. Got him. Guys, I hope you're all doing amazing today. For me, I had a kind of a busy day. I had some reacting to do. I had some content to plan. Was watching more Daredevil. I had to move some stuff around. I get to play some games with the divas tomorrow. I'm going to go see Spider-Man tomorrow. I'm going to do some voice acting tomorrow. Lots of really good stuff. Lots of really fun stuff. I'm super excited. Caught him red-handed? You're goddamn right. Yeah, the divas! Listen, I love my divas. Sure, I love my divas. Let me tell you. Speaking of divas, hi, Pigeon. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah! Yippee! I'll watch it when I return, though. What? Spider-Man? Yippee! Definitely, Pigeon. Definitely. Wait! Cyber, are you a diva? Is your name something else? Are you in the diva chat? Do I know you? Twitch names not matching Discord names throws me off a lot. Oh, okay, you're Misa. Okay, 2 divas. When Discord names don't match with Twitch names, I get so confused. I'm stupid. Listen, I himbo max. Yeah, Tree has thrown me off so many times. Tree has thrown me off so many times. A himbo's life. It's taken me a year. And even then, I think I called Tree Hot Tree the other day. I'm fairly certain I called Tree Hot Tree the other day. I try to keep it coherent between all the platforms. Yeah, yours is easy because I see pigeon and I'm like, pigeon! You did? Yeah. I'm stupid, guys. Better than Emil. I have not called you Emil, and I can't even remember how long. Okay? It is Emmy. I was going to catch up on all the audios I missed when I saw the stream title. Hell yeah! What up, Vix? Hi, Ale. Hi, Sugar. Or apples, whichever you prefer. Because technically we have 2 sugars, but I call the other sugar I call the other sugar apple. I call the other sugar pigeon. There's so much sugar because you guys are so goddamn sweet. It's me, case and phone. Huh? Who? Kidding. Hi. Smooth, thanks. Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. My name be confusing, so I keep it as Misa, so people know how to say it. I mean, it was either that or Cyber Misa. It was one of the two. You know what I mean? What up, Violet? What up, Timid? What up, Yowie? What up, DK? What up, FSP for Live 69? What up, Pillow? What up, Legoshi? It me. Oh, it you. What up, Lunar? Welcome, everybody. My name's Markiplier. What up, Lieutenant Morgue? Hi, Hyperion. Hi, Fairy. Hi, Sakura. I'm Sour. What happened? Hello, everybody. My name's Markiplier. What up, Lofi? Guys, if you didn't get your own personalized hello, and you'd like me to say hello to you in particular, in the words of my friend Porcelain Mate Joel, don't be shy. Feel free to say hi. You guys get your own personalized greeting if you want. Just say hello or use your favorite waving emote. Lurkers, this is your time to be seen once and then leave for the rest of the stream with me on in the background. What up, Dusky? What up, Emmy? Hi, Motomami. What up, Jade? Hi, Sakarine. Hi, Lofi. What up, Laureen? Hi, Legoshi. Hi, Lieutenant Borg. What up, Ansel? Ayo, Saber. What up, Tree? Hi, Sage. What up, Valiare? Hi, Fanny. What up, Octavio? Hi, Pigeon. Hi, Vile. What up, Maya? What up, Octavio? Hi, Cedars. Hi, Fairy. Hi, Rakisha. What up, Callie? What up, Aria? What up, Misa? Hi, Four Leaf. What up, Ruby? How you doing, Lofi? Hi, Acro. Acro. Hi, Acro. Acronolgia. That's why I say acro instead. I'm stupid. What up, DK? What up, FSP? What up, Divi? What up, Vulcan? What up, DK? What up, Verse? You on demand. What up, Swirl? What up, Fox Girl? What up, Violet? What up, Prince? What up, Pillow? What up, TK? What up, Jade? Hi. What up, Koi? What up, Strawberry? What up, Lunara? What up, Gameplay? Sorry if I'm late. I'm sick as hell. Hey, hope you feel better soon. That doesn't sound too good. I had a massive headache earlier myself. I ended up popping some ibuprofen. You know what I'm saying? Somebody tell me the difference. Tell me why there's a woman different. Wait, what? Tell me why there's a difference between hot anime women and hot video game women. Because there's a difference between the two. I'm not sure what you mean, but I mean, one's a video game character and one's an anime character. Yeah. I'm new here. You're really cool. Hey, thank you so much. Tell Kami to get well soon. He's sick too. I'm gonna message him right now. Kami, my heard you were feeling under the weather. Feel better soon. Got him. Nailed it. Got him. Thanks, guys. Hell yeah. What up, Moon Princess? What? Do you have ticket to see Spider-Man? You were going to see Wednesday? Yeah, I got it already. I'm going to see it tomorrow, like late afternoon, early evening. Vix is also sick AF and still streaming. I mean, that's what happens. You know, sometimes we get a little under the weather, but it doesn't stop us from streaming. You know what I mean? What up, Toast? Vix? Yeah, what about Vix? Roy, can I only post fan art on Twitter? What do you mean? What do you mean only? I need clarification. What up, NZ Jade? Hi. I'm about to smash some Mucinex and have a PD tomorrow. A personal day? Is that what that means? Oh my gosh, P-John! Thank you so much for that tier 1. Fake fan, I thought it was subbed. What do you mean fake fan? P-John, you're definitely not a fake fan. Huh? What? That's crazy. Insane, wild, wacky, inflatable, arm flailing tube man. Hypothetically, if I were to say, oh, you're talking, wait. Okay. I know, but hypothetically, if I were to say Harley Quinn or Poison Ivy, which are both from a video game, and both are very hot. Wait, I don't know what the problem here is. Maya, what are you talking about? Maya, make some sense. I ain't watching ads. My show is on. Oh! Huh? The show? I got lost, me too. Listen, who's got the brain cell? Who's got the brain cell? It's not me. I'm confused as well. Me too. Not me? What do you mean not you? I thought it was... So who has the coffee then? Huh? So who has the... Who... I'm here for my sip. You have to wait a little longer for that. We gotta hang out for a little bit longer before we switch to the hand cam, you know? Don't you have the coffee? Maybe. I have a brain cell, but I don't know where it came from. Damn. Papa, I'm thirsty. You gotta wait at least a little bit longer. You know? Roy, what up, Coy? Hi, Bria. I've got a Monster Energy. What flavor? Ooh, what flavor? Sorry, I sold the last brain cell for $1. What are you gonna get with that $1, though? What are you gonna get with that $1, Cedar? Huh, Cedars? The brain cell working overtime again. Guys, 1's in chat if you've got a brain cell. 2's in chat if you don't know where you put that brain cell. 3's in chat if 3. I stole mine from 32nd Street. What's 32nd Street? It's crazy. There's an iced tea, 99 cents. Wait, you're so... Wait, but there's tax. They got your ass. They got your ass. There's tax. What are you going to do? They're going to tax your ass. Damn. Damn. Did I got no brain cells? Me too. Looking for that brain cell? Me too. Huh? My guinea pig ate the brain cell. Oh. Not unless you're in Europe? Wait, do Arizona iced teas not have tax in Europe? Oh wait, that's right. They mark the price as like what you actually have to pay. They could be in one of the states that don't charge sales tax, like New Hampshire. Huh? You making things up. 3 depends on the day. Okay, fair enough. I left a brain cell somewhere. Gulp. Gulp. I'm in your walls, Roy. Well, get out of there. Get out. Huh? Lucky bastards. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, Lucy. Thank you for the 100 bits. Wait, what did it say?
Hello, bun.
Hello.
Sorry, I am late. Had to
I can't
grab
believe
your
you.
coffee and apple. Also, hi, Dusk Bunnies. More for you, bun.
More. I'm in your floorboards? How? I'm not on the ground floor. Are you like hovering in the air, like above? Damn, the people below me must be like pissed. And the people below them. I'm moving to New Hampshire, gang. I'm staying here in Texas. I'm working on that voice act, you know what I'm saying? At least scoot over, that's crazy. Insane. The brain cell flew away from me when I go outside for the walk. What kind of walk are we talking here? I'm in your cupboard. Did you find anything cool in there? Anything cool in there, Ruby? What's happening? What's happening in the cupboard? Maya, I think I saw your message the first couple of times. I'm sorry. I still just don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who was talking about any of that stuff. So I'm like, hey, listen, you do you at the end of the day. I'm here. I've got my snacks and tea. Let's go. I found snacks. What kind of snacks? I don't even know what I have in the cupboard. I think I got some Cheez-Its in there. I haven't like touched those Cheez-Its in a minute. The Dusk Bunnies are behaving like dust bunnies. Getting everywhere they shouldn't be. Yeah, man. If only the Dusk Bunnies were like here with me and appreciating me like they should be. Do you guys imagine if I had an ego like that? Oh yeah. Dusk Bunnies. Come on. Where's my worship? Where's my praise? Where's my attention? Like that, right? Imagine me with an ego. Bro, I can't even stop making fun of myself. I've called myself stupid like 3 times tonight. Where's my brain cell? I got no idea. It's giving, where's my hug at? Is that like a negative thing? What if I want a hug? What if I do, in fact, want a hug? What's the problem with being like, hey, yo, where my hug at? You know what I'm saying? Damn. Yeah, Cheez-Its. I just don't eat. I don't snack a lot. I'll make like a meal, which is sometimes good and sometimes bad. I'll make a meal and then I'm like, I'm kind of hungry. And then instead of making a snack, I will make a full-on meal. And I'm like, oh, maybe I wasn't that hungry. Damn, I guess I'll have to come over and give it then. Rubs hands together. Just make sure you bring glasses. Glasses is teasing me too much today. They are too much. I'm going to grab them by the medulla oblongata. I just... It's one of those, you know? Grabbing glasses. Grabs them. You're way better than me. I just snack. I'm such a girl dinner. Are you like, you are the embodiment of girl dinner? Don't hurt glasses? Well, I didn't say I was going to hurt them. I said I was going to grab them by the medulla oblongata and go... Now, what that means, I'll leave up to your interpretation, because I don't even know what it means. Could that be something funny? Probably. Could it be something terrible and drastic and evil? Probably. There's something wrong with the medulla oblongata. True. We know what glasses wants it to mean. They're not even here. They can't even comment on it. But I need to throw some shade. I can't let them win every fight. I gotta put them in their place sometimes. I'm literally a comfort puppy. I'm literally the most optimistic person out there to make anybody smile. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. What did I miss so far? You needing to devote your undying love and loyalty to me. What do you mean yet? What? What do you mean yet? Huh? What is that supposed to mean? Is this the $5 bit? Wait, what's the $5 bit? Fire Seal, what are you doing? I see you. You better watch yourself. You better watch yourself. You missed the cupboards? Oh, right. Yeah, the Dusk Bunnies were checking out the cupboards and the floorboards and in the walls. I'm not entirely sure why. I literally haven't done anything. I'm pure innocent. I can never hurt a fly. I'm snuggled up in the rafters, reading my Yowie, enjoying my favorite bun boys yapping. What? What kind of Yowie? What kind of Yowie? If any of you are in the attic, god damn it. Well, there you go. You could never. That's what I'm saying. Roy Innocent. What do you mean, Lauren? What do you mean, Lauren? That is your real name. If that is your real name. So I thought. Huh? Roy Innocent, sure. What do you mean, Jade? Raven? Yowie and Bumble yapping sounds like a 10 out of 10 time. What do you mean, Cosmic? Sure, Jan. Yeah, it's giving Sure, Jan. And they're in the walls, true. I'm in the washing machine? What are you doing in there? I should probably do some laundry soon. The laundry basket that I keep pulling clothes out of is almost empty. Do you guys do that? Who else does that when they don't feel like actually folding their clothes? Do you guys just put all the clean clothes in a laundry basket and then like pull the clothes out of the laundry basket? Me as F, 1000% mood. Me, yes. I hate putting clothes away. Somebody give Roy a carrot cake. Is that a euphemism or am I actually getting carrot cake? I could, listen. As much as I would love some carrot cake right now, I am not hungry at all. I am pretty satiated at the moment. I'd have to save it for another time. Half the time, I don't even put them in the basket. Just grab them from the dryer. Okay, but like, where do you keep them? Do you just keep them in the dryer? You can't do that. They're going to get mildewy and wet. Did I hear Yowie? Maybe. Could be. You may have also heard... What's the opposite of Yowie? Not Yuri. No, not Yuri. The other one. Straight. Hetero. I leave the clean clothes on a chair. I feel that. Church? Yaoint? What is yaoi? Yaoi. Yaoi. Yaoint. No, listen, I'm pansexual. I enjoy a bit of Anyway, favorite keyword. True. True. I enjoyed all. Me too. I'm with you, prettiest princess. I'm with you. No straight, please. Hetero. 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 When are we getting our tales of character named Yaoi to go with Yuri? That's a good question. Listen, I don't have a good answer for that. What do you want me to say? I mean, what can I say? I'm also pan. Let's go. Pansexuals rise up. I love any kind of romance. Reminds me of how lonely I am. Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? Huh? Pansexual pride, I agree. Men, women, NBs. We get it all, guys. I'm just bisexual, at least I think I am. And that works. There's a funny meme I saw on Twitter earlier where it was saying that being gay is a choice inherently means that everyone is at minimum bisexual and people that aren't gay are choosing to fight against the homosexuality and be straight. It's very funny. It got me to chuckle. It got me to chuckle. W tweet 100. I'm sure it made the rounds. I saw it on Twitter and then Hilo told me about it too. I was laughing about it. What if we're ace? Okay, well, you're then your ace. That's different. A little tee-hee. No. It's a little bit of ha-ha. Hee-hee. Hoo-hoo. Okay? Get it right. Get it right. All right? Watch it. Wait, follow me. We pans do not care. We love everybody in personalities. I mean, I do like some personalities. I do like some personalities. It's true. Hey, we love our ace people too. We're just talking about pansexuality. I don't look at Twitter that much, so I don't know what they're saying out there anymore. I mean, you're probably better off for it, but I do like interacting with everybody. I'll take the evils that I encounter on Twitter so I can interact with you guys in some sort of extra capacity. And then as well, I also like advertising my stuff. I like being able to be like, hey guys, we got this cool new thing that I'm working on today. Like, gulp. Yeah, like you, sugar. I see you. You and Rex and all the other people that I like interact with those freaking tier lists. I love seeing those. Insert what you're working on here. Oh, today's stream. That's something that we're doing. Yeah. Everyone's welcome. True. You don't listen to the toxic tweets. Be who you are. Leave the tier list alone. Oh, my bad.
Hi Roy,
hey.
over their uses guild toss.
What? Look at the 200 bits, Covey. Oh my gosh, thank you. Why'd you use guild toss? What the heck? What does that mean? Huh? I do suspect that I'm Cupio romantic. Cupio romantic. So that, what the heck is that? I've never heard of that before. Never heard that phrase before. Scary. Man. Sugar Apples hates me. Sugar Zero Apples hates me. True. Confirmed. Real. You guys heard it here first. Speaking of Gil, when are you paying Thorn back, boss? Thorn owes me! Thorn owes me money! Pancake is here. Pancake lovers! I think Jenna is here as well. I think I saw their name earlier. Guys! What's your favorite breakfast food? I myself love me some diner pancakes. What are the pancake enjoyers? Do you guys like pancakes, French toast, waffles, something else? Diner pancakes for me, top tier. The toppiest, tippity top tier. Big fan of pancakes. Big fan. Big fan. Big fan. Big fan. What does that say? Alfajor with coffee. Are those pancakes? I like 25 pancakes specifically. Full government naming apples is crazy. I thought it was kind of funny. Ooh-ah? What's up? What up, sugar? Huh? I drew a new apple today? Oh! What kind of apple? What kind of apple? Blueberry pancake. How are you, Roy? I wish I was enjoying some pancakes. Corned beef hash. Damn. Double egg cheddar on a roll with pepper ketchup from my deli. Whoa. 21 waffles. Damn. I don't know who's 21 waffles thick. That's crazy. Omelet and French toast. Damn, okay. Sugar bee? Wait, what does that mean? What's a sugar bee? What's a sugar bee? I like a croissant sandwich with egg and bacon. Ooh, how about a little bit of cheese on there? We a cheese fan? Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes, stuffed French toast. What are they stuffed with? Pan buns. Oh, about that one. Connor, the waffle. Damn. You only get one waffle? I mean, that is a lot of waffle. That is a lot of waffle. French toast with fruit topping. Also, oatmeal's good. I've like moved on from oatmeal so much. I think it's just because my dad made me have it so much when I was a kid that I was like, I hate oatmeal now. The apple. It was a sugar bee and was yummy. Oh! Yippee! I'll have to take a look sometime. See if I can find one. Talk making me want breakfast now? You mean you didn't bring me any food? You don't have any breakfast here? I'm gonna blame Glasses. Glasses isn't here and didn't bring me, the Dusk Bunnies, or the Divas any pancakes. It's Glasses' fault. It's Glasses' fault. I'm blaming them. I'm blaming her. Biscuits and gravy. Nice. Cheese. What? How do you stuff French toast? So the bread gets kind of thick. It gets kind of thick. When it becomes French toast, you can cut into the middle of it and put some like in it. You know what I mean? Get some right there. What up, Emulet? How you doing? What kind of cereal, Fairy? Oh, what kind of cereal? We talking about cereal? Ooh, wait a minute. I want a baguette so badly. They're so good. I do like some food. How dare they? That's what I'm saying. Give me Glasses did that to us. That's what I'm saying. Divas, remember this. Remember this, Divas. We must arm ourselves. We must arm ourselves. I'll make sure he sees it later. Maple, kind of need to focus on the stream. Oh, I don't know what I missed. My bad. No, chicken biscuit. That sounds pretty good too. What up, Michaela? Nerd. Michaela. Pancakes, waffles, French toast. Pick one right now. Pick one. I could go for at least 25 pancakes. At least. Yes. Yes. That's what I'm talking. I knew I loved Michaela. I knew I loved Michaela. Yes. That's my Michaela right there. That's my Michaela. Waffles are only for waffle plays in D&D. You know what? Well, you might be cooking. You might be cooking on that one. What up, Lucky? How are you? I'm back. Welcome back. I'll go over some Captain Crunch. Damn, I haven't had no Captain Crunch in a minute. I also just don't have breakfast cereal very often. Breakfast cereal for me is like Raisin Bran or like shredded wheat. Wait, speaking of which, Sugar! Are you still here? Rex, are you lurking? You mother... Hi, what did you put me on in the breakfast cereal tier list thing? Rex is at work, okay. What did you put me on for the breakfast cereal thing? What kind of breakfast cereal? Guys, chat, answer this too. You guys in chat, pay attention. Dusk Bunnies, Divas, people that are sexy, which is all of you. What breakfast cereal am I? Pick one breakfast cereal. What am I? Apple Jacks, Trix, Fruity and Bun. Wow. I can't believe you think I'm fruity, Sage. That's crazy. Trix? Why am I getting all these Trix? Fruit Loops? Huh? Cinnamon Toast. Ooh, okay. Lucky Charms. I can see that. Crave? Damn. Honey Nut Cheerios. Oh, you didn't capitalize the nut. I just got excited for nut. Apple flavor. Damn. That's so many. Guys, there's so many Trix. Fruity Pebbles because I'm gay. No. For me, Octavio. Listen, God bless you gay. God bless. You know what I'm saying? Cocoa. I do like me some Cocoa Pebbles. Wow, good pick. Chocolate Fruity Pebbles? What does that mean? They're saying tricked because bunny boss. Man, shut up! What do you know about tricks? What do you know about tricks? Huh? You don't know shit. A bowl of nails, that's what I'm talking about. One time I had a bowl of nails for breakfast. Without any milk. Am I bad enough for the salty spittoon? But the rabbit never gets the tricks. That's what I'm saying! These are LARPers. Guys, there's some tricks LARPers in here. I pray for your throat if that was the case. How about my throat? Can we pray for my throat instead? Michaela, I need that praying power. Michaela! I don't do that one. I did the cake one. I think you're the oops all berries Captain Crunch. Damn. Actually, not bad. Wait. You might be cooking. Damn. Hear me out, Frosted Flakes. Listen. A good bowl of Frosted Flakes that is just the right crunch to it. You know, the a little bit of that, you know? On some cereal now. Oh, my bad. Oops all berry is a top tier cereal. Whoa. I don't know about oops all berry. Wait, is it oops all berries? Is that just the combination of Captain Crunch with the berries? Or is it like Captain Crunch with mixed berries? I can never remember the actual one. We know you know those that's area with the granola. What the heck? I can't remember the name of it. Like the granola and then like the Frosted Flake. Are you talking about Honey Bunches of Oats? Captain Crunch with berries. Okay. No, it's the one that's only crunch berries. Okay. Oops all berries. Listen, I could have a bowl of it. But I'm gonna crave the regular crunch too. What's happening right now? We're talking about our favorite breakfast cereals now. I did ask people what breakfast cereal I was, because I got accused of being Fruity Pebbles. And I was like, huh? Do I really seem like a Fruity Pebbles kind of guy? Do I just seem like a Fruity Pebbles kind of guy? Limited edition Roy Chiato O's. Damn, okay. Damn. Listen, my fat ass got protein Cheerios, cookies and cream, when I don't properly eat breakfast. So I have no skin in this. Cool, are you gonna share something with me? Yes, honestly, you don't to me. Okay. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, okay. I think our big cereal, petals too thin. What? What does that mean? What's a big cereal? Well, you're kind of fruity? That's crazy. Guys, one's in chat if you think I'm a little fruity. Two's in chat if you think I'm the most manly, tough, masculine man out there. Three's in chat, 3. Why is it a wall of ones? Why was it a wall of ones? What the app? Rex, you're supposed to be at work. Sugar told me you were at work. Mods, shoot that guy. Ah! What the heck? What? God, even YouTube's killing me. Even YouTube's killing me. What are you laughing about, Min? I see you with the Jaws emotes. I'm about to call Jaws in here and be like, actually, wait a minute. Let's see if he just randomly answers. We just became friends recently. Let's give him a call. Let's see if he answers. Randomly. Friendship test. New friendship test. New friendship test. I don't even know if he's live. Let's see if he answers. It'd be really funny if he was live. I don't think he's gonna answer. Damn. He's in a collab? Yeah, but it's funnier if he answers. It'd be funnier if he answered me. If he left the collab just to answer me. Damn. I guess he hates me. Damn, man. I guess Jaws hates me. Listen, I guess he hates me. I don't know what to say. Wait a minute. Who else is in this collab? Who else is in this collab? Lambriel Sheeptuber is not. Call Lamb. Call him right now. Get him in here. I'll get his ass in here. Listen, I'll get his ass in here. Who else is there? Hopefully not Lamb. Hopefully not Lamb. Lamb, answer the call. Lamb, answer me. Where's the lamb sauce? God, everyone hates me. No one has whimsy. No one has the whimsy to answer a call. I've been denied twice. Guys, I have been denied twice. Now we will never know what breakfast cereal I truly am. I will never know what breakfast cereal I truly am. I'll always answer your call. Michaela, you're here though. And you already answered the question. I can't make a display. You're here. I want to feel involved. You are involved. You answered the question. You answered the question already. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Roy. Listen, happens with the rest of us. I'm sure a lot of people in this chat would answer the call. That's fair. Michaela, I know would answer in a heartbeat. I'm sure Tay is also live in some capacity. Like, I'm sure there's like a massive, it's probably like Xochi, V, Tay, and Jaws or something. I'm sure that's the four of them that are together and they're just all going, man, Roy's calling me. Pfft, I'm out. Get me out of here. I don't want to talk to this bunny bitch. I don't want to talk to this bunny bitch. Cereal? Pfft. I bet he likes pancakes. I bet he likes at least 25 pancakes. That's crazy. I need Roy brand cereal. When is it coming out? When are you paying for it? I wish Bunny Tracks had a cereal. Ooh. I prefer personality, personally. You know what I'm saying? Bunny bitch. That's what I'm saying. That's what I bet they're all saying that to each other. I bet they're all saying that to each other. I ain't answering the phone for this bunny bitch. I've been betrayed too many times. What about Lucky Charms? I like some Lucky Charms. I think the marshmallows are a little too sweet at times, but I think it's just because like I'm a little bit older and I remember like when I was younger and Lucky Charms was maybe sweeter. And I'm like, man, everything's so sweet nowadays. I wish things weren't as sweet. The Dusk Bunnies already give me a good case of that their sweetness. I get the overload. I work with Michaela. She's sweet and on regular. You know what I'm saying? What up on sale? Gotta have some bootios.
Got to have some bootios.
Huh?
They make sure you ain't booty.
What? What up personalityos? Personalityos. Okay, but like macchiato flavored cereal with bunny shapes would slap. Wait, Misa, you might be on something. Hold on, guys. Would you buy a coffee flavored cereal? One's in chat if you would buy a coffee flavored cereal. Two's in chat if you would not buy a coffee flavored cereal. Three's in chat of three. Three's in chat of three. Three's in chat of three. I'm not seeing enough numbers. That's not nearly enough numbers. Damn. They got me. Toucan, son of Sam. That's crazy. You can't say that. That's illegal. 3 0 4 5 1. Bunch of ones. Bunch of ones. Pi. 3.14 15926. Wait, isn't it 262? Isn't it 262? 3.14 159 262. Did I misremember it? Those are the numbers I always knew. Damn. Can't have shit at the cup of dusk. Shit. Nah, it's 2653. Fuck! Well, man. I should pretend like I know what I'm talking about, you know? I should pretend. I'd be curious enough to try it at least. Okay. Okay, that's fair. I can give you the entire pie. What kind of pie are we talking here? Listen, I could go for a Boston cream pie. You know what I'm saying? Bootios are actually a real cereal sold by the WWE. What? Don't worry, I get you, Bunny Man. Thank you. Thank goodness. At least someone does. At least someone does. What's the coffee you got there? Donut shop. Fire Seal, do you have me too? Fire Seal, are you also a diva? I literally just went on this tirade about how I don't know like most of the divas in the chat because their names don't match up with the Discord call. Maybe a diva. Wow. That's crazy. Hey, look over there, distraction. Whoa, Whoa! Anyway, guys. Do you guys want a sip of coffee? Do you guys want a sip of coffee? You guys want some coffee? Some coffee? No, coffee first. Coffee. Coffee. Where's my tea? Coffee. But coffee. But no, Michaela, coffee. It's 12 a.m. and I want coffee. There you go. I'm gonna drink some too. Delicious. Fantastic. Thank you, someone with manners. You're welcome, Michaela. No problem. Who's Eoy? Who knows? Who knows? At least now if someone like makes the joke of like they typed Ray in chat and it's like, I don't think Ray is here. In 2 capacities. Rude? Hey, you're welcome. Rude Chiato? That's crazy. Me? Gongaga. Me? Guys, let's decide a candle. So first up, this is the candle we had yesterday. This is Final Fantasy XIV Dancer, which we will not be doing today because this is what we did yesterday. We don't want to do the same candle 2 days in a row. So we've got sugared cinnamon apple, coffee, lemon pound cake, which is definitely on its last legs, mulled cider, and that is M-U-L-L-E-D, mulled. We've got spiced vanilla apple. We've got kitchen spice. We've got pansexual pride, which is ocean breeze and tulips, but it did burn down, so the yellow and pink are gone, so now it kind of looks like gay pride. We've got gay, which smells like cologne. And then we've got cranberry chutney. What do you guys like? What do you guys like? Cider, lemon, or pan? I vote mold. I'm deadly curious. Since my birthday was on Sunday, can I have 2 votes towards lemon pound cake? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I want the pan, cranberry, mold. I want all of them. Listen, the only way that I light all of the candles is if we get 100 gift subs from one person and they say light all the candles. That's the only way we do that. Okay? Pansexual, lemon, coffee, mulled cider, coffee. Since I'm pansexual, can I have 14 votes for pansexual candle? That's crazy. Someone do it, not me. No, true. Yup, lemon. Too bad I'm poor. I do that shit. Listen. That's why I have it as a deterrent. So that even I can't do it. Because that's crazy. You know what I mean? Sending bits mentally light all the candles. No. 100 gift subs. Not bits, tree. Gift subs. Yeah, see? Not that easy, huh? I'm pansexual. Me too. I love me some men. Women. Non-binary finies. There we go. That was the phrase I was looking for. I was gonna say non-binary, and then I stopped and I was like, no, non-binary finies. There we go. Sending gift subs mentally. There you go. Perfect. One day I will. Rex, I will chew you. I'll just... Gay. That's a good answer. Cranberry, cinnamon apple. I'm going to eat all the candles. Guys, I actually think it's going to be lemon pound cake. It's either lemon pound cake or pan. I feel like those are the ones I'm seeing the most. Lemon pound cake and pan. Because we've had to allow a couple people saying lemon and pan. So, do you have a Discord? I do. Exclamation point Discord in chat. Yeah, see, there's another pan that we had, or a lemon pound cake that we had to do. Tonight the lemon dies? Lamb raid! Oh, sure, lamb. Oh, sure, lamb. You raid me, but you don't answer my call. I see how it is. I guess I should be thankful. like Falco from Star. Hi, Lamb! Hi, everybody! Welcome in, everybody. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee-fueled host of the most professional voice actor. I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. You called me? Yeah. I was live. I'm sorry. I have no notifications on. Listen, I understand. Just tell me you hate me next time. It's okay, Lamb. I get it. Listen, I've been there too. You know? Lamb, I hope you had a good stream. What are you up to? We're just yapping? Were you just being super cute and grabbable? I'm sorry you had to find out this way. That you hate me? Wait, do you actually? I knew it. I knew it. Duck detective and then yap. Ooh, wait. That sounds like fun. Grabbable? Yeah. Lamb, have you seen yourself? Lamb, I could bench you. I could just grab you and toss you around. Duh. Of course. Guys, one's in chat if you think I could grab Lamb. Two's in chat if you think he's strong enough to get away. Three's in chat of 3. Oh, you did see me for like 2 minutes on the meet and greet, huh? I did. You didn't finish the sentence, so they started typing 1? Yeah. 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 Oh my goodness. Thank you, YouTube, as well, for the 1s. I appreciate you. I know my boss well enough, man. You should know that I'm a big fan of Lamb. Lamb's really funny and cute and super entertaining, and I'm glad to have a friend like him. Yippee! I'm gonna projectile vomit. Stop being nice to me. Okay, well then I'm gonna go back to grabbing you by the waist, pulling you close, lifting you up, and then doing things that I can't talk about on stream. Yes, yaoi. Thank you. Yaoi. I gotta do some yaoi, as Sklimbo says. I'm stealing that from Sklimbo. Like eating soft tacos? I do like eating soft tacos. On my way. Perfect. We got him, guys. We got him with the yaoi. We got him. Make it happen. The Bun X. Wait. Roy X Lamb Brielle VTuber Sheep VTuber Sheep V Roy Chiato X Lambriel Sheep VTuber. Confirmed. Nailed it. What do you mean pray X pray? First of all. I'll have you know. Maybe I'm praying on you tonight. Hunt you down, eat you alive. I'm just letting you know. Okay? Listen, Guys, you picked a great time to come to the stream, though. We were actually just about to pick a candle for the stream. We're down to 2 separate picks. Let me gather all of the picks that we have that are like the top contenders right now. Let me gather them together. Let me gather our top picks. That way you guys can help us decide which it's gonna be. We're between lemon pound cake, lemon pound cake, and oh wait, that's the wrong one. And pansexual pride, which smells like tulips and ocean breeze, but it looks like gay pride because we burned it down a lot. So those are the 2 that we're between. These 2. Also, bye, Lamb. Bye, Lamb. I kiss you 100 times. Mwah. Lemon, so it dies. A lemon pound cake. Pansexual pride. Lemon. Pansexual. Limon. What feels more seasonally appropriate? I mean, it is summer. Limon. Both 50 gift subs and I burn both. 50 gift subs and I'll burn both of them at the same time. What the heck is a panual? That's crazy. You can't just say that, Toast. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. I guess pan then. I mean, listen. I just remembered I have pound cake right now. Oh my gosh. Are you gonna share, Guts? Are you gonna share? Guys, I'm sending Roy another lemon pound cake. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You have to wait until we get to the fall season. You have to wait until we get to the fall season. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Do it? What are we doing? Kind of anything here? Pigeon, why are you betraying me? Pigeon! Et tu, Brute? Et tu? Lemon isn't a fall flavor. It's totally summer. It's summer right now! It's August! Huh? She went to Bath and Body Works and it was all Halloween shit. I hate it here. No, that's what I want. We're getting ready for it. Starting September 1st, we're going to be doing like fall and Halloween flavors. I can't believe it's August. I know, I'm excited. 1 month closer to debut, which is happening this year, guys. I want it to be fall so bad. Me too. Me too. 11 times 20. Guys, I think it's going to be lemon. Guys, I think it's going to be lemon. I think we do lemon. I think we do lemon and we say goodbye to it after this. Guys, I think it's going to be lemon and we say goodbye to it after this. I think it's going to be lemon. I say both. 50 gift subs and I'll do it. 50 gift subs and I'll do it. Hi, I'm new. Welcome in. Guys. Let's make it happen. Also, look how much of it is left. Like, that is, I'll make you guys a deal. If Lemon Pound Cake dies while we're in this stream, I will light up Pansexual Pride as well. How about that? How about that, guys? How about that? It's pretty crazy, right? Look how little of it is left. That's like smaller than my thumb. That is smaller than my thumb. That's crazy. Deal. Okay. Shake. Okay. Ready? Gekso! Axuda Chinja! It's lit. That's a good one. Guys, that's a good one. Huh? Huh? What's it called? Dealio Shake. Nice. Fire. Yeah. It'd be like that. I bet it smells really good. It does, actually. Lemon Pound Cake's one of my favorites. Who have you voice acted? Lawrence in Afmao. I am Equinox Angeldine in an up-and-coming visual novel by the name of lovebite.exe. It's a parasocial dating sim where you can date your Oshis in a VTuber theme. And I do audio ASMR and roleplay in my voice acting channel on Competesc Voices. Yippee! I can smell it through the screen. I hope so. Because I can't lift it closer to the camera. I might burn the camera. That'd be unfortunate. Damn. I'm in the beta for Lovebite. Let's go! I'm excited. I'm excited. Farewell, Lemon. Hi, Freya. I got some spicy audios too. I do. I partake. I dabble. I dip my toes. Roy, do you keep the corpses of the candles we kill? No, I threw them out. I don't have the space. They technically got a Viking's funeral. They got lit on fire. Literally, it's on fire right now. You know? I hope to get Lovebite working on my laptop again. I hope so too. The glass, the recyclable. We don't do that here. we don't do that in Texas. How will we eat the wax now then? There's no wax. When they're done, Tree. It's just the glass. Shoot the glass. Yeah. Canceled on twitter.com? I would never. Unless I deserved it, which I probably do. Texas, why? No recycling? Not in Texas? True. Whereas in Texas, they don't believe in the environment there? True. How will we eat the glass? Then you don't. You eat the candle wax, not the glass. The glass will give you an upset tummy. Come on! Candles evaporate into carbon dioxide and water vapor. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. No one believes me. Hold up, Afmal. Holy bunzo. That's wild. Yeah. I voice, if you guys watch any of the Afmal videos, especially recently, we just had a season finale on Mermaid Tales Season 2. I was very, very fortunate enough to take on the role of Lawrence about a year and a half ago, roughly. It was about March of last year. So I say a year and a half ago because it's a year and 5 months. But yeah, I've been voicing Lawrence for almost a year and a half now, which is awesome. So if you guys like AFMAL, if you like any of the videos that they put out and you hear Lawrence in any videos, that's me. That's me. It's been a hot minute since I heard AFMAL. There you go. That's me. I was there at the stream. Oh yeah, with James and Chiato earlier. It was a lot of fun. Wait, why are we eating candles? Because they're tasty? What do you mean? Huh? Oh, gee, I love Lawrence. Yippee! That crab talked! Like that, right? Right there, true. True. Tell me the glass is all decorated and possibly use it to hold supplies. No. Do you know how much money that's gonna cost? To send you glass? I'll probably break on the way. They're delicious, true. I wonder if you can make a candle out of the wax that's on apples. Oh, maybe. Once again, we can't have anything around here. Pigeon, I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna lift you up. I'm gonna twirl you around. How about that, huh? How about that? Seems like a lot of apples, though. It probably would be. It's a lot of apples. That sounds like a lot of apples to me. What up, TK? I gotta go rewatch a few AFMAL series. Check out Mermaid Tales Season 2. Because I'm really proud of that. We just had the season finale a couple days ago. Very, very proud of Mermaid Tales Season 2. Oh no, how terrible. It's all... Oh yeah. It's all coming together. The poison. For Cusco. Cusco's poison. Did it just came out? I feel like I watched that not a long time ago. The finale for Mermaid Tales Season 2 came out on August 1st, which was this past Saturday. So, 19 episodes. Yeah. Whoa, didn't know he voiced Croc too. Surprise! The one about the mermaid in the bathtub. I think there is a I don't know if I would say bathtub though. There are mermaids. Thus Mermaid Tales. Where's Mermaid Tale? AFMAL Diaries. It's on their more story I shouldn't say story focus because like main channel obviously has like some story focused stuff too. But AFMAL Diaries is the channel you're looking for. They're usually more episodic story driven or story based ones. Whereas the main channel I believe is activities and cool like challenges and like themes. Yeah. Her series channel, that's probably more accurate. I was trying to think of a word because it's like one is definitely more like activity based, whereas like I got turned into slime and I had to chase my friends around, which I think those are really funny. And then there's the more story driven ones, which is diaries, where it's like they're role playing, telling a story. Yeah. The poison for Cusco. The poison chosen specifically killed Cusco. Cusco's poison? That poison? Ugh. The main channel sort of brain rotted. I adore the series channel though. I like some of the main channel videos too. I've been fortunate enough to be part of them. I think it's to each their own. I think both of them have incredible value in entertainment today. And there are absolutely tons of times that is exactly the type of content that I want to see. Where I'm just like, yeah, I want to see AFMAL get turned into slime and then try and turn everyone else into slime. Merman in My Tub is on YouTube if anyone got interested. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. I think I saw that subbed like forever ago. It's a very, very short series. That's what I was thinking of. Not that one. No, that's anime. Yeah. Haven't watched AFMAL in ages. I gotta go back. Yeah, you do. Hopefully we learn more about My Street Season 7 soon. That is the hope. I hope I find out more about My Street Season 7. I'm gonna have to do some homework. I'm gonna have to catch up on everything that's happened. Or just, have someone explain it to me. And then pretend like I know what I'm talking about and smile and nod. No, there's 6 seasons now. Season 7 is coming out. Random question. How long do you take with your player character on a game when they give you customization? Maybe like 10 minutes, if that. I'm not a very like customization driven person. I gotta go, bro. Yeah, mods, go shoot that guy. Take him out. Take him out. My Street is wonderful. Season 7 is a legend amongst me and close friend. I mean, legend because it hasn't happened yet? I would imagine. Smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave. This is my first time hearing about AFMAO, but sounds interesting. Yeah. I'm very fortunate enough to be part of the AFMAO team. And I love being able to voice Lawrence, and I'm excited for what the future holds. So that's why I say check out the main channel if you're in the mood for some content-based videos for activities. And if you want things that are a little bit more story-driven or series-driven, check out the Diaries channel. Yeah. I'm gonna start actual series. Last I remember watching was Inner Demons. That's getting a second season as well. I'm not familiar with it, but I know it's getting a second season. But that's why you would want to check out the Diaries channel, because that's what the Diaries channel is entirely about. So you do good work. You should be proud. Thank you. I genuinely am very proud. I genuinely am super proud. You know? Really proud of what I was able to do. What games do you like to play after a mentally, socially exhausting day? Slay the Spire 2, Marble Rivals. Yeah, I like those. Toot your horn, King. Yeah, that was announced at VidCon a while back, Opalescent. Yeah, that was announced a while ago. Mighty Horn. Yeah, that was announced like at last year's VidCon. Who's your Marble Rivals main? It was Venom. And now I know how to play Emma Frost. If Vix was here, she could attest to that. And if Belmore wasn't AFK, he could attest to that. Actually, Belmore might just be here. Belmore might just be able to go, yeah, he's the best Emma Frost I've ever seen. Then why aren't you backing me up? Am I not the best Emma Frost you've ever seen? I'm like the best Emma Frost he's ever seen. 31-6. I think you mean 38-0 that one game. 38-0 that one game. I go insane. Holy valid tank picks. So I have been flexing significantly more, trying to expand my tank pool. My main right now is absolutely Emma. Venom, I don't find good opportunities to play him. Emma feels like there is never a bad time to play this tank. Like literally never a bad time. But Venom is another one I'm pretty good with. I've been getting way better with Thing. For anti-dive and brawling. I play a decent Strange. I play a decent Magneto. I know how to play Cap, but I think I would prefer to play Venom. And I think they do similar things anyway. I'm just starting to learn how to play Thor. And I play a little bit of tank Deadpool. But when I say a little bit, I'm like, I much prefer almost every other tank over him. So, yeah, what Belmar said. Belmar plays like Rogue, and I'll play Emma Frost. It's really fun. Has played it 3 times. Yeah, I don't really like tank Deadpool too much. He's fun, but he feels like an off tank where it's like the other tank has to make so much space for me, and I'm more used to being the space making tank. You know, I like playing Emma and Mag and Strange and like walking up and creating that space in that area. So My Inner Demon is my absolute favorite AFMAO series. Yeah, season 2 should be coming air quotes soon. I don't know when, because I genuinely don't. But it was announced at VidCon. So do you play ranked? No, not really. I do want to do some ranked grinding for Marvel Rivals. But I just haven't. I think it's just because I was out of the game for so long. Like I played season 0, season 1, and a little bit of season 2. And then I stopped playing for basically 7 seasons. And now at the start of season 9, I started playing again. And it's taken until now to where I would say I feel a little bit more comfortable. And I knew I needed to expand my tank knowledge if I wanted to play ranked. So I think I could probably play ranked now. Who's your favorite character from My Inner Demons or My Street series? I don't have one for My Inner Demons because I haven't seen it. My Street's a hard one because like I know some of the characters, but unfortunately because I've only been voicing Lawrence for a year and a half, and Lawrence has only been in like 2 videos for My Street in that time because there's only been a couple. I don't really have any good picks because I don't know the characters. So I would probably just say Zane because I love Keston, and Keston has been super kind to me. And I love working with him. I think we have a lot of good chemistry together between Zane and Lawrence, especially in Mermaid Tales. So I'd probably say Zane. Might probably Pierce and Reese. Hey, I mean, you probably like the video today, the stream today with James and Chiato. Yeah, we reacted to the finale. Talking about how it makes me want to play it now, especially because I've been wanting to do rank grind too. We'll make it happen. The next time we play, we'll play ranked. How about that? I didn't know you voiced Lawrence. Not going to binge all of them again. Well, specifically the ones that I voice in. I've only been voicing him for about a year and a half. It was March of 2025 that I took over voicing Lawrence, for what it's worth. So anything after that point and Lawrence is in, I'm in. Yeah. Pronounced Reese? Or Rise? Rice? I thought it was Reese. I thought it was Reese. Whose channel was it on? James's. James streamed it on Twitch earlier. There's a Reese in My Street and Reese and My Inner Demons. Rise? Like the word rise? Wait, am I thinking of the wrong one then? What's the one that James voices? I thought that one was Reese. Listen, I got no idea. I'll ask him later. Oh, okay. No, okay. So you were talking about a different character. I was talking about James's character. Okay, good. I was so confused there for a second. I was like, wait, did I just misremember how to pronounce his character? Okay, good. That's how I was thinking of. Okay, good. Yeah, I got one guide. I got one guide. Oh my gosh. You did a Power Ranger stream? I did a Power Ranger stream? Opalescent. You gotta check YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube in chat. And then look in the playlist Power Rangers. Me? Power Rangers? That's more likely than you think. I want more Power Rangers in Kamen Rider. Listen, I'm trying. It's hard sometimes. You know? I'm out here doing my best. It's hard. It's hard. Yeah, I hate Power Rangers, true. I only just started scrolling. Please don't kill me. No, I'm not. I'm saying you got, that's why I'm saying check out the YouTube because the VODs are there. The VODs are on YouTube. Check it out. Yeah, good times. How do you feel about Power Rangers Flash games? I don't know enough about them. I did see that Connor made a video on it, but I'm like, my opinion on it would be like, whoa, that sure is a Flash game that I don't know anything about. Random question. Are you planning on playing the 5th Poppy Playtime? I did. It's the YouTube VOD is there. I played Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. I did already. I did when I came out. Yeah. Was it Kamen Rider? My sister likes it, but won't tell me what it's about. There's a lot of different seasons of Kamen Rider. A lot of different seasons of Kamen Rider as well. Tons. Mostly not connected to each other. I say mostly because there are some seasons that are connected. Where? What do you mean where? Look at the Poppy Playtime playlist. It's on YouTube. Why are you asking where? You're on YouTube. There's a Poppy Playtime playlist. Wait, I'm scrolling to it. There's a FNAF playlist. Yeah, Poppy Playtime. It's right there. I streamed it February 20th. I streamed it almost 6 months ago. I streamed it almost 6 months ago. Oh my God. I fear they're gaslighting you, King. Why does everyone hate me? Why does everybody hate me, huh? What happened? Why does everybody hate me? That's crazy. Insane. What's Poppy Playtime? Is that your OC? I'm screaming. I'm sorry, you're fine. If you're ever curious if I've played something, feel free to ask. But if it's like a part in a series that I've played already, literally just look on YouTube in the playlists. It might be there already. You know? Hey, it happens. I'm glad that you care enough to ask, you know? We just like the funnies. That's crazy. Speaking of the funnies, guys, we've been yapping for like an hour and 20 minutes. Do we want to actually get the content stream started? Do you guys even know what we're doing today? Chat, one's in chat if you know what we're doing today. Two's in chat if you don't know what we're doing today. Three's in chat of 3. Okay, good. We got a lot of ones. I like to see these ones. These ones make me happy. One marble rivals. You got it. Booting it up right now. That's it. Oh my gosh. This is a question time. Did you ever finish Subnautica? No. I think it's just because we did Subnautica like 4 weeks in a row that I was like, I need a break. You know what I mean? These ones make me happy. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. All right. Let's go and scoot on over. Wait, we gotta film an intro first. Wait, let me put the coffee down. Guys, I'm gonna put myself to just chatting real quick. I gotta film an intro. Okay. How are we doing this? Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of the picture frames. Let's get rid of that. And then let's get rid of the alerts. Okay, guys, we're gonna film an intro. Guys, today it's video games over or under. Where I asked a bunch of people on Twitter and chatters to submit their favorite games, and I'll be deciding today whether that game is overrated, underrated, or properly rated. So, all right, let's do an intro. Everybody has that favorite video game, the one they loved to play growing up, but is it actually as good as you remember? Because I asked my chat and community via Twitter whether they really liked a certain game or not. No, redo. Everybody's got that favorite video. Everyone's got that favorite video game they played growing up, and they may even still love it today. But what if I told you it might not be as good as you remember? I asked my community what their favorite games are, so I could judge it as overrated, underrated, or properly rated. And, of course, my opinions aren't always correct. So let's jump into video game overrated, underrated. All right, perfect. I think that works out really nicely. Easy peasy. Let me love you, girl. Let me love you, girl. Very professional. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Ugh. And here I was looking for conversial takes. What does that mean? I mean, we're going to be yapping. Don't get me wrong. We got plenty of stuff to do. Fuck, I wasn't recording. I got to redo it. I wasn't recording. I forgot to hit the record button. Okay, well, let's try it again, guys. Guys, we're gonna hit the record button. We're gonna hit the record button. Okay, here we go. Ready, guys. Okay, I hit the record button this time. Let's do it again. Take 2. Everyone's got that favorite video game they love to play growing up, and whether it is actually as great as you remember is besides the point, because today, well, I asked all of my community via Twitter and live stream what their favorite games are so I could judge it as overrated, underrated, or properly rated. And while I may not have played all of these games because, well, that's a lot of games, I do have only the most amazing takes. So, let's find out whether your favorite game is overrated or underrated. All right. I think that should work out. That was a part 2. That worked out good. Something like that. Will a clip work? No. We need it recorded locally. That way we can separate audio layers and things like that. You know? Take 2 was dope. Nice. 10 out of 10 would click on the vid. Oh! Yippee! Professional streamer, everybody. You're goddamn right I am. That's why I realized I wasn't recording. Much better take, boss man. Oh my gosh, thanks. Hopefully, I did Ludwig proud. We're trying the Ludwig method, guys. We're trying. Guys, let's go over to the screen share and see what the mods have created for us today. All right. Where is this shit? There it is. What the hell? Stop! Go away! Okay, I got it. Shkapow! All right. So. Got it. So, to help aid me in this endeavor to judge your favorite games, I asked my mods to help put together a bit of a slideshow so we could much more easily, well, talk about these games. And I am a bit of a yapper, so we've got plenty of things to dive into. All right. That's just a theory. A film theory. But these are games, so it's a game theory. There we go. Let's make sure my vision looks okay. Okay. Alrighty, there we go. Guys, first of all, I want to say big thank you to the mods and to the Dusk deputies for helping create this slideshow that we are using for the video. And I want to give a shout out in advance to my boy Belmore, who is becoming the editor for the Stream Highlights channel. If you guys didn't know, I don't have a YouTube link for it yet because I keep forgetting to make an actual like chat command. But I do have a third YouTube channel that we have started up. It is called Roy Chiato Plus. You can find it in my main YouTube channel or on the voice acting channel. So if you want to support the channel early, before there are any videos there, smack that subscribe button. That way you get notified for when we put out the first video, which I think will probably be done soon-ish, but we're not really in a rush, so just keep an eye out. It's going to be awesome. No Twitter, so I couldn't put it in the game. I'm sorry, TK. I'm sorry. We might open it to like Discord in the future. That way, like, we can have like just people submit the pictures via Discord, because then we could always just delete the channel. Like after the activity is over, we could always just delete the channel or archive it. That might actually be not a bad idea for the future. That's a good idea. That actually might be better for the future, because then we can take it from Twitter and from Discord. Like a custom submission thread. See, we're learning. We're learning. That might make it easier. Okay. All right, guys. Let's dive in. Yeah, I'm editing the PR and going to edit this, though, depending on how easy it is, it may actually be the first video. What, this? No, I think the Power Rangers video will probably be the first one. You've put so much more time into that. So. Smart. Thank you. Listen, I occasionally have okay ideas. I guess. I occasionally pretend like I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like I pretend. I pretend. Oh my goodness gracious. Heartwarming. Submission streamer learns how to do submissions. Well, I mean, I feel like it'll be easier because I used to do it via Twitter and Blue Sky, but now I can't access Blue Sky. So, unfortunately. Anyway, guys, let's get started. First up, we've got Sonic Unleashed. Okay, I have played this. I can actually talk about this. I do think, unfortunately, this game is probably properly rated because we have to talk about the fact that like the 2D Sonic stages, or I guess like the proper like actual playing the Sonic stages, are pretty dope, and it's got some really, really good music. But it is kind of all over the place. It is kind of a mess in some capacity. It is kind of a little bit of a mess, but like a good mess. You know what I mean? There's good to be found in it. There's bad to be found in it. It is clunky. I actually kind of liked the werehog fighting, but it always felt way too long. Also very buggy. Yeah, it follows that same mentality that like Sonic 06 had. You know, like Sonic did not make a healthy transition to the 3D plane. They did not do a good job bringing over 3D Sonic. It took them a really long time, which is crazy to say because like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 are still beloved to this day. And those were terribly flawed games. So, who knows? I'm going to say properly rated for Sonic Unleashed. I think the flaws that it has justify where people feel about it. However, if we get like a proper re-release of this game that's like really polished and cleaned up. I know there's like a fan mod out there that like giga cleaned up the game. If we got that level of polish and love to this game, it probably would go to an underrated. Because I think the bones are there for a good game. A very unique Sonic game too. So. Also, Belmore, I remembered you wanted me over a little bit. That way you can see both my shoulders. So I'm going to move over real quick for the next one. I remembered. I'm going to move myself back slightly. Just so it's a little bit more centered. Perfect. Thank you. I got you. Sonic is so hard to follow. Yeah, Sonic, that's the weird thing. I do think Sonic Unleashed is at least pretty like... Most people agree that it's like there's a lot of really good things to like about it, but it has so many flaws that add up over time. So, yeah. It's like there's a box for me. I think that's the point. I actually think that's the point. Sonic lore is confusing. I mean, that too. I feel like most of the time you can just consider it self-contained within the game itself. So, but let's see what else we got. What else we got in store? Is this just FNAF in general? Is this FNAF in general? Just FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4? Oh no. The FNAF quadrilogy, the 4 FNAF games that I've played. I'm gonna get shot, but these games are so overrated, man. These games are so overrated. Listen, I think the lore in concept is really cool, but these games have not aged well. I went back and tried to play a bunch of these within the past couple of months. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 really made me rage quit. Like I was so pissed. The fact that you can't turn down sound at all makes me so mad. Because like half the time I couldn't hear the goddamn animatronics breathing. And like the breathing is the cue that you're supposed to know that they're there. Huh? That shit's ass. And you know what the crazier thing is? The craziest thing. I remember while streaming FNAF 4, everybody kept saying, oh, you're having a hard time with this one? Just wait until the next one. It's even worse. And I remember at one point going, wait a minute, that's what you guys said about 3. Wait a minute, that's what you guys said about 2. Wait a minute, that's what you guys said about the first one. And I said that and I was like, wait a minute, do you guys even like FNAF? And collectively, I got a wall of, no, we don't. No, we don't like the gameplay of FNAF. What are you talking about? You don't like the gameplay in your own favorite game franchise? This game series is overrated as hell. I think the stories are dope and like really cool to follow, but like you have to dig so deep, so unbearably deep. Yeah, it is definitely a display of masochism. And listen, I'm a masochist. I can attest to that. And I sat through that 8.5-hour FNAF lore video and I loved it. But I'd much rather sit through the lore video again than try and get through night 5 on any of these games. It wasn't it. It just wasn't it. I'm dying here even thinking about them. And despite that, I know that I will probably continue to play this franchise because there's still games that I haven't played. I want to play, what is it? The Mimic one, the one with Glam Rock Freddy. I want to play that one. There's a bunch of FNAF games that I still want to play. So I've only been through these 4. But man, also, did I see Xochi here earlier? So valid. Xochi, I'm holding your hand right now. Thank you for saying that I'm valid. I'm holding on to you for emotional support. Thank goodness. Man, at least someone believes in me. At least. or. So yeah, definitely overrated. This franchise pisses me off because of, honestly, some of the viewers. Some of the viewers have been like, just wait until the next one. Wait until the next one. Wait until the next one. Damn. Xochi ran for the hills. Xochi heard me talking about FNAF. Xochi was like, I'm out of here. Never mind. Roy wants to hold my hand. Never mind. I'm out of here. My bad. Listen. Oh my gosh. Security breach. That's the one with Glamrock. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes a fan can kill a game as well. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, overrated. Overrated as hell. Absolutely. Anyway, let's continue. Oh. There we go. Castlevania. Oh wait, Lament of Innocence specifically? Ooh. The one with Leon? The one with Leon Belmont? That's a tough one. So my familiarity with Lament of Innocence is a bit rocky because I remember playing it when I was younger, but I don't remember as much about it now. But from what I remember, it is like, it's okay. It's like, from what I remember, it's okay. It's not abysmally bad. And it wasn't like, don't even bother with this. There's just some weird stuff with the Belmont line starting with Leon. And because like the future is already set up, there's not a lot of like, oh man, like, where's the story gonna go? There's gonna be a Belmont. They're gonna get a whip. They're gonna beat, air quotes, Dracula or some demon or some monster. And that's gonna be it. I'm gonna say properly rated just because I don't remember a ton of Lament of Innocence. I remember it's about Leon Belmont. I remember it's where the vampire killer comes from. I kind of like his design. I like this meme with Leon and Soma. It's kind of funny. IMO, I like this one. To be fair, I also like all the 3D Castlevania games except Lords of Shadows trilogy. Is it a trilogy? Oh, Mirror of Fate. I always forget about that one. Yeah, I'm gonna say properly rated. Yeah, I'll probably say properly rated. Yeah. I don't remember enough about it to be like, I don't remember enough about it to be especially harsh. I feel like this is a game that I don't hear people talk about a lot of unless it's like, oh, hey, it's Leon Belmont. Or remember the PS2 era Castlevanias? That's it. I feel like I hear people talk about Curse of Darkness more than Lament of Innocence, which is probably like, you know, a telltale sign about how people feel about this game. So probably properly rated. Probably properly rated. And I love Castlevania, but I'm not as nearly deep into the Castlevania rabbit hole as I am like Resident Evil. If you ask me about Resident Evil, I'm your bun. I'm your guy. I'm your himbo. I'm your Huckleberry. Next up, we've got Halo 1. Okay. Widely considered one of the greatest first-person shooters of all time, helped really push this medium of games into the main stage by being an incredibly popular console shooter, helped bring to life like online multiplayer, especially with Halo 2, with Xbox Live. I'd say it's probably properly rated. My experience with Halo 1 is a little bit more limited. I've actually never played through the entirety of any of the Halo campaigns, but I have played a shit ton of Halo 3. And I'd be dumb to say if I didn't recognize how important Halo is to the gaming industry. I genuinely believe Halo deserves its praises, especially if we're just talking Halo 1. You know? If we're just talking Halo 1, I think it gets praised the proper amount. I think this is a properly rated game. Most people talk this up, and I think it deserves most of the praise that it gets. Yeah. All I know about Halo is the memes. There are some pretty funny memes. Let's be real. Yeah. So you played the good half, but kind of serious. I mean, I liked Halo 3 multiplayer. I had fun with it. I got friends inviting me to like custom maps and stuff, but that was like, I think Halo 3 was even dying by the time I like started playing it. So even then I didn't get to experience much Halo. The only time I've actively sought out to play Halo, I invited a friend to do like a Halo marathon with me, where we were going to sit down and play every single Halo like in one sitting. Not like every main game in like one sitting, but like we'd play Halo 1 in one sitting. Then like maybe a couple weeks later play Halo 2 in one sitting. Like that kind of thing. And they were like, nah, sorry, can't do that. And I was like, okay. And I just gave up. I just haven't tried to do it again since then. I would like to go and play Halo so I could properly experience it and have a better opinion on it. I do have the Master Chief Collection, so I like Halo. I think it's cool. I think sci-fi shooters are cool. Sci-fi military shooters. Chief is iconic. So, no, I've never played ODST, and I've never played Reach. I've played Halo 1, 2, and 3 technically, and 3 is the one that I played the most, and it was almost entirely just multiplayer. I think I have almost every single multiplayer achievement in Halo 3, and like none of the campaign ones. If you go and check like my Xbox like achievements. So I'm gonna say Halo Combat Evolved, the first Halo, very properly rated, is absolutely a pioneer of first-person shooters, helped really bring the genre into modern gaming on the Xbox, and then eventually helped establish online multiplayer, especially with consoles. So, yeah. All right, let us continue. We've had a lot of properly rated so far. Maybe I'm not as spicy with my opinions as I thought I was going to be. I guess FNAF was overrated. Genshin Impact. Oh my gosh. This is a tough one. Genshin's a tough one because I had a period where I was giga obsessed with Genshin Impact. And I have some friends that voice in Genshin. Genshin, in my opinion, really, really helped push gacha style games like this into the limelight, into like everyone's hands. I'm not saying it was the first gacha that's ever existed, but it is definitely one of the biggest, if not one of the most influential gachas of the past decade. Now, that being said, there are a lot of things I really like about Genshin. And I really like a lot of the stuff in the early Genshin. Like everything that happens in Mondstadt is, I thought, really fun. The stuff that happens in Liyue and then ends with like the child fight, you know? There's so much good stuff. And then Inazuma, I thought was really, really good too. but I lost all momentum. I lost all momentum and care in Chasm. I could not care less about the Chasm. And I didn't even care. I didn't even care about like anything that was going on down there. I was so mad. I was really excited for the story stuff, and I just Chasm just didn't hook me. Chasm just didn't grab me. I didn't like the gameplay in Chasm. I didn't like getting around the Chasm. It really demolished any of my interest of playing the game. And then the power creep started getting really bad too. So like I was mostly, or I guess I am almost entirely a free to play player for Genshin. And I was so excited to get Ito. And then I played him and I was like, damn, I'm having a really hard time making a team around Ito that isn't just for Geo. And then I was kind of disappointed in Ito's like in-game model. But that's me bitching about hyper-specific things, you know? I'm going to say Genshin's probably overrated. But even then, I think most fans probably agree that a big reason that they stick with Genshin now is not for the gameplay. It is for the story and where they've gone with the characters. And I know even now they're adding characters that are really, really cool. Like I love how Varka looks. He's super hot, obviously. But a lot of the really cool story stuff that I've seen, ironically through friends by rating into them when they're streaming. But I'll probably say Genshin is probably overrated, but I would say most of the player base probably agrees with that and that they're in it for the cool character designs and the story. So yeah, I do think the power creep has definitely hurt it a lot because they're releasing new characters all the time and trying to come up with new, interesting, cool ideas. And then the old characters that are like, yeah, I can shoot this projectile and that's my power. And then a character, 20 patches later is like, I shoot 14 projectiles. And if 2 of them touch the same enemy, that enemy explodes. And if that explosion hits any other enemy, then it also causes a mini explosion that gets me energy for all of those. And if I ult, and then any of them still have that explosion energy, like, it's like, oh my God, holy crap. You have to read like a novel. It's almost like the Yu-Gi-Oh power creep, like you read like a novel of information about how effects work. So power creep is real in all live service. I 100% agree with that. It's not exclusive to Genshin, but since we are just talking about Genshin, that's just what it is. So I would say overrated, but I would go back to Genshin. I would honestly probably go back to Genshin. I would go back to Genshin if the story comes to like a, hey, like this is the last arc, we're ending it. And then I'd be like, oh, maybe I should catch up. Maybe I should see what happened. Also, I have friends in it and I like their performances. So overrated, unfortunately, because of power creep. I do think the gameplay loop is kind of weak in some capacity, but I also stopped at Chasm, so I don't really know where it went from there. And I like the story. So never played it because the file size is too big, but there's some green-haired guy with a fancy coat I found fan art of. Green-haired guy with a fancy coat. Tainari? Venti? I'm trying to think about, it might be a character that I just don't even know. Love the characters, will play if they ever finish the story and have a truly offline mode. I might enjoy that. Alhaitham? Alhaitham doesn't have a coat or green hair. My boss man is in Genshin, so same. Dvorak. I see. Baijo is really cool. Our pirate queen, yeah. Dotori, I'll take your word for it. These are names that I'm not familiar with. Moving on from Genshin. MVC2. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh. This is such a hard game to rate. This is such a hard game for me to rate. Cause like, I did try and teach myself how to play MVC2 just for the sake of learning how to play MVC2. You know what I mean? Oh man, okay. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is one of the most influential fighting games of all time. It has one of the most impressive and recognizable rosters. The music to this day is still widely praised, The character select theme, I want to take you for a ride. Peak. absolutely great. Plus, the amount of stages and variety and beauty that is in so much of this artwork that you can even see here. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is a game that is a pure cinematic representation of its time, both in music and in art style. The one thing I will say that is definitely, I think, a detriment to Marvel vs. Capcom 2 specifically, this game got figured out. This game got figured out. And as soon as like you kind of realize that, you realize kind of who the best characters are in the game. When you watch high level play of the game, it gets kind of not boring, but stale. Cause like how many times are you gonna see Magneto storm Psylocke? You know? How many times are you gonna see assist Captain Commando with Captain Corridor? You know? It's so frequent. I feel like saying that this game is overrated is unfair just because of that. It just is a shame because it's the nature of fighting games that eventually they get found out. And Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is almost a 30-year-old fighting game. When did this come out? Like 97, 98? Maybe after that, 2000? Because this was on Dreamcast initially, wasn't it? Damn. It's hard. I know it had a PS2 port as well. Oh. Yeah, Cable, Hyper Viper. What? Frame 1 Air Hyper Viper. Damn, we didn't have Morgan loops. Like Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Arcade and then Dreamcast, yeah. So I'm going to say properly rated. I think most people recognize Marvel vs. Capcom 2 as one of the most influential fighting games of all time. I think it absolutely is. I'm not going to take away its stripes. The music is still a banger. The art direction is still a banger. The roster size and selection is still a banger. Still should be celebrated today. But I guarantee you, if a game like this dropped today and didn't get any type of patching, oh my goodness, it would get shit on so badly. And unfortunately, having a roster this size also makes it that much more difficult to balance. So, and again, unfortunately, as games like this, as they live on, it is that much more difficult to shake away from the meta and what is the best, because, you know, it's 25-plus-year-old fighting game. So I'll say properly rated because I don't want to say overrated, because I'm gonna be so real. I'm not gonna stop jamming out to the music. There's no way. I love jazzy 90s music for fighting games. Okay. What's the perfect fighting game roster? Ooh. The perfect fighting game roster. Oh, size specifically. It depends on the game. MVC2 is different because it's a 3v3 tag based fighter. So it having a large character pool is a huge benefit to it because it's a 3v3. So there is a lot of opportunity for expression. It's just, that's why I was saying the unfortunateness of turns into, you know, Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, Sentinel, Cable, Captain Commando, God, I'm trying to think of what other characters are used. I feel like those are kind of the majority, you know, and a Strider, I guess, technically. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say. I would say it depends on the game. It depends on each fighting game, what they're doing and whether they can balance it or not. So that is what I will say. Whatever balance, whatever equates balance in a fighting game is the best way to gauge whether it is a proper size. Now let's rephrase that. Cut that out. Editor, cut that out. The best fighting game roster size is one that is properly balanced, or at least balanced within reason without getting out of hand. And if they can balance it and it's like 100 characters, more power to them. What's a good fighting game roster? I think Marvel vs. Capcom 2's roster is great. It's just the balance isn't great. I think Ultra Street Fighter 4's roster is pretty freaking dope. I think Mortal Kombat 9's roster is pretty freaking dope. I think 10 pretty much has all the same characters, then more. Maybe minus one or two. What else is a banger roster? I'm liking how Street Fighter 6's roster is shaken up. There's a lot of different answers to this. KOF 15 has a crazy roster. So, yeah. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Ray. Hello. Guilty Gear roster. Yeah, I was going to say Guilty Gear Strive especially feels pretty like massive at this point. I'm not a big Guilty Gear fan in playing it, but I'll watch the hell out of it. Just like I'll watch the hell out of a Marvel vs. Capcom. You know? I'll watch MVC 2, 3, Ultimate. Probably not 3. I'll probably just watch Ultimate because MVCI is a little bit different. I like watching all the update videos for the MVCI project that Maximilian has been doing too. So, yeah, I'll say properly rated for MVC 2. Herbs Sims in the City. Wait, specifically the Game Boy Advance version? Ain't no way. Wait, why is it specifically the GBA version? Hell no. I don't know what this game was rated like. I played actual The Herbs Sims in the City. But I don't think I played the GBA version. That's the one I was allowed to play. Ah, I see. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I can give this a good rating because like I've only played like the actual version of the game, in which I thought it was dope. But I also don't play a lot of Sims games. So my frame of reference was I've played Sims 1 and The Herbs Sims in the City. And I liked Herbs better. So we'll say properly rated for the sake of argument. Or maybe overrated and this game should be hated more because it's on the Game Boy Advance. It's so different than the actual version. Listen, this one is a baffling submission. I'm gonna be so real. I don't know shit about this game. The GBA version is an RPG. Now, when you say RPG, are we talking like turn-based combat? Are we talking like getting random encounters? Are we talking like equipment system? What are we talking here? Huh? What does that mean? Are we playing Final Fantasy in the city? What does that mean? That's crazy. Sims, the tactical RPG. Listen, that shit would go crazy. You know what I'm saying? That shit would go crazy. Fixed storyline with quests. Yeah. I don't know if that makes it an RPG, but I'll let you say that for now. I'll say properly rated for the sake of the argument because I don't know enough about the GBA version. So we'll say properly rated for now. Next up is Ratchet and Clank, the original Ratchet and Clank. Ooh. Original Ratchet and Clank. Probably a little underrated. I feel like nowadays people have forgotten some of the ancient texts. You know, Sony had 3 big mascots in the PS2 era. It was Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, and Ratchet and Clank. Those are the big 3. The big 3. You know? Where I'm talking like from what I remember experiencing in my life, this was the equivalent to Bleach, One Piece, and Naruto. Was Jak, Sly, and Ratchet. These fuckers were everywhere. And made the PS2 so accessible to so many different people. Because it's like, you wanted sports games, you had them. You wanted 3D platformers, you had 3 different flavors of them. You know, not to mention Spyro was still going on. Crash, I think, also made it to the PS2. Like, there were so many, but I genuinely think people forget how important Ratchet and Clank was, and it being part of the big 3. The big 3 of the Sony 3D platformers in the time. We gotta put some respect on Ratchet and Clank. And I got that remake in, what was it, 2017? 2016? That remake was also a banger. That was a 10 out of 10 remake. Or I guess it was just HD remaster, really, but like Giga HD remaster. Because it was the same game, just remade in better graphics. So. The remake and the movie? I forgot about the movie. But we're not talking about the movie. We're just talking about PS2 Ratchet and Clank. I think PS2 Ratchet and Clank, super underrated. I think people have forgotten the ancient texts. I think people have gotten a little bit hung up on the fact that Insomniac is basically only making Marvel games, Spider-Man and Wolverine at this point. If you put Infamous on here too, I probably would have said the same thing. That's Insomniac, right? Or is that Sucker Punch? Is Insomniac Infamous? Did I get that right? Or am I mixing? I always mix up my developers for PS2. I can't remember. Someone help me. I thought they were Naughty Dog. No, Naughty Dog's Jack and Daxter, and then Uncharted and Last of Us, and then whatever they're gonna do next. Infamous is Sucker Punch. Okay, so I did get it mixed up. Wait, what else is Insomniac done? Is it just Ratchet and Clank and Marvel? Damn. Sucker Punch moved on to Ghost of Tsushima. That's what it was, right? And Naughty Dog moved on to Uncharted and Last of Us. Spyro. Okay. Okay. So, once again, Ratchet being a huge push-off point for Spyro to Ratchet to I don't even remember what else. Resistance. Sure, let's go with that. New Spyro coming out. There you go. So, Ratchet and Clank incredibly influential. I think people forgot the ancient texts and forget about how important games like this were in its time and age. I don't think it gets talked about enough. It's a damn shame. I feel like people praise and yap about Spyro more than Ratchet and Clank. I would say Ratchet and Clank might have more cultural impact if they actually properly ported it to other systems. Because, like, Spyro's on Steam, isn't it? Isn't, like, the Spyro trilogy on Steam now? Yeah, the Spyro Reignited trilogy. But I don't think there's any Ratchet and Clank, is there? Oh, Rift Apart is. Rift Apart is. My bad. My bad. My bad. I think Ratchet and Clank is underrated. Yeah, put some respect on Ratchet and Clank. Huge pioneer for 3D platformers in the PS2 era. Really helped super solidify Insomniac. I mean, they were already good because of Spyro, but from there, Insomniac went crazy. And that cannot be understated. So, yeah. Underrated. Put some respect on Ratchet. All right. Let's continue. I think the movie did the franchise dirty. But we're not talking about the movie. We're talking about the first PS2 game. That's the thing. We gotta separate it. we gotta separate it. Ugh. What else? What else has Insomniac made? I'm actually curious. Because obviously it's Ratchet and Clank, and then it's just Marvel after that, right? And Resistance. So it's from Spyro to Ratchet to Resistance to Marvel is the pipeline for them. And then a little bit of Ratchet in between. The last Ratchet game we had was 2021. Oh, damn. I'm gonna have to Google some stuff on the side. All right, let's keep it going. Next is the Dark Pictures Anthology. Ooh. We have been playing these. We have been playing these. We have been playing these. But are they underrated? Are they overrated? Coincidence? I think I want to say these are probably properly rated. House of Ashes was amazing. And everybody has told me how good House of Ashes was, and I agree with them. A lot of people told me Little Hope was pretty disappointing, which after we got to the ending, I understood why. Everyone told me Man of Medan was pretty good, which I agree. I'd say properly rated. Everything 3 for 3. My community specifically told me, hey, This is how we feel about these games. Obviously, form your own opinion, go in, and we're gonna, play along with you, have some fun. And they were right, 3 for 3. Yeah, House of Ashes, the GOAT. Man of Medan, good. Little Hope, bit disappointing. Bit disappointing. So, what about The Devil Within? Haven't played it yet. We are going to be playing it sometime soon, though. So keep an eye out for that. We're going to do Telltale's The Walking Dead Season 1 first. Then we'll probably dip over. Well, I'll probably leave it up to you guys. What you guys want to see next. Because I did just pick it up because it was on Steam sale. So, but yeah, I'm gonna say properly rated. Maybe a little underrated. I feel like I didn't hear a lot of people talking about this. Because like when Until Dawn came out, I feel like it was a cultural explosion. Everybody was talking about how cool it was to play Until Dawn. It was in that perfect era of like Telltale's The Walking Dead was going, Telltale's Wolf Among Us, the Batman series was going, and then Until Dawn was slotted perfectly in there too. You know? And I feel like everybody was talking about it. But the Dark Pictures anthology, I feel like aside from like, whoa, this is like a crazy death scene, I feel like the hype of them kind of died off. And I don't know if that's because like House of Ashes was peak and then after that it wasn't. But maybe a little underrated. I think they're pretty good. Maybe a little underrated. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know what? I'm going to go a little underrated. I've had a fantastic time with these games. I will say I do have my gripes with them. The fact that you can't skip scenes, like you can't fast forward through things that you've seen before, or like an auto succeed on quick time events after you've already played a scene. I think that's a little annoying. If I want to go back and experience like everything, but I think I'm going to go with a little underrated, a little bit underrated. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Un poquito. So, very excited to play the next one, which is The Devil in Me, I believe. We still have to play The Quarry as well, which I know isn't Dark Pictures Anthology, but it's made by the same people. So, yeah, Devil in Me is next. Next is Path of Exile. This is a tough one because I've played like a little bit of PoE. I've played like a little bit of PoE. You know? Guys, is anyone here a Path of Exile player? Anyone in chat a Path of Exile player? One's in chat if you play a Path of Exile, two's in chat if you've never played it, three's in chat 3. 2, 3. The audacity. The unmitigated gall. Path of Exile mentioned. It's so weird because when PoE 2 came out, I remember seeing a ton of people playing it. And I had heard about Path of Exile prior to 2. But I feel like PoE 2 died faster. Cause like this is how I remember the pipeline going. Start hearing rumblings about how like Diablo 3 like really fell off and that Path of Exile was really good. And that if you wanted the better experience to play Path of Exile. Diablo 4 comes out, people are pretty not impressed. Path of Exile 2 comes out, everyone's shitting their pants. But maybe the longevity of the game just has kind of gone on. Has just kind of worn out. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it feels like. Very Moon! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato. We're judging video games today, deciding if they're overrated, underrated, or properly rated. We're turning this into a YouTube video. So welcome in. I played like 10 minutes and hated it. I feel like if you are a fan of Diablo, this is probably right up your alley. I'm not particularly a fan of Diablo-style games. Everything I've seen of this game, it feels like it's properly rated. It's got a very, very strong fan base. I don't know if it's the Diablo killer that everybody claims it to be. Maybe slightly overrated in that sense. But I know for sure as hell that it's got that hella dedicated fan base. People that love Path of Exile, love Path of Exile. So I'll probably just go evenly rated or properly rated. Was not a fan of Diablo from what I've played of 3 or 4. Yeah, I can imagine. Most times I hear people talking about Path of Exile was, I didn't like Diablo, but I like this. So it's a Diablo killer and that it's better designed, but 2 definitely does more of that. Got it. Understood. What up, Very Moon? Hi. I'm learning about so many games I didn't know about today. Me too, Pigeon. There's probably going to be tons of games that I just straight up don't know about. Path of Exile is unfortunately the one that I probably know the least about so far, in the sense that I just straight up really haven't played much of it. Because at least the herbs, like I had played like the GameCube/PS2 counterpart, you know? I actually played Diablo, never heard of this. That's surprising. I feel like PoE, especially 2, was everywhere for a while. I remember seeing so many of my friends playing it on stream. Yeah. So I'm gonna say properly rated. I'm gonna say properly rated. I'll say properly rated. Yeah. Next is Warframe. This one's tough. Okay. I have not played this game. However, I have watched friends play this game. And it is really easy to get like just brain turned off watching this game. However, I don't know enough about it. Oh my God, I see people already saying overrated. Wait, is that how you guys feel? It is simultaneously overrated and underrated. There's no in between. Yes. Whoa. My gosh. Okay, well, so free to play friendly, it's perfectly rated. I was kind of say I'm probably going to say properly rated, because I definitely hear some struggles about Warframe and why it's frustrating, and as a free to play game especially. But then like I like tune into like friends stream, and I feel like Warframe has kind of become, as it's gone on, and I say this affectionately, Warframe as it's gone on has become a level of friend slop, where people are designing their frames, you know, their Warframes, to look like themselves, or to be sexy, or to have fat asses, or all of them, and to play with friends. They're not playing it for the longevity. They're not playing it for the story. They're playing it for that interaction with friends and looking cool, or sexy, or both. Yeah, fashion frame. So it's like, that is cool. But man, I just, Warframe is just something like, all I know about it is watching friends play it, and it seems like good friend slop, affectionately, and fashionable. But I don't know much about it, so I'm gonna say properly rated, because the friends I do see play it, they seem to enjoy it. But then like 2 weeks later, it's dropped. So it doesn't feel like it has the longevity that I think a lot of people would expect an ongoing game to have. And because it's free to play, maybe it doesn't have the best longevity either. It's super grindy. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling that I was getting, considering it's like playing the same missions over and over again. So I'm gonna say probably properly rated, but I'm gonna go to your guys' judgment on this one for once. With it's both overrated and underrated at the same time. So that's why we go properly rated. And again, my experience with Warframe is watching friends play. So, yeah. Hi, D. The judging has been good. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of games that I'm just super unfamiliar with that I can't provide too much of a opinion on. The only game I've had an opinion on, I feel that. Warframe's got a ton of longevity if you love the gameplay. Properly rated, I'd say. Okay, fair enough. All I know is decent gameplay and cyborg ass, nothing else. I think that's also fair. I know Remy Satsu makes shorts about it, and I think they're super fun and cute and informative. Shout out to Remy Satsu. I'd love for you to try it at least a little. It has a lot to offer. I don't know if I have the time. I don't think I have the time to dedicate to something like this. You know? Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Banjo-Kazooie. Ooh. Okay. If we're just talking about the N64 version, I would probably say underrated. However, if we're including the entire franchise, I would say overrated. So the thing is, the N64 was no stranger to 3D platformers. It was no stranger to 3D platformers. Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, as I've heard a lot about, definitely deserve a lot of the praises it's got. Especially because when you compare it to like DK64, I feel like I usually hear significantly more praise for Banjo-Kazooie. If anything, it's usually Banjo-Kazooie is the shining example of what Rare could do on the N64. Where DK64 was, I don't know about that one, Chief. However, this is why it's a little tricky. I want to say like underrated if we're just talking Banjo-Kazooie. I want to say overrated if we're talking about the franchise, because I don't think it withstood the test of time, in that we just kept not getting games for Banjo-Kazooie. And there are people out there that are going to be like, oh, like Nuts and Bolts was so good. And I'm like, if it was good and they offered something new to maintain life and longevity, why didn't the franchise continue? And you could point fingers at Microsoft. You could point fingers at Nintendo, like whoever you want to point fingers at. But yeah, it's definitely one of those hard things. But if we're just talking N64, Banjo-Kazooie, the first one, I'll say underrated. People that are saying in chat that like, I don't know this one, or I'm not familiar with this one, or yeah, but we got the DK rap. Listen, I'd sacrifice the DK rap for a good DK game. Yeah. On the N64. As someone who grew up with the N64 and original PlayStation, can confirm that a lot of their 3D platformers were kind of hit or miss. I think Banjo-Kazooie, the first one at least, was a hit. Collect-a-thons are a little bit wonky for me. And I say that as someone that really liked Jak and Daxter, that really liked Sly Cooper, that really liked Ratchet and Clank. Banjo-Kazooie for me, because I didn't play a lot of it. And I have watched a lot of it, and I have watched a lot of speedruns for it as well. But the way that people talk about the first one, there's such a passion and a cherishment for it that I feel like it deserved more than it got because of the N64. You know? Banjo-Kazooie nowadays is praised, and people are like, man, I wish Banjo-Kazooie would come back. But at the time, it got stuck. You know, it wasn't Mario. It wasn't Donkey Kong. It wasn't Spyro. It wasn't Crash Bandicoot. It didn't hit in those same strides that the other ones did. And I think, unfortunately, it deserved better, but because there were bigger juggernauts, there were bigger titans, that in some capacity it had to self-compete with. Mario 64 and DK64, even though DK64 not as good in my opinion. The fact that it had to compete with its own games, you know, in its own console, made it definitely difficult for Banjo-Kazooie to stand out. So, yeah. Whew. I spent more time on Dreamcast playing Sonic. Yeah, and even then, too, like, this era of gaming, I think, was so competitive with 3D platforming. So competitive. Yeah. I'm gonna say underrated for the first one, but if we're talking about the entire franchise, I think overrated. It just didn't develop enough or shine enough, or grow beyond the first game enough to stand out. So, yeah. FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. Well, considering I haven't played this, yeah. Considering I haven't played this, and I talked about how the other 4 FNAF games that I have played are overrated, I'm going to point at this one and go overrated. Yeah, overrated with the rest of FNAF. I think it's just bad. Listen, I'll take it. I like the FNAF story. I like the idea. I like the concept. I think it's cool to dig into things. But man, the gameplay is so unforgiving. And every time I've played a FNAF game, there have been a horde of people in chat being like, man, if you don't like this one, good luck on the next one. Man, I really hated this one, but the next one's the worst. Oh man, this is the worst out of all of them. All the time. All the time. So we're going to say overrated. The mechanics are so insane. It's like you can add every single like animatronic in, right? That's the whole idea eventually. And you have to deal with every single animatronic. Crazy. Yup, everyone. That's crazy. I don't think I could handle that. I could barely handle FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'd probably cry. Overrated. Gotta be blind to the comments and just watch Markiplier suffer with the rest of them. Honestly, if I had permission to react to Markiplier playing some of the FNAF games, maybe I would. You know, maybe I would. FNAF really made the mascot horror genre abysmal. I don't know if I agree with that. That might be a hot take that I don't agree with. Because, like, FNAF super popularized it. And then we got really cool stuff. Like, I think the start to Poppy's playtime was really good. Not really a huge fan of chapter 4 and 5, unfortunately. We got Indigo Park. The first chapter for that was awesome. We got oh my god, what's it called? It was recent. Dark Pals, I think it was called. Dark Pals, I think is super fun. I think it revitalized a genre or brought into existence a genre that didn't really exist before. I do wish there was a franchise that would kind of take over. Dark Pals feels like it could have the potential. I really enjoyed it. But I mean, I haven't played Secret of the Mimic. I haven't played any of the newer FNAFs. So who knows? Maybe the newer FNAFs are better. I got no idea. But for this one, we're going to say overrated. Bendy, there you go. Another mascot horror. Perfect. Yeah, there's a lot of mascot horror I still want to play. Yeah, the second Bendy is one that I have to play still. Is it something neighbor? My Friendly Neighborhood? Was that it? It's like the Resident Evil game, but it's like Muppets and puppets and not animatronics. Is that what it is? My Friendly Neighborhood? Not sure. Friendly Neighbors is a good one. Hello Neighbor. Is it Hello Neighbor? I genuinely cannot remember. It is My Friendly Neighborhood. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, My Friendly Neighborhood. That's another one that I really want to play. That's kind of mascot horror. So, yeah. I'd like that. I'd like to try that out. I've sped run My Friendly Neighborhood. Have you really, Pigeon? Oh my gosh, wow. My Friendly Neighborhood was my favorite of that type of game. If I had a message that wasn't just everything being awful. Oh, it had a message that wasn't just everything being awful. Oh. Okay. All right. All right, well, let's continue on. We're going to say FNAF Ultimate Custom Night overrated. The Marathon Trilogy. I'm sorry to say, I've never played these. Never played them. I know it's what Bungie did before Halo. You got me. Never touched them. Didn't even know this is what they looked like. I know it's Halo before Halo. What do you mean, how dare? Tree, do you know how old these games are? Tree, how old do you think I am? I didn't even know Marathon was a thing until the new Marathon came out. So, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people started talking about these more once the new Marathon came out. But even then, if these were as good as people say they were, why didn't we get a Marathon 4? Why didn't we get a Marathon 4? Huh? There's a bajillion Unreal tournaments. There's a bajillion Dooms. Why did Marathon fade into obscurity? If anything, it sounds like it probably deserved it. I'm just saying. We did get Marathon 4. It's called Halo. Damn. I mean, we'll take that too. I guess we'll take that as well. You know? We'll take it. We'll take it. I'll say properly rated. I feel like people only recently started talking about it with the new one coming out. Even growing up through the birth and existence of Halo, I feel like I never heard anybody talking about Marathon. Ever. Which is... I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It just didn't exist to me. We didn't get more Marathon because the devs moved on after telling the story they wanted to tell. Marathon was a precursor to System Shock, and that was the same style of narrative-driven game. I really liked System Shock. I would say System Shock would be underrated if it's on here. So, it was Mac only at the time? Okay. Damn. System Shock predates Marathon? Okay, so people are just out here lying now. Listen, you guys could tell me that the sky is green, and I'd probably believe you. You guys could tell me the sky is green, and I'd probably believe you. Use that take instead. Yeah, I'll say properly rated for Marathon. I don't know enough about it, and I didn't hear enough about it until the new Marathon came out. So, shrug. Cool spot, brother. What the hell is this? The 7-Up game? Really? Guys, what do you expect me to talk about with these games? What do you expect me to talk about with these games? I've never heard of this one. So you're playing as the mascot for 7-Up, which was this just red dot. And it's just a platformer on the Genesis. I don't know. Properly rated? Brother, I don't know a single person that's talked about this game, and I've only ever seen this game through speedruns. Huh? You don't know Cool Spot? I know Cool Spot. I immediately knew what it was. I'm asking, why is this the game that came up when we were doing Overrated, Underrated? What the hell? I think I played this in daycare one time when I was like 5. Damn. I was definitely not alive when this game came out. So, mascot games are like in the 90s were actually good. Yeah. I've heard great things about them. Or even sometimes movie tie-ins, like Aladdin on the Genesis. So, yeah. I'd say it's probably properly rated. Maybe overrated. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know enough about this game. And I don't think I've heard many people talk about it. If people are talking about Genesis games, it's Sonic or Altered Beast or Gauntlet or what else was on Genesis? I actually don't know what else is on Genesis. There you go. Aladdin. Perfect. Restar. Oh, there you go. Cool Spot's very meh. It's fine for what it is, but there are better options. Golden Axe. Thank you. That's a good one. Fantasy Star. There you go. Shining Force. There you go. This is not one of the Genesis games I would think of. I'd think it's probably properly rated in that I don't hear people talk about it, so it can't be all that crazy good. So, yeah. Finding out about games I never knew existed. There we go. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, next is Ace Combat 04 Shattered Skies. Man, I wonder who put this one in this one. Damn. Hey, I'm gonna be super real, guys. I'm gonna be super real. I don't play a lot of vehicle-based games. I don't play mech games. I don't play racing games, except Mario Kart. And I definitely ain't playing no Ace Combat 4. However, if Ace Combat wasn't good, which Ace Combat are we about to get? Is it 7 or 8? Ace Combat is still going. They're still telling stories. 8. There you go. We wouldn't be about to be getting Ace Combat 8 if they didn't know what they were doing. I know Ace Combat has its dedicated fan base. And the one thing I will say, I don't know if it's from Ace Combat 4. I have heard some insane music from Ace Combat. I have heard some crazy good music. Ace Combat goes hard on the music for some reason. So I will say probably properly rated. The fact that we're about to get Ace Combat 8 and this franchise is still going speaks volumes. People must really like it, and I do hear good things about it. So, hey, there you go. Hi, Alfredo. It's also one of the only franchises where the gameplay hasn't changed too much. We don't talk about Assault Horizon except for the music. Lots of people talk about them for a good while. Genesis actually had more consoles and games in circulation than SNES in the US. Oh. I thought it was going to be about Ace Combat. I got excited. It's like maybe somebody has information about Ace Combat. I'll say properly rated. Maybe a little underrated. I mean, if they've got 8 games, you'd think that they know what they're doing, right? 8 games. But if we're talking about specifically Ace Combat 4, we'll say properly rated. We'll say properly rated for Ace Combat 4. Yeah. Stray. Ooh. Ooh. This is a game I did play. This is a good entry. I like this one. Oh, man. This is a tough one. I feel like this game took over the internet for like a solid week. Maybe 2. I think this is slightly overrated, and I think Pigeon hit the nail on the head with this one. I'm going to say slightly overrated. I feel like a lot of the game is novelty, where it's, oh my god, you're playing as a cat. Which, yes, very cute, very adorable, and the story I think was really good. I think especially like by the ending, I definitely felt the emotion. But I do agree with what Pigeon is saying here. The gameplay is very, very repetitive and kind of shallow at times. I wouldn't say boring, but like it does start to feel like you're doing the same things over and over again. Especially towards the end of the game where it kind of turns into stealth. And I was kind of like, I'm not as big of a fan of stealth. You know what I mean? So I'm going to say a little overrated. It's still a good game, and it has a really fun story. And I think because it's not that long of a game, you can beat this in one sitting. Maybe 2 if you want to stretch it out. I think it's worth a play, but I do think it did lack some gameplay substance, was the big thing. I think it lacked some gameplay substance. I don't know what they could have added. I mean, you're playing as a cat, so it's not like... I don't really know what to expect, but... Good game. Do think it's overrated. Yeah. Looking for the hidden achievements, though, is really fun. Oh, I don't know if I ever went through all of them. I can't play this game. Seeing the orange cat in danger freaked me out because I have an orange cat. That's understandable. I get that. Yeah, I'll say slightly overrated, but still good and still worth checking out. God. Definitely made me emotional, though. As someone that used to be a cat owner, the ending definitely had me. It had me. I was in it. I felt it, guys. Tekken Tag Tournament. Overrated. Oh my god. Holy, let me yap for a second. Okay. I'm a new Tekken head. I got into Tekken with Tekken 7. And I loved Tekken 7. And I played a good amount of Tekken 8 too. I understand why people like Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag. But like, Tekken Tag has the same exact problems that Tekken Tag 2 had. And Tekken Tag 2 is one of the worst received fighting games for Tekken ever. I think it's the worst selling Tekken game ever. But Tekken Tag 1, I genuinely think this game is super overrated. I think the balancing is atrocious. I think they threw in so many clone characters. I get it. I get why there is such a kick for this game. But this genuinely just felt like Tekken 3.5. Like comparing the two, because I've played both. I think this game is super overrated. Genuinely. I don't think it's fun to watch either. Tekken Tag 1, I don't think it's fun at all to watch. I would rather watch Tekken 3, and that's saying something. And the balance in that game is even more atrocious. Like, holy crap, man. Never played, but spicy opinion as an FGC boy. I'm an FGC boy. I'm an 09er. I started with Street Fighter 4, and I went back and played some classic games like Tekken 3, like Tekken Tag. I think Tekken Tag is super overrated. It's not a bad game, but I do think the balance is really bad. I do think I think people's memories are skewed coming off the high of Tekken 3 and how much Tekken 3 took over comparatively to every other fighting game at the time. Like, Tekken 3 was lightning in a bottle, so people were like, oh yeah, well, of course Tekken Tag is good because it's like Tekken 3.5. And they were waiting for, Tekken 4 to come out. And then Tekken 4 was, air quotes, weird, so then Tekken Tag got even more praise. It's the best of Tekken in the Tekken 3 engine. I mean, that's what I was saying. It's like Tekken 3.5. So, for me, I think this game's hella overrated. People look back at this game and go, this is the messiah of Tekken. Like, it's one of the best in the franchise. Brother, I don't agree. I really don't. I think Tekken, if anything, I'd say Tekken 5 is underrated. I think people should be talking about how good Tekken 5 is. Like, I would take Tekken 5 over Tekken Tag. Let's get back to that. That shit's dope. I love looking back and watching an old school Tekken 5 tournament play. That shit was cool. Super fun. Yeah, Tekken Tag I think is overrated. I'm sure I'm gonna get some hates in the comment for that, and I'm sure I'm gonna get some hate in the comments for that. But like, I'm using today's standards a little bit too, and having played both Tekken 3 and Tag and 4 and 5, a little bit of 6 and 7 and 8, because I went backwards because I want to have better opinions. Tekken Tag I really don't get how that caught lightning in a bottle. It must have been because the other fighting games that were out at the time maybe weren't catching on as much. I don't even think we had Soul Calibur 2 yet. Yeah, because Tekken Tag 1 was like 2000, wasn't it? Don't worry, I agree. Thank you. I'm glad that one person agrees. Hi, Grebbles. I only ever played Tekken 5 and Street Fighter Cross Tekken. God, I would almost say that Street Fighter Cross Tekken was underrated, but it had the same problem that I talked about before, that like balancing was a really bad problem, but the music was so good. And then they just reused assets from that and put it into Ultra Street Fighter 4. I grew up with Tekken. I got into fighting games with Street Fighter 4, so. But yeah, I think Tekken Tag is overrated. I don't know how much else I could say. So. I only played Tekken 5 all the way to Tekken 8, so I have no opinions on Tekken Tag. Yeah. I'm just saying, if the formula is so good, Tekken Tag 2 wouldn't have failed. If they knew what they were doing so amazingly, Tekken Tag 2 wouldn't have failed as much. Tekken Tag 1, I think, is a fluke. I think they really caught it in a bottle. I think Tekken 3 was just so good that they were riding the high off that. And I do think Tekken 3 is amazing. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoyed Tekken 3. So. All right, let's move on. Mega Man 2. God, I want to say overrated so bad. This is one of the Mega Man games I have played. Because I've played X 1 through 4, and I played Mega Man 1 and 2. I really want to say overrated. But man, it's just good. I literally my complaints about this game would be like, I'm not a big fan of side-scrolling 2D platformers from the NES era. Literally, that's my complaint. Just like I don't particularly love Mario from this era, and I don't particularly love Metroid from this era. I love Metroid in general, just not from this era. But it's like, literally my complaints are that it's dated. It's an older game, but like even at the time, I'm gonna be so real. All of my complaints are very skewed to like a modern view. The music slaps. Most people recognize Mega Man 2 music, you know? Like everyone knows that music. It's so good. Editor, put in the actual Mega Man 2 music so I don't make a fool of myself. Yeah, I think Mega Man 2 is properly rated. All of my complaints are going to be that I was not born at the time that it was, like, popular. So, my vision on it is skewed. But when I did play it, I could feel why people liked it. Especially coming off of the high that was Mega Man 1. So, I'll say properly rated. Yeah. Maybe a tad bit overrated relative to other classic Mega Man games. I'd probably agree with that. But when I played it, and I'm not even the biggest Mega Man fan ever. I'm not even a big Mega Man fan in general. I felt that shit good. The music definitely got me hyped up. And I think completing stages also felt really good. Also, since Mega Man is really accessible now for you know, main series games and the X series, it's easy to jump back into them. Also, plus we get like, don't we get like the rewind feature now too? Or is that only on like the Switch versions? I can't even remember. So yeah, RIP Legends. I'll say properly rated, maybe a little overrated, but like I enjoyed it, and I usually don't like these types of platformers. I understand it. I understand why people like this. I felt it. I could feel it in my soul. I could feel it in my buns. Man, I'm yapping so much. I feel it in my throat. All right, next up. They said Deltarune, but we know you haven't played that. So Undertale. Okay. I think that's fair. Yeah. Deltarune I've never played. I'm saving Deltarune for after I debut Roy 5.0. I think I've mentioned that a couple times. I have, however, played Undertale. Undertale, I really enjoy. I do think it's a little overrated. But like, when I say a little bit, I'm saying like, people are like, this is a 10 out of 10. And I'm like, this is like a high 8, low 9. That's what I mean when I say like slightly overrated. I think the music hard carries a lot of people's nostalgia for Undertale, which I think is fair. I think music having such a powerful ability to make you have positive emotions about a game is a good thing. I mean, look at what we just did with Mega Man 2. Look at Sonic Adventure 2. Live and Learn, City Escape, Fly in the Freedom, Pumpkin Hill. You ready? Undertale, I think, is slightly overrated. I do think the combat sometimes is what holds it back for me. But the story and the characters and the music and the world building is all fantastic. The combat does frustrate me sometimes. The combat is just annoying sometimes. Which is funny because it's like, man, I just want to hear the music and talk to people and move from point A to point B. Just give me a visual novel. Toby Fox, where's my Undertale visual novel? Where's my visual novel that I don't have to deal with any of this stuff? Huh? I do love the games, but I agree they're both overrated and the gameplay is kind of ridiculous. I mean, sometimes it can be good. I'm a bitch, though, in that as soon as I saw the game and I saw that it had a mercy option, I had to take the mercy option every single time to try and figure out how to not kill people, which made my first and blind playthrough of this game very difficult. I struggled with this game a lot. I got stuck on Miss Muffet, the spider. I got stuck on her for so long. I was so mad. Man, I was pissed. I got stuck on her for so long. And then I found out that you could eat the freaking muffin or the cookie or whatever it was, the thing that you bought from like the spider shop to make the fight go faster. So like those are cool things. So there's some cool stuff with combat. I just think the combat definitely did have some stuff that I was like, man, I'm trying to play Mercy here and I'm getting kind of shafted in not a good way. So same. But yeah, no, Undertale, fantastic game. Definitely great. Like at worst, I'd say it's an 8.5. At best, I would say it's a 9. I just don't think it's a 10. I do have problems with it. So slightly overrated. Power Pigeon, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yippee! The music really made the game, but I had issues with some of the gameplay. Getting past Undine the first time is frustrating as heck. I agree. I think most people will probably agree. The gameplay is the one thing that makes that the one point that most people can agree that Undertale struggles a little bit. It's not the characters, it's not the music, it's not the setting. It's the gameplay, which sometimes gets annoying. But then it's like, just make me a visual novel. And then people won't play it because it's a visual novel. That's the struggle. It's annoying, yeah, but I like it that it's part of the message. Being merciful isn't always easy. I agree with that. But sometimes I'm also like, I'm playing a game, man. I shouldn't be like sweating my balls off trying to like dodge 40 million lasers from Flowey, you know? But then again, you know, bosses, final bosses, everything like that. I get it. I understand. I do like that message. True. Drink some more water. Okay, let's move on. Alan Wake. Ooh. We're talking just the first one. Ooh. I love Alan Wake. I feel like I'm almost biased in this. I love Alan Wake. Alan Wake, I think, is so good. Genuinely, I actually think these games are... well, I think Alan Wake 1 is underrated. I think Alan Wake did something super unique in a third-person horror hyper-saturated market. Because Alan Wake was what, like 2010, 2011? And I feel like during this era, we were starting to get so many more games that were like, hey, run away from the monster. Hey, run away from this thing that you can't fight. Hey, jump scare. And sure, Alan Wake has things that you can't fight and has jump scares. But the story that happens during it, the power that you feel from having the light, having the clicker, the revolver feels powerful. It feels impactful. Genuinely, at the time, I played this when it was like coming out. I think this game is underrated. Now, is it a masterpiece? No. I think Alan Wake has legitimate serious flaws with it, and I think a lot of it, unfortunately, is in the gameplay. But it is also a little bit dated in the sense that it is a 15-year-old game now. But I do think it probably deserved more praise than it got when it first came out. I think it deserved a bit more praise. I'm so glad that we eventually did get Control and Alan Wake 2. Although, ironically, I think Alan Wake 2 is overrated. I think this is underrated. I think Alan Wake 2 is overrated. The PC port is kind of scuffed from what I heard. I think I played both on 360, which was perfect, and then I played on Steam as well. I don't remember it being scuffed, but I'll take your word for it. The irony, that's because like everybody was like, oh my god, Alan Wake 2 is like the best story I've ever experienced in gaming ever. And I was kind of like, I mean, it's not a bad story. I enjoyed it. I had fun, but best story? Best game of the year? Oh, baby. I don't know about that one, Chief. But yeah, I think Alan Wake 1, very underrated. I think a lot of people should have been talking about it more, but the gaming market was so different in 2010, 2011. I think Alan Wake 1 was almost a little bit ahead of its time. Literally, I think if it came out like in another couple of years after that, I think it probably would have been a banger. Like, give it another year to like cook. I think it would have been received even better. I think it was the remastered version that got a little scuffed. I was saying to Mage because they said they never tried it, and I think they should absolutely peep it. 100%. Good story. If you like Stephen King stories without necessarily like the giga dark M-rated gore and like butchery that happens, because Alan Wake is a T-rated horror game. I think it does a really good job of setting that horror in and also telling a good story. So, Alan Wake released at the peak of brown military shooters, so that makes sense. Yeah, what was it? We had like Modern Warfare 2 to Black Ops in that time frame. So it's like it was a very different era of gaming. But we were also starting to get things like Amnesia at the time, I believe. So it literally, I think if it waited a little bit longer to release, I think it would have been a huge success. Oh, also, it was a 360 exclusive. I forgot. It was a 360 exclusive. No shit, it didn't do as well as people wanted it to. I forgot. Damn. Alan Wake 2 is really good. I agree. I really like Alan Wake 2. I agree. 100% agree. But yeah, Alan Wake 1, underrated. Was unfortunate that was stuck on 360. Released the same year as Red Dead Redemption. Was stuck in really good years for COD. So if you had an Xbox, you were playing Modern Warfare 2, you were playing Black Ops, you were playing Red Dead Redemption. I think Alan Wake probably wasn't on those gamers' radars. So, yeah. Overwatch. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. Man. Is it fair? Oh my God. Is it fair to talk about Overwatch 2 as well, since Overwatch 2 is dead and it's back to just Overwatch now? Is that fair? Since Overwatch 2 doesn't exist, we have to lump it together? Shit, man. It's hard. Okay. Man, probably overrated because of how it has gone on. Probably overrated because of how Overwatch has developed over the years. Yeah, Overwatch 2 doesn't exist anymore. They removed the 2. It's just Overwatch. It's just Overwatch. I'm going to say overrated. Overwatch has been around for almost 10 years, which is insane to think about. I remember when it first came out, I played the hell out of this game. I played this game so much, like an insane amount. I was so absorbed with this game. Like, I played it with my friends. We went to professional esports matches. I was at the Overwatch World Cup or Overwatch Series like finals in New York. The first year it happened, Philly Fusion was playing. I lived in Jersey at the time, so of course I had to root for my boys, Philly Fusion. I still have the joggers that I got, although the logo ripped off. I was drinking the Overwatch Kool-Aid. I was drinking the Overwatch Kool-Aid. Trust me. But as soon as that high from that competitive season wore off, Man, it's like I had the wool pulled over my eyes and it was finally removed, and I really started not enjoying it because, oh my god, it was right after and during that Overwatch finals that GOATs came out. That GOATs comps came out. Do you guys remember GOATs? Who remembers GOATs? GOATs was annoying as hell. GOATs was a comp that you would play where you would play Lucio, Brigitte, Reinhardt, Zarya, and then I think sometimes a third tank in Winston, and then sometimes a third healer in either like Moira or Mercy. Sometimes Anna if you needed the anti-heal. But like the whole idea was you would all stay grouped together constantly. And you would ram into the opponent. Constantly. That was the meta for like so long, and it was super toxic. It was so bad. It literally killed competitive Overwatch. They had to completely like gut Brigitte and a lot of the other characters. Oh yeah, see, Red Miles remembers. Man. Yeah, Overwatch, unfortunately, super overrated. The balance for the game did not last super well. Overwatch 2, really, really huge disappointment. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know that's overrated. I'm just complaining about the game. If anything, I think most of us shit on this game now. I think most people's opinions of Overwatch nowadays are, man, what a cluster. What a colossal mess up that they had with Overwatch. An awesome IP idea with super memorable heroes that really, really helped push the hero shooter genre forward. That completely tripped over itself and fumbled and is now just barely starting to stand back up. From what I've heard. I would say it's probably properly rated. Everybody that I talk to feels like exactly what I just said. And if that's the general consensus, that's probably properly rated. That's not overrated. That's properly rated. Everybody feels that it really tripped over itself. It got shot back down by Marvel Rivals. I mean, Marvel Rivals isn't perfect either. I have my fair share of complaints with Marvel Rivals, but I will say that I would rather continue to play Marvel Rivals than Overwatch at this point. Overwatch is like a toxic ex that I can't go back to. Marvel Rivals is at least like, you know, Daddy Long Dick landed, and he sent me $1,000 to not message Overwatch back. That's kind of how I feel about it right now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm actually gonna change my answer to Overwatch is properly rated. And I think most people agree that it is a pretty crazy case of crazy good concept, helped really push hero shooter genre forward, and then tripped over itself consistently over the next couple of years, and then really fumbled it with Overwatch 2. So, yeah. What a way to put it. It's a meme. It's a meme. Editor, find that meme and put it in when I'm talking about it. Can't believe it won Game of the Year. I can. At the time that it came out, I 100% agree that it deserved to win it. 1.0 Overwatch? You had to be there. 1.0 Overwatch was a different lifetime. There was nothing like it. It's like the same feeling I had playing Marvel Rivals in Season 0. And then some. It was just something magical about it. You know? Heading to bed. Bye, Pigeon. Take care. All right, let's continue on before I reminisce too hard. Alan Wake 2. That's so funny. That is so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. Overrated. Super overrated. I don't know why this game got like stroked so hard in every capacity. I'm not even trying to say that it's a bad game. I genuinely think Alan Wake 2 is still a fantastic game. I really, really like Saga. I think Saga is an awesome character. But man, some of the like twists and turns and the writing for it really like I think you kind of start to like lose it. I think they get a little too full of themselves as it goes on. And some of the gameplay gets really repetitive towards the end of the game. I still think it's great. A little too pretentious might be the right way of putting it. It's still a fantastic game. Still a fantastic game. But everybody was treating it like it was like the best thing since sliced bread. I remember like listening to people talking about it at the Game Awards, and I was like, did we play the same game? Did I miss something? Huh? Because I liked it. I just didn't like it as much as everybody else. Like, at best, I think this game is like a 9. At worst, I think it's like an 8. I like it about as much as I like the original Alan Wake. You know? It is, I think it's better than the original Alan Wake in terms of gameplay, but I think the story does stumble a bit. In trying to be too much out there. A little bit. So, good game. Little overrated because everyone was like, this should have won Game of the Year. This was 2023, right? This was like the same year as Baldur's Gate, wasn't it? Alan Wake 2. Yeah, 2023. So it was the same year as Baldur's Gate 3. I like Baldur's Gate 3 more. So, yeah, I'll say Alan Wake 2, little overrated. Little overrated. Not bad. Still definitely worth a play, but little overrated. Helldivers 2. Ooh. This is a tough one. Man. Yeah, listen, as soon as I see it, I feel all the memories come rolling back, you know. Democracy for Super Earth. God, I feel like this game is simultaneously every category at the same time. It was never overrated, but now it's underrated with the horrid fan base. Whoa. I don't even know what happened with it as it went on. I would say at worst, it's probably properly rated, and at best, it's probably underrated. And the reason I feel that way is when it hit its peaks, I don't think I ever had a problem with Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, gameplay-wise, it was amazing to play with friends. It was super easy to get hooked on. Tons of unlockables that made you want to keep playing. Air quotes, the evolving story of being like, hey, this planet is under attack. You have to go save it from the bugs. You got to go save it from, you know, the mechs, the robots, and this, that, and the third. And that was awesome. That was awesome to be part of. And I was so glad to like be part of that initial experience. So I have good memories about Helldivers 2. I think the unfortunate thing is when Sony did its like stupid thing where like it required, I think, PS Plus or like a Sony PlayStation account to play it. And then obviously the fan feedback stopped that from being a thing. The damage was already done. From that point, I think most people just moved on from Helldivers. So I remember being part of that initial wave. I remember being part of the initial enjoyment factor. My only issue with Helldivers 2 was that you had samples gated behind high difficulty, and my ass was never good enough for those levels of difficulty. I feel that. Yeah, I remember that, Red Miles. Sony tried to force like a PlayStation Network account, and no one liked that. Yeah, because there are some countries that you can't get those. Some countries you can't get PlayStation Network accounts. So it would effectively block Helldivers 2 in multiple countries. Which is bad, obviously. But I think I want to say properly rated. I want to say properly rated. I was in it though. Like I was playing it. I was boots on the ground. I was playing with friends. I was doing collabs. I was sipping that Helldivers 2 Kool-Aid. I have a poster signed by Robbie Damon as one of the voices of the Helldivers. You know? I had a great time with it. I think it's properly rated. Most people I talk to will look back fondly on Helldivers 2. So I sipped the Kool-Aid. I had a good time with it. I'm gonna say properly rated. Most people I talk to will say that it was a good game. I thought Helldivers 2 was a PS5 exclusive for a while. No, I think it was always on Steam. I think Steam's the only way that I played it. Yeah, I've got like 30 hours in it, which obviously isn't a ton, but my computer also struggled to play it. Absolutely. Sony did cut out a massive chunk of the player base when they initially made PSN mandatory to play. I think Tokon might have the same deal. Yeah, we're finding out about that with Tokon as well. Hey, take care, Kobe. Yeah, I'll say Helldivers 2 properly rated. Genuinely amazing co-op experience to play with friends. Even if you're playing with randos, sometimes it can be fun. But get yourself a squad of 4 friends. Go on some crazy difficulties. Relive the amazing story of Starship Troopers and just scream, democracy! It's just so good. Just so good. Great experience. Properly rated. Vanquish. Ooh. Man, this game kind of feels like it was underrated. I think this game was kind of ahead of its time. Because like the sliding and melee and shoot mechanics, honestly, the game kind of reminds me of how Pragmata ended up being. With how it wanted the flow of combat to work. You know? Never heard of this game? I remember Vanquish. This is 360 PS3 era. I got this in a bundle with Bayonetta 1, still need to play it. I remember enjoying it. I don't think I ever finished it, but I remember the gameplay being like the big thing that I was like, that was super fun. Like the big thing is like you have this like slide ability and thrusters built around sliding. But then there was also these cool like melee attacks you could do from the slide. There's like a bullet time you could do for situations like this. I think the aesthetic was maybe a little generic. But I do think, unfortunately, it was just ahead of its time. I think it was underrated. I think if this game came out like, God, just not in the time frame it did. Maybe like early 360 era, maybe like early PS4, Xbox One era, maybe it would have been better received. It just sucks because Vanquish is like a 2010 game, right? It's like the same problem we were talking about with like Alan Wake. I'm pretty sure Vanquish was like 2010, wasn't it? Yeah, 2010. So, again, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops, other really popular, CSGO was shortly after that. Like, there were so many other shooters that I think people would play. Like, military shooters were at like an all-time high. That like sci-fi fancy shooters weren't super popular at the time. I think this game was underrated. I think it was on something and was kind of ahead of its time. So I'll give it an underrated. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I do think it had some really, really cool stuff going for it. Too many cutscenes for how generic the story is. I'm pretty sure I couldn't skip them either. I mean, hey, like I said, 2010, there were different times, you know? And I mean, that's probably something. At worst, you could say it's properly rated, but I do think it's at least a little underrated. Yeah, that's how I would feel about it. Man, I just love the slide mechanic. The slide mechanic was just so cool. Like, underrated just for the slide mechanic. All right. We need more movement shooters in general. I agree. Next is WarioWare Gold. New caps lock on and you press shift and get the first letter. What the frick? I I haven't played this one specifically. I've played some of the older WarioWares, so I'm gonna assume properly rated. I've never played this one specifically. I've played like Touched or like Shake something. Yeah, I've only played some of the older ones, so this one's hard for me to judge. Okay, you judged one of my games. Now I can go to bed. Night. Yeah, take care, Covey. I'm unfortunately just unfamiliar with this specific one. I think WarioWare in general is good. I don't know if I would ever say that they're underrated or overrated. I would almost always say that they're just properly rated. People talk about them positively, and that's about it. So the only gripe I have is the WarioWares is that I killed the Wario World franchise. Yeah! I remember playing Wario World on GameCube, and I really liked it, but I haven't played that in forever either. Yeah. Compared to others in the series, I don't know how good it is, but I say underrated. I think I'm going to go properly rated just because I haven't played it myself, but like, I remember enjoying the other WarioWares that I did play. So I think we just go with that. Yeah. I think we go there. I just don't spend too much time on the games that I don't know anything about. Next is WoW. How do we only have like 2 pictures? Wow. I think WoW is overrated. Okay. So nowadays, I think it is way easier to say. I think it is way easier to say that nowadays WoW is overrated. But I think it's easier to say that because WoW has been around for over 20 years. It's still withstood the test of time to some capacity. It has tried to reinvent itself to some capacity with bringing things like WoW Classic and Hardcore mode. And I think those are fantastic implementations. I was never super into WoW. I tried to get into WoW like very early, and it didn't catch me in the same way that I did a lot of people. I've watched a lot of people play WoW. I've indulged in some of the WoW content. But listen, I'm FF14 pilled. Like, I'm FF14 pilled. So when people talk up the good stuff about WoW, I get it. But because WoW is an ongoing game, I think when people try and, man, I don't know. There's such a mass exodus from WoW to 14 too. I don't know. It's so hard to shit. Like, I'm not even trying to shit on this game either, because WoW is so important to gaming. WoW is such an important milestone in gaming. Like, one of the biggest MMOs ever to exist. Still one of easily the most recognizable names in gaming. But I think it's just, I feel like it may have run its course, because I still hear players constantly talking about how, like, man, I really don't like this new expansion. Man, I don't like this. Like, why would they have to release WoW Classic? You know? I feel like them releasing WoW Classic and the majority of the player base, at least the friends that I've talked to, being like, man, WoW Classic is great. I'm so excited to play original World of Warcraft. That means modern World of Warcraft is not good. You know? It gives me the same energy of like Overwatch 2 removing the 2 and just going back to Overwatch 1 and reverting a lot of the changes they made. So I feel like for that reason, it gets the overrated. Perfectly rated only for Leroy Jenkins. We're having Mr. T be a Night Elf Mohawk. They're just 2 different games. I mean, yeah, they are. But it's still, one is like, I don't know, man. It feels like it. The issue is that Classic is not good either, as someone who's played both and enjoyed retail. I feel like that's fair. I can't speak too much about it because I haven't played it as much as most other people have. What I've experienced, what I have seen, what I have heard, what I have felt as a 14 player especially, I feel like WoW is overrated, and a lot of people are still clinging on to the days of WoW being king of MMOs, and it is not in that shape anymore. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that 14 Dawn Trail was like the most amazing thing either. You know, 14 has some not 10 out of 10 expansions. I don't think Dawn Trail was terrible, but I did have some struggles with it. But yeah, I don't think WoW is nearly as much on top. So 14 just has so many QOL things WoW doesn't. I think that's a fair answer. I think there are still some WoW diehards that think it's like the greatest thing since sliced bread. And when it first came out, sure. Classic is mostly for people who either want the nostalgia or those who want to experience what they missed. I think that's fair too. Yeah. I do like that 14 is free to play up to level 60. It's free to play up to level 70. Wait, actually, level 80. It goes up to Shadowbringers now. It goes up to Shadowbringers. We updated the meme. It goes up to Shadowbringers. Yeah, 80. You got four expansions. You get ARR, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. And Shadowbringers is my favorite expansion. Crazy, huh? Yeah. Yeah, so I'll say WoW is overrated, but take that with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm speaking purely on the people I've spoken to and what I've experienced with the zeitgeist and everything like that. So. Sally Face. I don't think I've ever heard of this game. Is this like by the same people that did the one girl about the one game about the girl that's like really unlucky? I've never heard of this. I'm sorry, Dread. I've never heard of this game. I'm glad that a lot of people have put their like favorite games and like, oh, I love this game. Talk about it. I've never heard of this. So it's like, I'm not that I've never played it. I've never heard of it. So I'll say properly rated just because I don't know how to talk about it in that sense. Sorry to say. If you like Misfortune, you like Sally Face. I've never played them either. I think it's underrated in the grand scheme of horror games. It doesn't get too much love. But does it deserve it? Does it deserve it is the thing. Because I've never even heard of this game. That's the thing. So I'll probably say properly rated. It does deserve it, IMO. I think it deserves it. Okay. Well, some of the community thinks it deserves it. So if this ends up making it into the video and you think it deserves some more love and is an underrated game, let me know in the comments down below. Got an award and even a Switch port? I'll take your word for it. I do not know. I am not familiar. I'm sorry. I am not familiar. Let's move on. Even Funko knows them. Funko knows a lot of stuff, though. But let's move on. Hopefully there's something I do know. That way I can talk about it. Apex Legends. Oh. This is so tough. Because I have played a handful of Apex Legends. I've put some time into Apex. I put some time into Apex. I put about 120 hours in Apex. I played it. I played this shit. Was I good? Hell no. Hell no was I good at this game. I played like Lifeline and I can't remember the name. Bloodhound? No, not Bloodhound. What's the one with the Hawk's name? I can't remember. I feel so bad. Someone help me. I can't remember their name. They had like a sonar ability. Those are the two that I played though. Lifeline and them. I enjoyed playing Apex. But I don't know if calling it overrated feels right. It's definitely not underrated, but it did definitely have a huge drop off in popularity. So it's like, I know a lot of people that still really like the game, but I also know a ton of people that aren't trying to like defend it and call it like the best thing since sliced bread. It does feel like it's had its struggles maintaining it as a live service game. I'm kind of thinking properly rated, because I've heard plenty of people bitching about this game. I've heard plenty of people praising this game. I've heard plenty of people saying that it's their favorite, it's their least favorite. But the fact that people are still talking about it, and I still see tournaments for it regularly, like there's a giant Apex Invitational happening. You know? I'd say it's properly rated. The fact that they were able to adapt to the negative stuff and still maintain and still come out with new maps and new, champions and new skins and new guns and balance and stuff like that, I would say it's probably properly rated. I enjoyed my time with Apex Legends. I was not very good at it. I played it very casually. I did play in a couple like creator event tournament things that were very fun. I enjoyed my time with Apex. I honestly don't look back negatively on it. If anything, I liked it. I just never hit that higher echelon of anything. So, was the character you were talking about Bloodhound? This one right here. Is that Bloodhound? I know they had blood in the name. I just couldn't remember. I could not remember their name. I think so. I'll take your word for it. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I played Lifeline and Bloodhound, because Lifeline had like the bot you could throw out to res people, and Bloodhound was just good for scanning people. So I liked being kind of support, because my FPS skills are not there. I'm not a big FPS person. I'm not that good at FPS, but I did sink 120 hours into this. I tried. I did try, I promise. So, yeah. I'd say properly rated. Final Fantasy IX. Ooh. Man, FF9's so good. Oh. I feel like I have to say underrated. I feel like it doesn't come up in the conversation enough of like best Final Fantasies, you know? I hope it's edible. Oh, the Dusk Bunny. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX. I know a lot of people consider it to be in the upper echelon of Final Fantasies. I consider it to be a top 3 Final Fantasy of all time in terms of like how good it is. And even then, I still think it's underrated. I think the amount of people that don't give Final Fantasy IX the time of day, either because the art style or because it's the last of the PlayStation 1 Final Fantasies, or for whatever reason, is insane to me. It is easily one of the best Final Fantasy games ever made, with one of the strongest casts. Literally, there's two things that I don't like about Final Fantasy IX. I could probably say 3, maybe 4. The final boss kind of sucks, which makes the end of the game a little bit of a disappointment. That is, I think most people agree with that. I think most people agree that like the final boss in FF9 is kind of like, well, that just came out of nowhere. I think some of the party members super outshine some of the other ones. Like Aramat here he joins the party way too late. I'm gonna spoil a little bit, not too much though. Aramat joins the party way too late to feel like he actually matters to the story. Aiko, I don't like. I'm gonna be real. I just don't like Aiko. I just don't like Aiko. I don't like children. Like, we have Vivi already. I didn't need like a literal child. Listen, Aiko is just, oh man, I just don't like her. I just not a fan. And Quina, the fact that they're an optional character until like a certain point in the game, they also just don't get enough forced characterization. They're just your generic blue mage character, and there is some cool stuff with them. But yeah, and then the other thing is original FF9 took way too long to get into combat. The transition time between like getting into combat and getting out of combat just loads, and just like waiting. Every battle you're waiting a minimum of like a minute and a half just from getting in, and like screen freeze and screen blackout and everything like that. If you are playing FF9, you have to play the Steam version that kind of fixes that stuff. You have to play the HD port to Steam. You have to. Otherwise, you're gonna just not have a good time. But FF9 as a whole is fantastic. It's aged incredibly well when you play the Steam version. The story's really good. Zidane is an amazing protagonist that I don't think gets talked about enough. Garnet, or Dagger, however you want to call her, is also an amazing protagonist. Vivi is one of my favorite Final Fantasy characters of all time. Just freaking amazing. Just absolutely fantastic character. This game absolutely made me emotional. You Are Not Alone is one of the greatest Final Fantasy songs of all time, which is like the song that plays for Zidane. I think it's You Are Not Alone, right? Yeah, You're Not Alone, sorry. One of the greatest Final Fantasy songs ever made. And if you play FF9, it is a love letter to the entire franchise to that point. So, give it a go. I promise you'll enjoy it if you like Final Fantasy in general. It is amazing. It's awesome. Love it. Super good. Underrated. More people should be talking about this, and this should be in everyone's top 3 Final Fantasies of all time. Always. If it's not in your top 3 Final Fantasies of all time, either you've not played it or you got shit taste. I don't know what to tell you. BioShock. Ooh. Ooh. I think it's just properly rated. I think BioShock is just great. More than a little overrated for the story, but the gameplay is solid and properly rated. I think that's the struggle. I do kind of agree. I think the story is a little overrated. I think the twist and reveal is very much overplayed nowadays. Like, people are like, this is one of the greatest video game twists of all times. People really overplay the twist and say it's like one of the greatest twists of all times. And it's like, it is a shock. It is a good shock. But I will say, some of the rest of the game's story leading up into that point is kind of confusing. A lot of the story is told through like the audio recordings, which I think is cool. And I'm a guy that'll go around and find all the audio recordings and read all the journal logs and things like that. But because so much of the game is like told to you through that and through environmental storytelling, I think it's also really easy to miss a lot of things and miss a lot of story things. So then you get to this twist and you're like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. But then you might not understand why it's so crazy, or you might not understand the weight of why it is actually as insane as it is. And I think that's where it's like, that's where I think the story of BioShock is overrated. But I think the gameplay, like the plasmid system, the simplicity of swapping between guns and health, and the setting, Rapture is such a freaking cool, like, even though I think the story is overrated, I think literally everything else is probably underrated. So I think it balances into a properly rated. BioShock is obviously an incredibly important game in today's landscape. It's so good. I think it's aged really well. Everybody should play this game. But I don't think it's underrated or overrated. I think it has great things. It has bad things. Go play it. Enjoy it. What up, Rain? Welcome in. Glad to have you. It really is an amazing shock twist once, but that's the problem with amazing shocking twist. 20 years later, 20 years of discussion removes the amazement and shock. I don't know if it removes it. My point more so is that if you don't do story related diligence, if you're not picking up audio files, if you're not reading journal entries, if you're not looking at the environmental storytelling, and you don't completely consume everything that is happening in Rapture, and not even completely, sometimes it could be like half of it. But if you're like, just go point A to point B, that twist might have significantly less value to you. And I do think that is a problem with games like BioShock that are built so much around audio files and journal entries and environmental storytelling. I like it like that. I like how BioShock handles it. I think it does it better than, say, like the Dark Souls type games. But I do think that is a legitimate thing that I think that twist is overrated for that reason. Hey, Crazy Rider, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciating the literary quality of a good twist can exist without the first time magic to it. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. That's why I say it's properly rated. I love your VTuber mana. I love the color palette. Are you a rabbit here or a bunny? I'm a bunny. Just because I like saying bunny. Bunny's more fun. Yippee! So yeah, BioShock I say is properly rated. You cannot overstate how important this game is for modern games. I do think the story is a little overrated, but overrated in the sense of like, it's still really good and I really like it. But just very reliant on you understanding everything to be at its best. Next is Fallout New Vegas. Oh. Brother, I didn't even play this. Underrated. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't finish it. Brother, I didn't even finish this game. Underrated. Absolutely. Fallout New Vegas. We did the first DLC. We did like maybe 40% of the game. Maybe 40% of like main story. Oh my God. This game is so good. For those of you that were with me for a long time, you might remember I was doing gay cowboy adventures in New Vegas, where I played a gay cowboy character. I could only use cowboy weapons, and I had like perks that helped me talk to men better. I loved this game. Fallout New Vegas is so good. It's so RPG rich and heavy, and it felt like it gave me so many more opportunities to talk to people and interact with story elements in ways that I'd never felt in this style game before. I love this game. I am so excited that we're getting a remaster / remake of this because I really want to continue it. It's just been so long, and 14 parts to go back to is a lot to catch back up to. And oh my God, it's just... I want to replay it so bad, but at this point, I just want to wait for the new one. Oh, it's so good. Fallout New Vegas, I think most people understand how underrated it is and how good it is. Just check it out. Or wait for the remake / remaster, whatever it is, to come out. It's so good. It's so goddamn good. I freaking love this game. Yeah, it's worth it. Also, the music's great. I love old-timey jazz music, but the old-timey like Western and jazz combination fits so well with New Vegas. Oh my God. I cannot hype this game up enough. Genuinely, this should be on everyone's Fallout to playlist, or you just need an old school Western RPG to play. Check out Fallout New Vegas. Everyone's gonna play this game. Super underrated. I tried to like it multiple times, but sadly Fallout's just not for me. I think that's fair. If you don't like Fallout, you don't like Fallout at the end of the day. But I do think it is, I still think it's great. Hey, take care, Moon Princess. Bye-bye. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas, super good. Super good. Everybody should play it. I love Fallout. I've been collecting bottled caps. Yeah. Yeah, underrated. Everybody should play this game. God of War Ragnarok. Ooh. Man. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. Because it's specifically Ragnarok. Specifically Ragnarok. I got a hair triggered response to all the God of War games. Really? Man, it's tough. Overrated? I think they're all at least a little overrated. This is so tough for me. So I'm going to be super real. And I know we got some people typing up their comments now. We got people typing up their opinions and everything like that. I have a weird opinion about this game. I understood the hype around God of War 2018. But I think God of War 2018 is actually overrated. And I think this one is underrated comparatively to 2018. Which is probably my hot take. I think Ragnarok is just a better game. Genuinely, I think Ragnarok, if you compare it to 2018, I think Ragnarok is just the better game. And I hear it all the time that people are like, no, man, like original God of, like 2018 God of War is so much better. And I'm like, how do you feel that? 2018's combat is better. I think Kratos' relationship with Atreus is significantly better. I think it has better emotional stakes, better emotional character development. The ending is actually a proper ending and not just a credit roll while they're walking away from, hey, we did it. I understand the mourning process, and that's what God of War 2018 is from. But man, that conclusion in Ragnarok is it hits so hard, especially having played the other God of War games. Also, hearing Christopher Judge like cry is like, man, that fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely think God of War Ragnarok is underrated, and I only say that because I think 2018 is overrated. And I think a lot of people will look at Ragnarok and go, man, it's just, you know, it's just more of the same, more like a boy simulator and angry dad with axe. And it's just so much more than that. It's so much more than that. I genuinely think Ragnarok is a better game than 2018. That's my hot take. My hot take is Ragnarok is a better game than 2018. The combat's better. The equipment system is better. You have more freedom of how you want to play with equipment. You get a third weapon, so it's not just blades or axe. Atreus's skill pool is much better. I think the fact that you get to play with Freya as opposed to her just being a background character is awesome. The story beats are great. I think Thor was awesome. A lot of the boss fights in Ragnarok are super memorable. I think the ending of Ragnarok is better. Man. Yeah, the characters in Ragnarok are so much better. Everything that happens with the dwarves is way better. Like, the fact that so many of the areas are like open world for you to go explore too. I really do think Ragnarok is just a significantly better game. And I love 2018. Don't get me wrong. But it blows my mind that people will sit there and tell you that 2018 is a better game than Ragnarok. I think that's wrong. I think Ragnarok is peak God of War. Genuinely. I think Ragnarok really crushed it, especially in the performances. But I really like the acting. I'm an acting guy. Man. Soundtrack too. Oh yeah. And I understand that people think that all the games in general are overrated, which I can agree to some degree. But I really do think Ragnarok deserves its praise. And if anything, I think it's underrated because people look at 2018 and how much it exploded and then just kind of lump it into the same thing as 2018. But I think Ragnarok is just leaps and bounds better and deserves the praise it got and more, especially Christopher Judge. So I think just genuinely so freaking much better. So much better. Personally. I enjoyed the Atreus segments, but I got so tired of playing as Kratos that by the time I got the wind spear, I was a little too checked out to continue, unfortunately. That sucks. I felt myself continuously changing my play style. As soon as I got a new weapon, I was like, how can I mold all three of these together? I started playing it like it was Devil May Cry. A lot of the negative points of the gameplay come from the lower difficulties. Oh yeah, I think I played on one of the higher ones. So like I had to get good at parrying. I had to get good at like perfect timings on things. I had to get good at like swapping in abilities at different times, using things off cooldown all the time. I loved it. It's dope. I loved it. So yeah, I say underrated specifically in comparison to 2018, but I do understand the thing that people say that it's overrated. I don't think they're overrated. I think they deserve the praise they get, but here we are. Next is Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. So actual Metal Gear Solid 5. Actually a Metal Gear game that I've played. Also, I love the Zoolander pick. I'm a little torn. I played this when it came out, but my thing is, so I played Metal Gear Solid 1, and I've played the big boss Metal Gear Solid games. So, like, I've played MGS3, Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, and then Phantom Pain. So I got really connected to, like, Big Boss. And I enjoyed a lot of pieces of Phantom Pain. I did. I liked a lot of, like, ideas that they had. I feel like some of them did not come together in the way that they should have. I don't know if I would say this game is overrated. I feel like it didn't make as big of a splash as they expected it to. I feel like this game doesn't really get talked about in the same capacity that, like, even MGS3 gets talked to still. Like, I loved MGS3. I would rather go back and play MGS3 than MGS5. So, as someone who's seen all the games, I feel like it's very underrated, sadly. I remember getting kind of bored with it, honestly. Like, it may have just been because I didn't understand the context of how it related to, like, future Metal Gear games. Because I played this before I played Metal Gear Solid 1. I started with the Big Boss games. Because I was like, oh, they're like prequel games. So, like, I'll play them and then go into, you know, MGS5. I'll be fine. Yeah, the first 3 games seem to get more praise. I would say even 4, to some capacity, gets more praise than this game. I feel like people just aren't talking about the Phantom Pain. I think it's okay. I would probably say properly rated. You know? Can't be overrated, was incomplete. I think that, yeah, but it exists. That's the thing. It is a product that is out there. If it doesn't have an ending to it, which it doesn't, that's the game's fault. You know, we got to talk about it in that capacity. So I would say it's probably properly rated. Is it unfortunate that it never really got the ending it deserved? Yeah, absolutely. But it's what happened. So yeah, we have to judge what we received. We can't judge based on what it should have had. I haven't played it since middle school, but I remember loving it, but not the story, of course. I think that's the problem. That's why I'm like, I'm feeling like it's properly rated. Because most people I talk to are like, man, it's such a shame. I hear that so often. It's such a shame what happened with this game. Is what I hear all the time with this game. I feel like that's pretty reflective of, like, general reception of it. I can get mad at an incomplete meal. People would say I sound crazy for saying, but what the meal, oh, the meal could have been better. Yeah. We were robbed, yeah. Silver lining, Miller's Burger side story was silly fun. Oh, I don't remember that one. I'm gonna say probably properly rated. I enjoyed it. It is not my favorite Metal Gear. I don't really plan on going back and playing it anytime soon. I still need to play Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4, and Rising Revengeance. But yeah, I'm gonna say properly rated. I feel like when I talked to friends that have played this, most people have the same general consensus of it could have been a lot better. The story was kind of a mess, and it should have been X, Y, and Z, and it wasn't. So we did get some memes from it, though. You know, every night I could feel my arm and my leg. Why are we here, just to suffer? You know? I agree. I think it's proper. It's just really unfortunate that the biggest talking point about the game is the unfinished story. Yeah. It definitely is. I agree with you. Oh, yeah. Whoa! Which is really funny because that came back for Dune. Engravings provide no tactical advantage. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna say properly rated. Final Fantasy 13. Can I say underhated? Maybe underrated. I'll be kind of nice. I have a really strong disdain for 13. I have a really strong disdain. Okay. Here's my justification. Ready? I've platinumed this game twice, and I platinumed 13-2 twice. I've played a fuck ton of Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2. Okay? I have the rights. I have the qualifications. I'm well within it. So here's the thing. Insert a picture of the thing here. Woman hater. No, I'm a Lightning hater. Fuck Lightning. She's one of my least favorite Final Fantasy characters in the franchise. I actually genuinely really don't like Lightning. I like a lot of the other characters more than Lightning. I do not like Lightning. I love Sarah, though. Her sister? Ugh. Brother, we got robbed. 13-2 should have been about Sarah completely. Instead, Lightning steals the show because she becomes a god? Man. Anyway, let's talk about 13. 13 gets shit on a lot. 13 gets shit on all the time. So it's like saying that it's overrated feels not correct. Saying that it's underrated, I can find some capacities that people I don't think praise enough. One of the big things that I love about 13, soundtrack. 13's got some amazing music. Sunlit Waterscape, really, really good. Battle theme, really, really good. Main theme for FF13, really, really good. But the combat is it's great idea, but underbaked. The story is confusing to follow at the bare minimum. There's like a lot of really stupid names that kind of like mingle together, like Fal'Cie and Lassie. Combat feels, like I said, underbaked, but I did really like the paradigm system. I actually really liked the paradigm system. I think it was really cool. It felt very reminiscent of freaking what's it called? Final Fantasy 12, but like way more dumbed down. And sometimes that was good, sometimes that was bad. 13 also had crazy difficulty spikes. Like if you weren't grinding periodically and just progressing through the story and fighting random encounters as you found them, it was so easy to find yourself like level gated or like really struggling because the game's difficulty went up. Like every fight against Bartandalus is like a level check. is like, hey, have you been grinding? Have you been leveling up? Do you have haste? Like I said, I also really don't like lightning. Saz is one of, I think, the best characters in 13. I think Snow is overhated. I think he's a very real character. I think Hope is overhated, but I also understand why. I don't really like children in games like this. Fang feels like the most nothing character ever. She's badass woman with a spear, and I don't hate her. Cool. Viniel pisses me off because of story reasons that I don't want to say. And that's it. That's our whole party. I want to say underhated, but like this game does get a lot of shit. This game does get a lot of shit already. So I'm gonna say properly rated. I think it deserves a lot of the hate that it gets. I think there are really cool things about it. I think the paradigm system is really fun and a really unique way to handle combat. I think some of the characters are really good. I think some of the music is like some of the best Final Fantasy has ever had. Like I said, Sunlit Waterscape is like gorgeous. Such an amazing track. But man, so much of this game struggles. And I know a lot of people always like to say, oh, it's a corridor simulator, and that a lot of Final Fantasies are. Yeah, well, it felt like it more so in 13. At least with 10, I could go play Blitzball. You know what I'm saying? Autumn Breeze, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're doing video game overrated, underrated, with viewer submitted games. We're taking a look at everything and seeing how people feel about the games they submitted, and I'm judging them based on how I feel. And my opinions are totally right and correct. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all these wonderful people over. Hi. Hi. Let's continue. I think I need to start going a little bit faster. How many do I have left, Belmore? Am I like doing well? Or any of the mods that worked on this? Or do I have like a ton left? I feel like I'm not even halfway, is the fear that I have. I probably yapped too much. I feel like I've probably yapped a ton, unfortunately. I've probably been yapping forever. Anyway, let's continue on while they look that up. Doom! 2016 Doom. Damn. Not to mention Doot. Damn, they dootin'. Any Doomers in chat? Anybody liking Doom? I think it's 2016 Doom. 37 out of 84, so we're not even halfway. Shit. We might have to cut this one short then. That's a lot. I'm yapping a lot. Doom. Any Doom enjoyers? I'd say properly rated. Oof. So I realized playing this that this is just not my demographic. I actually dropped this. I actually ended up dropping this. Like, no lie. I actually ended up dropping Doom 2016 specifically. I got kind of bored. I had a lot of fun in the early game, and there's some fun stuff that I enjoyed, but I just was not gripped. I feel like the entirety of like the purpose of Doom is like you get gripped by the gameplay, and the story is kind of just there, and the gameplay did not grip me as much as I think other people that it grabbed. I think the story is like barely there, and the music's kind of cool. You know, it's you know, good rock music to you know, slay demons to. But I'm gonna be real. I think this game is hardcore carried on just the adrenaline rush. And if that rush doesn't hit you, I think the game does not have a lot to offer. So, if we're talking this Doom specifically, have you played Eternal? I have not. I've only played this Doom. I think I played it for, how long did I play it? Doom 2017 might be the right one. I played it for about 6 hours and I stopped playing it. Yeah, it just didn't catch me. I'm gonna say overrated. I think the gameplay loop, I think I think the game is super reliant on the gameplay loop. Like, hugely reliant on the gameplay loop. The music is good. I did enjoy the music, but I think a lot of the rest of the game might be a little... might be a little lacking. It didn't for me at least. For me at least. But then again, that just might not be for me. It might just not be for me. And I get that. I get that. But I do remember everybody was talking about how amazing this game was. Everybody was like screaming, freaking out about it. It did not catch me in the same capacity. Honestly, just because I know that it's not for me, I'd probably more so say properly rated. But I did drop it because it just wasn't for me. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, I'll probably say I think it's overrated. I think it's overrated. But I think it's because I don't think the gameplay caught me in the way that it did everybody else. Which is okay. Which is okay. That's just a me thing. It's just not for me. And I didn't play Eternal and I didn't play Dark Ages. So I did play Wolfenstein though. Yeah. I agree on properly rated. Can I disagree more on overrated? I mean, I don't know. For me, it feels overrated just because, again, it didn't grip me the same way that it gripped everyone else. So that's why I say it like that. Because remember, it's my list. It's my opinion. But who knows? It's leaning towards overrated. Who knows? DMC. Oof. Devil May Cry. Damn. Okay. I have a weird thing about this. I have such a weird thing about this game. I think it is underrated. However, comma, don't shoot me. Don't get your pitchforks. Not for things like Dante. The gameplay was awesome. I think the weapons you get were great. I think the gameplay loop and flow were awesome. I think the music slapped. I think the level design wasn't hot garbage. I think there's a lot of redeeming qualities about this game. Like, genuinely. I think there are a lot of redeeming qualities about this game. And I think people like to skate past them just to go, that's not our Dante. He's a whiny little bitch. He's just an emo bitch boy. That's not our Dante. What is this story? That's not how it's supposed to be. Listen, I get that. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. I think there's a lot of flaws and a lot of mistakes. A lot of problems there. But listen, that gameplay loop, that shit fun. That shit was fun. That shit was fun, you know? Going through some of these levels, that shit was fun. That shit was fun. But I'm not trying to say that it's like an amazing game. I do think it's underrated because I do think people shit on it all the time and like to look past the good things about it. That is why I will say it's underrated. And also, if you've never played a Devil May Cry, play this one and then play all the others, because if you play all the others and then come back and play this, whoo! As a Devil May Cry fan for 20 plus years, I understand the hate this game got. However, I appreciate the things the game did well. I think it's genuinely underrated. That's what I agree with. I also agree there. I understand all the hate that it got. I'm with you. Good take. W comment. Someone defended me. Hi, it's Steven. Welcome in. I'm going in chronological order. Ooh. Start with this game and then go play 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because if you don't play this game early, you're gonna play better ones and then come back and be like, man, I hate this. Anyway, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, okay. You guys know my take on this. I've talked about these. I think these are super overrated. I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, but I put like a solid like 20, maybe 30 hours into Breath of the Wild. I really, really, really don't like how vastly open world the game is and how empty it feels. It genuinely feels like most of the game is go from point A to point B, hit a tower, maybe hit a shrine, but like the shrines do not give you the same feeling as dungeons do from classic Zelda. The bosses kind of suck. I'm not gonna lie. I did not like the bosses in the Divine Beast that I did. It really feels shitty that there's no incremental upgrade system as you're continuing on. You get all of your tools in air quotes the tutorial area, so it just feels like this is it, go. I did not latch on to Breath of the Wild in the way that a lot of other people did. And when I saw Tears of the Kingdom was a continuation of it, I was like, I'm not even going to get it. So I played about half of Breath of the Wild. I did the first 2 Divine Beasts, and then I started going to the desert. And I was just like, man, I just don't like this gameplay loop. I also hated that the Master Sword had to be recharged. I hated the durability system. And I think everybody can agree durability sucks. Durability systems in games like this suck. Absolutely terrible. Horrible. Terrible garbage. So, Tears fixed that empty feeling Breath had for me. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad. Also, I will say, this is a personal grievance of mine. I'm sure Tears of the Kingdom does not have this problem, and I'm sure I could play an updated version of Breath of the Wild. Unfortunately, my first experiences with Breath of the Wild were very marred. I got it with the Switch. It was what I got with my Switch when the Switch came out. There's no way this game should have been so badly optimized. At launch, Breath of the Wild ran like shit. On a Switch, it ran like shit. Completely unacceptable. And a big reason for that is because they had to also backport it to the Wii U. They had to make it work for the Wii U and then push that forward onto the Switch. And I think that really shot Breath of the Wild in the foot. It was very frustrating to have frame rate drops, to have like pop in. Very, very annoying on top of everything else. I understand why people really like Breath of the Wild, but for all the reasons I just said, I think it's super overrated. And it really did not catch me. I do really like the idea of the world building they did, though. I liked the cutscenes that they had. I love that they were trying to emphasize story more. But man, I couldn't get into the gameplay loop. I'm okay with Breath of the Wild simply because weapons are everywhere and it really doesn't matter when they break. Yeah, but if I have a weapon in the middle of a fight and it breaks, then that matters to me, you know? I think the durability system could have worked if it wasn't so punishing. But again, I should abstain. This is a big discussion in different game design philosophies. True. I feel you. I got no stake in this. I've never been a Zelda fan. So I've only played a handful of Zeldas. I played Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Wind Waker. And I liked all of them. I've only played like the opening scene of Twilight Princess. I really am hoping that gets HD ported at some point. And I'm probably going to start playing Ocarina of Time again to kind of refresh myself for when Remake comes out. But yeah, Breath of the Wild, I think super overrated. Super overrated. Yeah. I'm so glad we're getting Ocarina of Time Remake and not a third game in this setting, because I've missed Zelda. Boss, it did get HD ported to not the Wii U, to something I could play on the Switch. All right. Moving on. World Ends With You. Ooh. I'm going to say underrated. I've only played this on DS. Geez, I wonder who put this here. Yeah, but I'm a fan of this game. I love this game. I feel like it did get a lot of people talking about it though, because I remember when it came out. Or I guess roughly around the time that it came out. Because it's Squeenix, so like a lot of people were thinking it was going to be something Kingdom Hearts related. I think Kingdom Hearts like hype was really high at the time for some reason. This is way after 2 came out. But anyway, I love this game. This game's so good. The World Ends With You is amazing. I freaking love this game. I think the story is fantastic. I think the gameplay is giga unique and has aged really well. I think the characters are really fun. I can't remember all of their names. I know it's Neku, Shiki, Beat, Joshua, Rhyme? I cannot remember. Beatrice! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We're doing video game overrated, underrated. We're going through games. We're talking about The World Ends With You, Tweewi. Yeah, I think underrated. Gameplay super good. Characters really good. Story super good. Music especially so freaking good. My goodness, man. Oh, the music's so good. Lotus Juice, my boy. I wish he could perform these songs still. Yeah, I agree with the music. Music's so good. For those of you that play this game, do you recommend the original DS version or the Switch version? I have not played the Switch version. I'm going to be super real. I think the reason why I'm saying it's underrated is because it was on the DS and very heavily relied on DS function. And the DS, while it was good for the most part, unfortunately did get very frustrating at times. Like when you had some of the pins you had to use, using like the microphone on the DS or like blowing on the screen. Fuck that shit. Play the Switch version. I don't even care if the Switch version is bad. Just hell no. Play the Switch version. That's kind of why I feel like it's underrated, because there's good things with combat. There's really good things with the combat. However, it is marred down by being on the DS, in my opinion. So I can only imagine that it is way better on the Switch. Both are good versions. Listen. Oh, don't tell me that. Yeah, really good. My ex lent me it once to play for a bit. I remember liking it a lot. I think it's just great game. It's literally in Shibuya as well. So if you like, Japanese cities, you like Japanese culture, also going to be great. A lot of cool Japanese fashion too. Underrated. More people should play this game. I never played the sequel though. Neo Tweewi. Try to hunt down the DS version, but if I can't, go the Switch version. Good luck. Godspeed. Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't know who submitted this. I'm going to be real so we can keep it short. Never played it. I've also never played Red Dead 1, which I think Belmore was shocked about the other day, that I've never played Red Dead 1. I do really want to play Red Dead 1, and I do really want to play Red Dead 2. I don't think there's a but. I just haven't played them. So, genuinely, I don't think I can even comment on it, because if I say overrated, people are going to get upset. I will say this. It blows my mind how many people use Red Dead 2 as a benchmark for like, man, look at this game that came out today. Look at what Red Dead Redemption did 5 years ago. Red Dead Redemption is so good. I'll say it's overrated for that. Oh, literally just for, I'm tired of people using Red Dead Redemption 2 as a comparison for games that aren't even the same genre. Stop it. RDR2 is one of the few games that makes me, a grown man, still ugly cry. I think that's totally fine. I think it is a game that I want to play. I do want to experience it at some point. I'm just tired of everybody praising it, or maybe not praising it, just using it as a higher pedestal to compare to things that aren't even in the same genre. People forget what graphic fidelity means in these discussions. Oh, absolutely. I'm just tired of it. So it's overrated. I will play it one day though. I felt like, I felt that RDR was too slow to get going. I couldn't get into it. Okay. I think that's fair. Mario Party 2, the best Mario Party. Underrated. Underrated. It's the best Mario Party. Underrated. Underrated. Everyone knows it's the best Mario Party. Everyone knows it's the best Mario Party. Underrated. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I played it with Glasses, Ray, and Joel for a reason. The best Mario Party game. If everyone knows why is it underrated, everyone should know. Shut up, Mage. Shut up, Belmore. Listen, best Mario Party game, underrated. People like to talk about Mario Party 3. No, Mario Party 2. Look at these cowboy outfits. Look at the archaeology outfit. Or Explorer, Indiana Jones, whatever you want to call it. Look at the little witch hat for DK. Overrated. Mod, shoot that guy. I think underrated. It's my favorite Mario Party. It's the one I have the most nostalgia for, and I really like it. So I say underrated because I think it's the best Mario Party. Yeah. All right. Next is Pal World. Okay. Unfortunately, here's another game I have not played. So, for the interest of time, I will just say I have not played it, but it seems like people are really enjoying it and really praising it. I've not seen anything too like egregious about it in reviews or comments from friends. So I'll say properly rated. Genuinely, I don't know. Play with me, Bunny. Phoenix and Hazumi were talking that I should play with them because they have a server for errors, I think. And I was like, oh, maybe. But I'm also trying to think about like when would I have the time? When the hell would I have the time to play this? Also, I watch Xiao An play this. He seems like he has fun. Yeah. Phoenix is live right now playing it. That's crazy. Now, but I want to replay Ocarina of Time, and I want to play horror games, and I want to yap. You know? I don't know. If they like actually are like, hey Roy, like come play with us on the server, maybe I'll debate it. I don't own it as well, so that's part of the problem. But anyway, I'm gonna say properly rated just because I don't know enough about it. I've seen good stuff. I've seen friends play it. People seem to enjoy it. So there we go. What's the new pals they added in 1.0 are some of their best and really cute? Hey, that's great. Yes, you do. Oh, shit. Ocarina of Time! Okay. Man. Tough. 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 Because my favorite is either Wind Waker or Majora's Mask. But I do think Ocarina of Time is so goddamn good. But at the same time, the level of glaze this game gets, I think, is insane. However, I went and saw a live orchestra performance for Ocarina of Time, and they played the Hylian Field theme. I started crying and I didn't even know why. Like the emotions just overcame me. And I was just like, oh, whoa, oh. Like I was like, oh no. I want to say overrated. I really do. It probably is overrated. But man, I have such a hard time like pointing at it and going, this is bad, or like this is bad, or this should have been better here. I genuinely think Ocarina of Time is one of the few games that lives up to the hype that it has had. It definitely isn't. Oh man, it probably is in top 10 games of all time. I would probably even go that crazy far. God, it's so good. Man, it's so good. Maybe top 20 if I don't want to be too crazy. I might go properly rated. I might go properly rated. It's so hard. Like, if this was Majora's Mask, I would say Majora's Mask is underrated. But Ocarina of Time just is that good. Ocarina of Time just is that good. It is. There's a reason it's getting a remake, guys. There's a reason it's getting a remake. You know? I'm going to go properly rated. I'm going to stick to my guns. I think Ocarina of Time is properly rated and deserves the praise that it gets. I think it's good. I think it has also withstood the test of time. Because of the live action movie. Yeah, is that it? Oh my gosh. I'm excited for the remake. I can't wait. Properly rated. Smash Melee. Oh my goodness. I think it's overrated personally. But I'm also going to contradict myself and say, God damn, is it fun to watch. It's like one of those games I talked about earlier when I was talking about Marvel vs. Capcom 2, where it's like, I can't play that game worth shit, but damn, do I love watching it. Melee is absolutely one of the games where I'm like, man, I can't play this game worth shit, but I love watching it. It is so fun to watch. God, it is so fun to watch, but I do think it is overrated. Yeah, Marth from Smash Bros, man, that's crazy. I do think it is overrated. It is really good though. I don't know how overrated I would say. I would say maybe just slightly overrated. Maybe just slightly. Kono, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just said that freaking Ocarina of Time was properly rated, okay? I think Melee is slightly overrated because I think people are still holding on to this notion that it is the greatest Smash Brothers game of all time, or like the ultimate competitive fighting game of all time. And I'm like, it's good. It's got a lot of really good single player content. Adventure mode is really cool. The trophy system's really cool. The music is amazing. Still gets me emotional listening to it. I just think the way that people treat it nowadays, they act like the past 20 years of Smash Brothers that we've had has been ass, and that Melee was the last good game, is what I feel a lot of people think. And I feel like that's just unfair. You know, that's why I think it's a little overrated. But damn, do I fucking love watching this game. This game is so fun to watch. I met you once in 2023 at TwitchCon for 4.5 minutes is my second impression. Well, hi. Hello. It's the perfect fighting game if you only play 5 stages items off and you play it frame perfect. Yeah, that's like the thing, you know. Balance is pretty bad. So, but obviously they don't think about balance when they think about Smash, unfortunately, which is a big problem I have. I think it's a little overrated. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. Because I do think it deserves a lot of the praise that it gets, just not as much. Just tone it down a little bit, guys. Tone it down a little bit. A little bit. Smidge. Un poquito. Thank you. Fortnite. Man, it really depends. I'm gonna be so real. I haven't played it like an exorbitant amount of Fortnite. I've played enough. I think it can be all of them. I think it can genuinely be all of them. I think it depends on the season. I think it depends on the season. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm not gonna shit on everything that's fun for people. I genuinely think this is a hard one to gauge because there have been times I've played Fortnite where I've been like hitting like the stupidest dance moves with my friends and we're all joking around and dicking around and we're just having a good time. You know? Super fun, super silly, super enjoyable. But then there have been some other seasons where like there's really dumb weapons or really dumb items or really dumb maps. Like, an entire seasons have basically been ruined because we haven't enjoyed it. I might say overrated for that reason, just because I did drop it, I think, for that reason, because I was just not having fun. I think it's either... I think I'm going to stick with properly rated, though, because I think it just depends on what you want out of Fortnite. I got what I wanted out of it, which was a game to play with friends, to be silly with, to play some stupid skins, and like be like, guys, hey, look at this stupid emote that I can do. You know? I think it does what it needs to do. I really don't think there's like... I think literally the only problem with Fortnite that it usually ever has is, do you like the map? Do you like the weapons and the items that are in it? Yeah, you're probably going to have a good time. And do you have friends to play with? Yeah, you're probably going to have a good time. Do you not have any of those things and you don't like the map and you don't like the weapons / items that are in this season? You're probably going to have a bad time. So for that reason, because I can see both arguments and I felt both sides, I'm going to say properly rated. I'll say properly rated. It is just that silly. It's just that fun to turn your brain off and, you know, hit some stupid Venom dances. 19 inches of Venom, you know what I'm saying? You got Fortnite Festival for the karaoke too. Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. Overhated, properly rated. The game is some of the best battle royales have to offer, but man, it's really hard to get anyone into it due to the marketing, skins, community, etc. That's probably true. That's why I'm saying properly rated, because like I'm trying to look at just like the game itself, because it can be, man, it can be that fun. It can be that good. It probably is a little overrated, but then again, sometimes it hits those highs. Sometimes it hits those highs. Like I said, I've never played the game. I may not be the best judge of game. Some of the people I do know play and enjoy it, so I guess it's just the personal preference. I think that's a big part. It's like some seasons it's overrated, some seasons it's underrated, some seasons it's properly rated, and I think just the massive in between is just, I'm gonna say properly rated, because I've had all of those. I've had all of those. Like, man, I'm really loving this. All right, let's move on. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I've never played it. I'd say properly rated. I feel like this game gets glazed in a healthy amount. I've never played a Grand Theft Auto game except for GTA 5 roleplay. District V was my first time playing GTA. I'll say properly rated. I feel like the amount of glaze that I see of this game is healthy. And also, I love this meme. Ah, shit. Here we go again. This was my childhood. Ooh. I don't know if playing this game as a child was the best thing to do. I'm in that properly rated space too with this one. San Andreas is good stuff. I don't think I've ever heard anybody be like, man, it's so dumb that people talk about like this, and this about San Andreas when it's actually this, and this. I just hear good things. I hear good things about this game. It makes me want to play it. I'll say properly rated. I don't hear negative glaze. What up, Yuki? I'm doing well. Welcome in. We'll go properly rated. Good opinion. Thank you. We got Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, it got glazed. I'm going to say properly rated. I think it deserves all the praise that it got. Especially with the quality and the shape that it is in now. I think it got every bit of praise and recognition it deserved. I'm so glad that Baldur's Gate 3 existed in today's landscape of gaming, that it super shook everything up. It took AAA gaming by storm. You know, the Baldur's Gate 3 sweep was so important for games. Was so important for video games. So goddamn important. Really. I cannot understate enough. If anything, I'd be leaning towards underrated. It's still amazing, but not as good as people say. I don't agree with that. I think it's probably better than people are saying. It's better than what people are saying. No, I think it deserves every bit of praise that it gets. I think everybody should experience this game at some point. And yeah, especially playing it now. The game is so polished and cleaned up now, has so many more classes. Go play it. Every single person should play this game. Yeah. It's like a rare game like Ragnarok where it's firing on all cylinders. Yeah, I agree. Amazing cast, amazing characters, amazing story because you get to help choose the story. If you like D&D combat, amazing combat. You know? Just good. Just good game. It's a good game. Properly rated. Deserves the praise. Zelda Skyward Sword. I've not played it. I wish I knew more about this. I literally just talked about the only Zelda games I've finished were Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, and I've played like 20 hours of Breath of the Wild before I dropped it. So I wish I could rate this. I don't know anything about Skyward Sword. I genuinely don't. I know it doesn't have Ganon as a villain, which makes me excited. So I'd almost say underrated just because it doesn't have Ganon as a villain, which is dope. It's this dickhead. Is his name Vati? I can't even remember. I don't even know what his name is. Fun game, good story, bad gameplay. Oof. Unfortunate. Girahim? Girahim? Vati is a different villain? Oh, okay. I can't even rate it. I haven't played Skyward Sword. I've never watched gameplay for it except for like meme shots of this dude. And that's about it. I feel like it doesn't really get talked about though. I feel like Skyward Sword is very much a redheaded stepchild of the 3D Zelda era. Like people love what's it called? Twilight Princess. They love Midna. People love Wind Waker. You know? Wind Waker, the cel shaded, the story, the adventure. People love Majora's Mask for the darkness. People love Ocarina of Time because it's the GOAT. People love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like I very rarely ever hear that Skyward Sword is someone's favorite. So I would probably almost say underrated, but I don't know enough about it. Groose is the GOAT. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Resident Evil 4. Ooh. Original RE4. What are you buying? What are you selling? Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. Not enough cash, stranger. It's the GOAT. It's the GOAT. Listen. Even when we went back during the Resident Evil main series retrospective, it was the GOAT. It's the GOAT. It's properly rated. It deserves the praise it got. I think it's aged incredibly well. I think the dialogue is ironically still really good. I think the gameplay aged really, really well. If you want to see me play through it in one sitting, check out the YouTube channel. I have a giant playlist where I played through every single main series Resident Evil and then watched a retrospective on it. So I played this and Remake. I actually think I prefer original, but I think Remake is also freaking amazing. Yeah, it's the GOAT. Properly rated. Deserves all the praise that it gets. It's great. Genuinely. If you only ever play one Resident Evil game, play this one. If you only ever play one Resident Evil, like if every other Resident Evil game was deleted from existence, play this one. Play it. Original had more memorable one-liners. I agree with that. I gradually would say properly rated. I say properly rated. That's what I say. I just hate that it caused the shift towards 6 and away from the survival aspect, but it is an amazing game. True. Over one remake? Yeah, because like if I'm thinking about like what everybody else would enjoy, this is the game. And I would probably rather replay this than one remake. I love RE1 remake. GameCube, I love it. But I would much rather replay this. And I have replayed this. I can't even count how many times. I cannot even begin to count as how many times I've replayed this. God, I love it. So good. Yeah, it deserves it. Properly rated. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Oh my God. It's like the first COD that I actually played. I did play World at War, but it was like way at the end. So I didn't get to experience it fully. Modern Warfare 2. Man. I feel, man. This one's more COD in general. Oh, okay, my bad. Call of Duty in general? Probably overrated. I'm sorry to say. If it's COD in general, overrated. If it's just Modern Warfare 2, probably properly rated. Because I don't recognize these other ones, unfortunately. I actually didn't play. So I know the golden era, a lot of people consider is like Modern Warfare, World at War, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops. And like that cluster is like one of the best eras of Call of Duty history. I only really started with the end of World at War, Modern Warfare 2, and then didn't play Black Ops. I loved Modern Warfare 2, but everything I've seen from Call of Duty, like, there were so many years of just turning out just garbage. Just like actual genuine garbage of games. So many of those are bad, and it's the Call of Duty name as a brand that is selling a lot of games. So more like Call of Booty because it's ass, true. So we're gonna say overrated. I'm pretty sure most people agree with that. I feel like it's a pretty lukewarm or cold take. Yeah. I'm all about stories, so a multiplayer focused game don't do it for me. I get that too. I think Modern Warfare 2 had a fun story. I remember enjoying that. Top right is Black Ops 1. Bottom left is Modern Warfare 2019. Gotcha. That'd be why I don't recognize them. Modern Warfare 2 is like the big one that I put a lot of time into. So the first COD, finest hour. Damn. Yeah. I've heard modern COD especially. I've seen some of the cutscenes for like modern COD stories with like the giant like demon thing. Ooh. Man. Gotta. Anyway, Minecraft. Oh my god, I think I joked about this. So I joked about this and I said Minecraft is overrated, properly rated, and underrated all at the same time. All at the same time. It is all three at the same time. Because people will talk up being like Minecraft is the greatest game ever created and nothing will ever top it. Is it really good? Did it change gaming forever? Absolutely. However, vanilla Minecraft does get pretty boring pretty fast. And I think having mods makes the game better. But it is so easy to mod the game. And some of those experiences you have modding it, some of the best experiences that I've ever had in gaming. And I know you guys are looking for it. Playing VCraft, genuinely one of the best experiences in streaming I've ever had. VCraft, I look back at so fondly, and Minecraft has so much freedom to it and so much opportunity. I think it's all three at the same time. It is sometimes overrated if it's just vanilla. It is underrated when you hit that perfect like 6-8 hour session with the boys, you know, and then properly rated when you just need a game to relax to, and it's raining and it hits you with that proper theme, and you're just chopping away at some trees or in the mines. It's all three at the same time. It is almost the perfect experience in that regard, because you'll always find a good tailored experience to you. 0 days since VCraft mentioned. There you go. Thanks, Tree. Yeah, we're going to say all three. Dead Rising. I feel like this is just properly rated. I feel like people really liked the first one. I think people really did. Major Tree. No, Tree said, I always got you, boss, on the YouTube chat. God, Belmore. Doesn't even read both chats. Crazy. Dead Rising, I think, is a properly rated game. I think it came at like a really good time during like zombie revival. Cause like this is around the time that we got Left 4 Dead 1. We got Call of Duty World of War Zombies. Like Resident Evil 4 was coming out from Capcom as well. Like great era of zombies, super unique zombie experience. Really just well received too, and multiple endings, great replay value. I mean, yeah, I think properly rated. I hear people talk about this all the time, maybe even a little underrated. I haven't played through the entire thing myself. I've only played it a little bit, but everything that I've experienced with the game and seen in the longevity of it. And then we had the remake what was it? It was like DR, is it HD DR or something? DR Deluxe remaster Dead Rising, I think is what it was, the joke. People liked it. And it got, I mean, not all of them were good, but like there are a bunch of extra Dead Rising games. So I think properly rated, if not a little underrated. So I like it. I also really like Frank West. I like the whole Dawn of the Dead being stuck in a shopping mall thing. Yeah. It's DRDR. Yeah, I thought so. All right, moving on. Metaphor Refantasio. What is this? Hey, shout outs to the artist that did this. I probably should not have included this in the PowerPoint. I do apologize. I cannot see your name, but shout outs to you. If this ends up in the video, we'll censor it out. He's covered wars, you know. That's true. Metaphor is a game that I think is fantastic. This is a game I played entirely on Discord. I'm a massive fan of Persona. I've played Persona 3, 4, and 5, as well as 3 Remake. I will be playing 4 Remake, obviously. But I played all of Metaphor Refantasio on Discord stream. So I shared it with the community, played it a ton there. There are sometimes I'll play like long-running JRPGs. I'm going to fully, plainly say it deserved a lot of the hype that it got. But I do think it's a little overrated. Just a little bit. I think it deserves the praise that it got. I think it deserves a lot of the awards that it got, especially towards the end of the game. I really started to feel the fatigue. And there were some areas that I'm like, I wish this got extrapolated on more. I wish this was talked about more. I wish, you know, there was more information about this. There was a few things that kind of took my enjoyment away at the end. And then it kind of made me stop and go, I think I enjoyed Persona 3 more, or roughly the same amount. And having everybody be like, this is the Persona killer, this is better than Persona. And I'm like, it feels like a different flavored Persona in a good way. And I liked the unique experience. And I liked what we were able to accomplish and what we were able to go through with the story. But I do think it started to struggle. I do think it started to struggle towards the end of the game. And I wish that I wish that it stuck the landing. Imagine if it got the P4 Golden, P5 Royal, P3P treatment. Yeah. I love this game. I think this game is probably a strong 8 at like worst, and like a low 9 at best. But I don't. What was the year it came out? Was it 2024? Metaphor Refantasio was 2024 GOTY. It was Rebirth Balatro. What the hell is that? Black Myth Wukong. Oh, Shadows of the Erd Tree. Man, that's hard. I feel like 2024 was a year it deserved to win a lot of these. Because, like, I'm looking in the categories that it, like... I'm looking in a lot of the categories that it is winning in, and I'm like... I agree with this. I'm okay with this. You know, best RPG. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. It's like, I don't think it didn't... I think it won the awards that it deserved. But I think if there was... Like, if it went up against Claire Obscure Expedition 33, I think Claire Obscure Expedition 33 clears this. You know? For example. But that's not to say this isn't a great game. Fantastic game, just a little overrated. I feel Persona won't be killed by anything but itself. I don't see any other game doing the Persona formula better than the OG, but I'm a fan of SMT, so I'm very biased. I feel that. The Expedition 33 awards, listen, they deserved a lot of them. If that's on here too, I'll probably say that that's slightly overrated. It deserved a lot of the awards that it got, but it is slightly overrated. Let's find out. Outlast overrated. Even on the replay that we did, man. Overrated. I think there are really smart, fun moments of this game. I think this part with the doctor, they were pretty cool. But I think so much of the story is hidden behind journal entries and recordings and stories and pictures and stuff that you might not even find because you're running away. And sometimes, like, running away for stupid reasons. Like you had like a foot out of place and someone noticed you. This game unfortunately continued a trend in horror that I really, really don't like. I did enjoy this more the second time around though. But I don't like the idea of just running away. I really like having an ability to at least fight back a little bit. Understanding Outlast 2's plot on a single missable note. What? I probably missed it then. Also, ridiculous how anyone can spot you in the damn dark. Yeah, it's so dark all the time, and you're looking in freaking night vision to, like, look around, and they can see you from everywhere. I think it's super overrated. I think some of the scares are good. I think some of the storytelling is good. I think some of the plot is good, but I think so much of the story being, like, hidden behind notes and like really heavy exploration, very frustrating. And some of the chase sequences are also very annoying. And some of the areas are like, why are we doing this? Like, why didn't we just do XYZ so much easier? Yeah, like really has that problem you talked about with BioShock. Yeah. It's like BioShock, it was like passable. This one, I think it struggles. I think this one, it struggles. If you don't look up the notes and you don't know anything about the Wall Rider, except for what the people are telling you, then it seems more like a cult fanatic thing rather than a scientific experiment gone wrong. So, yeah, I think Outlast is super overrated and started a trend in horror games that I didn't like. Yeah, I agree, Belmore. I'm with you. Didn't play the games, but when I saw what Outlast suffers from the same thing that Saw franchise does. It uses shocking content for the sake of shock rather than to uplift the whole. I kind of agree with that. I think there are some scenes that do feel like they play out like that as opposed to adding anything. But I think for the most part, they serve a purpose to show the depravity of what's happened at the mental hospital and the shape that it's in because of how bad this government-run organization has let things get. And this is like how bad the greed of man can be. Like, this is how disgusting. Like, I think that's kind of the point. You know, at least that's how I interpreted it. But still, overrated. Ooh. It's either properly rated or underrated. Man. Oh, I love Ace Attorney. Oh, man. I love Ace Attorney. Man, part of the reason what inspired me to get into voice acting part of what inspired me to get into voice acting. Oh, I love Ace Attorney. Love Ace Attorney so much. Amazing music that has aged incredibly well. Story that has aged incredibly well, especially in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Honestly, just so good. Honestly, just so freaking good. I don't know what I could say. Yeah, great memes come from it. The almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. There's the freaking clown with the big titties. Great actual yaoi between freaking Edgeworth and Phoenix. I kind of want to say properly rated. I'm going to say properly rated. Yeah, you're not a clown. You're an entire circus. I love Ace Attorney. Overrated. Incorrect. Incorrect. I think it's either properly rated or underrated. I'm going to say properly rated though. I'm going to give it its flowers. I'm going to give it its flowers because if Ace Attorney wasn't beloved, we wouldn't have gotten them all ported. Almost, I think actually every single Ace Attorney game is now on Steam. Even the ones that were JP exclusive. That's crazy. I think the series is properly rated, properly loved, properly enjoyed, easily accessible. Go enjoy this franchise if you haven't. I really still want to play Apollo Justice. I just don't know if I can do those on stream. Man. Go play Ace Attorney. Go play the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Go find out about Big Top. Go find out about Steel Samurai. Go find out about burgers instead of ramen. Go find out about step ladders. I love it. My Fugi's drink animation is inspired by Godot's. It's a good one. It's a good one. The meme potential of the series is absolutely through the roof. I agree. I think it's also aged really well because of that. Yeah. Anyway, next is League. Oh. 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 This is a tough one, man. Cause like I see everyone's putting in chat like overrated, overrated, overrated. But it's like, guys, like we understand how toxic League can be. And I think most people that are League players will tell you don't get into League. I think most League players will literally go, no, don't get into League. It's not worth it. So it's hard to say if that's overrated. I like watching League. You know? I think professional League play is super intense to watch to see how people micro. It's so freaking crazy. I think it's properly rated because I think there is a lot of good to be found in League of Legends. I think the gameplay is really fun. I think it's super unique. I mean, obviously there's other MOBAs, but like League is League. I think it's great. I really enjoy it. I like watching it. However, everyone's very vocal about the negatives. No one is out here trying to be like, oh my God, League is actually super sweet and everyone's so, welcoming and the game is so easy to get into. No one is out here saying that. No one's lying about League of Legends. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. It's 2026. People know that League players are toxic. People know that League players are going to be mean and say rude things to you. And that is really hard to get into. The skill cap on League is giga high. Everyone's very transparent about that. I think it's properly rated. You know? Yeah, every League content creator quit to do other things, like BoxBox doing a lot of TFT or 2XKO or fighting games in general. I think it's properly rated. Because remember, it's not about whether it's toxic or good or bad. It's about how it's rated. One of my Oshis still play this game. I mean, I play it from time to time, just not very often anymore. I hit gold and ranked, and I was like, I'm finally not silver, bronze, or iron anymore. I'm happy. I'm done. And then I left. I hit gold, I stopped playing. Yeah. Moving on, we've got Persona 5, overrated. 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 However, also maybe properly rated. Fuck. Oh. Wait, I gotta think about this for a second. Shit. Okay. Okay. This one depends. Okay, first of all, Rex, I don't hate you. I love you. I wish you were here more often, but you hate me, so clearly you're not. P5 is a great game. P5 is a great game. I actually genuinely think P5 Royal is a worse version of P5. Ironically. P5 did so much good for Persona in general that cannot be understated. It brought Persona into the main stage, into making it mainstream. It made combat way more approachable, and I think way more streamlined, that way more people can get into it. And it really broke off from SMT. It's the first Persona that doesn't have the SMT in the title. It's just Persona 5. Also, one of the best, if not best, themings to the game. Like Phantom Thieves, dope. Jazz soundtrack, amazing. Red color splash with the visual theming, amazing. The shit that I think is overrated is the story. I think some of the characters are fantastic, and I really like some of them. Some of the story decisions really piss me off, though. And I do think the ending kind of shits the bed, and I think Royal's ending is worse. I do actually dislike Royal more than more than P5 vanilla. But even as I'm saying this and I'm complaining about things from P5, I cannot deny that it is one of the most important RPGs in the past decade. This came out in 2017. Persona 5 just is one of the most important RPGs of all time. And it's not perfect. Man, it's hard. Cause it's like, if this were 5 years ago, I would probably say that P5 is overrated. But now that it's been like a decade, since P5 came out, did P5 win Game of the Year? No. Did Expedition 33 win Game of the Year and a fuck ton of awards? Yes. Did Metaphor ReFantazio almost win Game of the Year and a fuck ton of awards? Yes. I'm going to probably say properly rated. I think it's hard to understate how important Persona 5 was for JRPGs, especially in the West. I do have my gripes with it, and I do think people overstate how good the story is and the characterization. But there's so many good things to say about Persona 5. It is my least favorite of 3, 4, and 5. 3 is my favorite, 4 is my second, 5 is my least favorite. But it's still fantastic. Yeah. Totally agree. It's so peak IMO. I think P5 is still a great game. I think even if you go into it, me saying like it's properly rated, leaning overrated, even saying that, you're still going to have a good time. I loved my time with P5. I platinumed Royal. I platinumed P5 Royal. I put a fuck ton of time into Royal. So Strikers is more of a P5R than actual P5R. I did not finish P5 Strikers. I was enjoying it though. I liked the fact that it was a Dynasty Warriors game. I learned as far as the art dungeon, time-based stories like P3 through 5 aren't my forte. That's usually why I just pull up a guide. I don't even care. Day one, I'm like, give me the guide. I'll have my skill expression in like how I interact with the gameplay itself. So yeah, I'm gonna go properly rated, leaning overrated. It's hard to ignore how much Persona 5 has done for JRPGs in the past decade, especially Atlas. So Poppy's playtime. Oh, man, if this was before part 5 came out, I would have said, if this was before chapter 5 came out, I would have said overrated. I would have said overrated. However, once chapter 5 came out, like, oh my goodness, like everybody ganged up on this game. I think it's probably properly rated now because of that. I think it's probably properly rated. I think most people agree with you, D. Started off strong, kind of went the route of trying to balance and manage too many ideas at once. Yeah. They're just milking it. Should have stopped at 5. Yeah, I've heard that too. That the original creator said that it was supposed to stop at 5. I think properly rated because people are getting frustrated and pissed off about it. The Huggy. What's your wallet? That's crazy news. Yep. Yeah, I agree, Fox Girl. I'm with you. I think I'm gonna go properly rated on Poppy Playtime. Properly. We're gonna Super Danganronpa 2, Goodbye Despair. I think properly rated. We talked about this already. SDR2 is so good. It's really good. It's got its flaws. It's got things that make it not perfect. It's got things that make it amazing. It's got things that set it apart from the original. Yeah, 2x2 is coming out soon. I think it's properly rated. I think it's hard to kind of argue about it being properly rated versus overrated or underrated. Like maybe overrated, but like I think it's good. I just think it's good. It's really hard to come up with another statement. It's just good. FF14. Oh, my beloved. Man, who put that there? I can only wonder. They have the wrong copy pasta. Yeah, I know. It's not the Shadowbringers one. It only goes up to Stormblood. Yeah, the meme's outdated. Crap. I've been playing 14 for over a decade. I have been playing 14 for over a decade. I think it is properly rated. I genuinely think this is a properly rated game. I think Dawn Trail especially kind of gave us a reality check, because for a really, really long time, a lot of us were saying 14 is the greatest MMORPG you'll ever play with one of the greatest stories you'll ever experience. Shadowbringers and Endwalker back to back are two of the best stories in RPGs I've ever played. And Endwalker made me cry viscerally. I still like Shadowbringers more, but Endwalker made me cry like ugly cry. I was so hurt. I was so emotionally torn up. And I'm still getting like thinking about it. And then Dawn Trail was not, I think, what people expected it to be because of the emotional highs that we got from Endwalker. And we all kind of came back down from that high. And post-game Dawn Trail has been really good and very enjoyed. And I very much enjoyed the raids. And the Alliance raids have been okay. But I think because of that, it overall lowered the opinion after coming off from the high of Endwalker. So I think we're actually back in the properly rated, because most people are like, man, I didn't really love Dawn Trail, but Endwalker and Shadowbringer is so good, baby. And like, that's all well and good, because I don't think Dawn Trail's bad, but I think because Dawn Trail wasn't a 10 out of 10, I think it brought down people's expectations and made FF14 more properly rated. Because it's FF14 is good, and ARR is still sometimes difficult to get through. Heavensward is really, really good. I do think post-game Heavensward is a little rough sometimes. Stormblood is okay. I think post-game Stormblood is really good. Shadowbringers is great. I think post-game Shadowbringers is okay. Endwalker is fantastic. I think Endwalker post-game is really good. So, and Dawn Trail I think was okay, and then post-game Dawn Trail was really good. So I think having that all balanced out, I think most people would agree that the level that we talk about 14, it's not perfect, but it is really good and it's really enjoyable, and especially to play with friends. So I hope we get to bring back 14 streams at some point and play with the community, because like I have not played 7.5 patch at all, so I still need to do that story. But man, I've just been so burned out. I've like real hard leveled a bunch of stuff. I leveled 5 classes to 100 and did glamours for all of them, and then I just burned myself out. So I definitely burned myself out. That's my fault. My fault, gang. But yeah, properly rated. I haven't played since the second wave of raids. I have not played in the newest Alliance raid. I did finish Arcadian raids, but not Alliance raids. Yeah. From what I gather, you can't keep chasing that emotional high without jumping the shark. I think it's best that Dawn Trail brought people back down. I do too. From what it looks like with Evercold, we are setting up for like new good story stuff, and Dawn Trail was definitely the in-between expansion. Dawn Trail is an important expansion in that regard. And even then, like, I will say that there are parts of Dawn Trail that I didn't enjoy, but I do think post-game was pretty good. And it re-centralized threats that I think were important, and established storylines that I think were important to talk about again. So, yippee! Chroma Squad. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of got bored. I'm gonna be so real, I kind of got bored. I think it was okay. I think it was okay. Never heard of it. Think tactical RPG that's on like grids, and it is very much inspired by Power Rangers. It's good, but I think I just got bored. I'm gonna be so real. I think that's it. I think I just got bored. And it could have just been because of when I was playing it. Like, I wasn't as big of a content creator as I am now, so I didn't have as much of an audience to share it with. I wasn't super open about my Power Rangers enjoyment then. You know, I wasn't making Power Rangers content. So if I went back and played it nowadays, maybe I'd have a different experience of it. But when I did play it, I did kind of fall off. And I think part of it is because I was reading a lot. I was thinking a lot, you know. I think it's overrated. I'm kind of feeling overrated on it too. I think it misses the point of a lot of Toku and what makes it enjoyable. From what I've heard, Saban got involved and kind of made the game worse for that reason. So I did find your Power Rangers, your channel, because of the Power Rangers content. Yeah, it makes sense. So, but yeah, no, I think from what I've experienced with Chroma Squad, I'm gonna say overrated. I do enjoy this gameplay style. I think I would like to revisit this one day. But I definitely got burned out on the gameplay. I think I definitely got a little it got me a little bit. So yeah. Peak. That's a tough one. Peak is a tough one, because like Peak is tough because I think it's properly rated when you have friends to play with. I think it's I think it's overrated when you don't have friends to play with. I think playing with friends and almost I think this feels like very much a content creator game, or like you have that tight core group of friends to play with. So long as you have that tight core group of people to play with, I think properly rated. Play with your homies. Hey, take care, Mage. Thank you for being here. I think we're almost done. I think we're close. Yeah, I'm thinking properly rated. Peak is peak friend slop, non-derogatory. So like you say, if you don't play with friends, it's okay. If you don't play with friends, I'm saying it's worse. I think it's overrated. But I think if you have the friends to play with, it's good and properly rated. Yeah. Might as well play white knuckle. What does that mean? Rippin'? It's crazy. Project Zomboid. Damn, that dog going crazy. I feel like this gets hyped up. I really enjoy playing Zomboid. I'm playing Zomboid later this week. I really enjoy it. Yeah, bottom left is me with Zomboid. Me about to play Zomboid. I think it's properly rated. What the dog do? Yeah. I think it's just properly rated. I think I've never had like an experience with Zomboid that I've been like, man, this game sucks. Everyone lied to me. And when you play with friends, I think it's even better. I do think that maybe it could be a little bit better. Maybe it's a little overrated. But like, even then, I feel like you get out of it what you put into it. You know, if I sat down and like really dug into the depth that it has, because like I have only really touched the surface level because I find the surface level to be more fun from a streaming perspective. But yeah, this game is super deep, super rich, has a lot of good stuff for it. And I think playing with friends is incredible for Project Zomboid. So yeah, Zomboid content creators can go nutty too. I'm going to say properly rated because the people that love it praise it properly. And I think it gets the love it deserves. So yeah. Next is the Mass Effect trilogy. Damn. Tough. Nostalgia, yeah. I'm thinking. Man. Mass Effect 3 was the first midnight launch that I ever went to. And I had to convince someone to go with me. I think I want to say overrated, but also like, I think it's just because like nowadays there are games like this. I think we're just talking in general. We can include Legendary Edition. I think what made Mass Effect so good was that there were so few games like it. BioWare really kind of was in their own modern day market in the 2010s. And I think that's part of what made Mass Effect so good in that age. And also it filled a gap that like, you know, we didn't have KOTOR anymore. We didn't have KOTOR 2 anymore. We didn't have Jade Empire. Dragon Age wasn't, I think, doing as well. It wasn't super well received comparatively to Mass Effect. So like, Mass Effect kind of felt like almost its own genre to some capacity. At least at the time it did. But we have to look at it not in that vacuum. We have to look at it not in that vacuum. And nowadays, there are games that are like it and done better. So that's hard. I genuinely think I want to say slightly overrated. Cuz like I loved Mass Effect But even then, like, I definitely was the nerd that got every enjoyment out of Mass Effect possible. Like, I played the shit out of the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, which was like a horde mode, like gauntlet, where you would just survive against waves of enemies. And we're not talking about Andromeda because that's not part of the trilogy. Because it does say trilogy. Yeah, I agree, Belmore. I'm going to say slightly overrated. Some of the decisions in Mass Effect 3 pissed me off. I did not like how some of the story decisions came together. I think people look back and kind of gloss over how much of a clusterfuck Mass Effect 3 was and how terrible Mass Effect 1 was on launch with the atrocious loading times in the Citadel. Mass Effect 1 was so badly optimized at launch. And Mass Effect 1 was a system exclusive as well. So, on the Xbox, there are so many amazing good things about Mass Effect in general. But I think there's enough things that I could think about that I'm like, and I kind of want to replay them, but then I think about some of these things that I don't enjoy. And I'm like, oh, the character's hard carry. Kind of agree with that. Garrus is amazing. Fucking love Garrus. Man. Hell yeah. All right. We're going to say slightly overrated. Slightly overrated. I think people have forgotten how broken some of these games were at launch. Garrus my goat. Damn right. Next is Bloons Tower Defense 6. I haven't played it. I do. I'm sure Belmore put it here because I was actually originally going to play it this week. And I'm instead probably going to play it next week instead. I was originally going to play it this week, but I passed on it because we're playing Project Zomboid instead. And I do want to play it. Unfortunately, I can't have any comments on whether it's overrated, underrated, or properly rated because I haven't played it. So it does say hop on, boss. Yeah, but this is also art that I don't own, so I can't include this. We'll have to black this out for the video too. I don't have permission to use this shit. I don't have permission to use that shit. All right, well, thank goodness. Listen, they can't see two monkeys making out. It's crazy. I do like this GIF, though. This is a very fun GIF. So, I guess we'll go with properly rated. I do want to play this at some point, though. Maybe on Costume Quest? Maybe. It's a tower defense game. So that's what Bloons TD6 is. Bloons Tower Defense 6. So it's a bunch of monkeys shoot balloons and stop the balloons from getting through. So that's the whole point of the game. Tower defense, which I like. Next, Pokemon Snap. Oh, Pokemon Snap. Oh, good pull. Good pull. Man, maybe underrated. I look back so fondly on this because we obviously played this together. We played this together, and I smile thinking about this game and the amount of replayability it has, and going back and getting all the perfect pictures and completing the Pokedex in the game. And man, I do think this game is kind of underrated. I remember seeing kiosks at Blockbuster to print your Pokemon Snap pictures. Snap is actually a game that I didn't play until, like, I think GameCube era, because I think I was just too young to understand it for the N64. But yeah, Pokemon Snap, I think it's just underrated. It's fun. It's got good replayability. It's an easy sit down and finish in like 1 or 2 sittings type game. And then if you just ever want to come back and feel good about it, you can. And then the same way for new Pokemon Snap. I feel great about that game. I was so happy we finished it and so happy we sat down to play it. One of my absolute favorite Pokemon spinoffs. We were talking about that, how like recently Pokemon spinoffs have been doing really, really good. Like Pokopia, amazing. New Pokemon Snap, really good. Man, I'm hopeful for wins and waves. I'm so hopeful. But for now, I definitely say underrated. I feel like this game should have exploded more than it did, but I think it's just a victim of its time where it came out when Pokemon was still in its peak. This came out like, what, like Pokemon Yellow, Gold, Silver era? Probably even during Yellow, before Gold and Silver. So it was like, people would be like, well, this isn't Pokemon. Why don't I just go play Pokemon Stadium? I can imagine Roy playing Hey You Pikachu and screaming, hey, true. Around Gen 2 era. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon was still in its peak. Pokemon was still crushing it then. So, Slay the Spire 2. I'm gonna say properly rated. I think a lot of us that enjoy Slay the Spire 2, and I say a lot of us because I am very much a Slay the Spire 2 enjoyer. I'm pulling it up. Wait, I'm pulling it up. I have 132 hours in Slay the Spire 2. I think it's properly rated. I think it's addicting for a reason. I think it's fun. I think most of the balances have been good. I do sometimes get sad that some of the infinites get removed, but also removing infinites is probably a good thing because, you know, it's not as fun. I've liked some of the balancing recently. I saw that there's some visual overhauls coming soon to make the characters stand out even more, which is super freaking cool. Yeah, I think it's properly rated. I love playing this with friends. My friends enjoy it too. I very rarely hear negative things about it unless it's like, hey, they changed how this one card worked and now I'm sad. So, yeah, I'm going to say properly rated. I'm excited for the full release of this game. Can't wait for the next major patch. I'll go back and play it again. Absolutely. The Dot Hack franchise? No. Oh, laughing grass as well. I wish all Dot Hackers a very pleasant evening. Oh my goodness. Dot Hack, guys. Dot Hack. Underrated. Underrated, but also, unfortunately, a product of its time. Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, Quarantine have not aged super well, in my opinion. What is Dot Hack? I mean, I feel like that fits the, you know, the whole being underrated thing. Very curious about this one. I think it's underrated. I think the story from Infection all the way to Quarantine is really good. I think the gameplay has not aged amazingly well, but I do think the GU games gameplay is really good and has aged well, and these three plus a fourth epilogue volume are available on Steam as a collection. Super worth playing, have anime tie-ins, really cool. Literally the only problem with playing a lot of these now, at least these four, is you gotta find them on PS2. They were never ported to Steam. They were never ported to another platform. It's just PS2, and they are kind of hard to find and kind of expensive. We're talking like, you're shelling out like $300-$400 for these four games, which is rough. Yeah. But underrated. Please play them if you got the chance. Definitely worth it. I think if you can get past some of the archaic combat design in the original Dot Hack, the story is super fun. We got a GU trilogy compilation, but not an OG compilation. Yeah. And it makes me really sad. Check it out if you get the chance. I am still the world record holder for Dot Hack, Infection, Mutation, and Outbreak, but Infection is the one I'm the most proud of. I gave up routing on Quarantine because that game is not fun to speedrun. Next up, we have Alien Isolation. I want to hold my judgment on this one because I want to replay it. The only time I've played this game, I let my chat at the time convince me. And this is like the game first came out type. I let the chat convince me to play it on the hardest difficulty out the gate. And I had a bad time. I was not enjoying myself like at all. I was not having fun. I was not enjoying myself. Just not a good time. I want to give it a proper playthrough, but I've heard great things about this. I've heard great things about this. I want to go back and play it. I'm waiting for Isolation 2 to get a release date, and then I'll probably play this. I'm gonna say properly rated, but there are issues with the game at moments. I feel that. I feel that can be properly rated still, because like we were talking about that with Bioshock. Bioshock is, I think, a fantastic game that you could even say underrated at sometimes. But I do think it has its moments of struggling. So I gave that a properly rated for that reason. All right. Star Rail. Okay. Honkers, huh? I kind of want to say properly rated. I enjoyed Honkers. This is Honkai Star Rail. I enjoyed it. I like the gameplay for it, but do I like it better than Genshin? I think I like the gameplay more than Genshin. I didn't play much after the first patch, though, unfortunately. From what I did play, I enjoyed it. However, I have heard, yes, that it is very easy to farm and to grind, and that it's also very easy to get sucked into the story because the story has amazing moments. I've heard the Penacony story especially is amazing. So I'm going to say properly rated. I've heard mostly nothing but good things except for the power creep of new units. And that's like it. But I've heard so many good things about Honkers. Like the crossover with Fate, giving free units, making it easy to grind. Like there's so many good QOL things I've heard about it. So, not the Stell Monopoly pick, yeah. Penacony's story is pretty dope. I feel that. Power creep is the big problem. I feel like that's just gacha games in general. Because eventually, like, you run out of ideas of like, hey, how are we going to make this unit hit hard and be unique comparatively? So, the Fate collab's awesome. It seems really cool. I wish Lancer was part of it. Oh, man. I wish Lancer was part of it. Oh, well. Next is ZZZ. I probably feel the same. I really enjoyed ZZZ. I was really having a good time. I really enjoyed it. I also stopped playing shortly after launch. Borgir. I'm biased. I love ZZZ. That's all I can say. I really like ZZZ. I think I like the gameplay the most out of the three of Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, and ZZZ. I enjoyed it. I'm going to say properly rated. I feel like most people talk it up positively. I feel like I don't hear... Maybe I don't hear as much about ZZZ, though. I guess amongst gachas, it's underrated, but it's hard to gauge. My only problem with ZZZ is lack of male characters. Oh, yeah. Wasn't, like, Komano one of, like, the last male characters added? And he's, like, one of the only ones that big? Man. Wait, that's crazy. Man. That is wild. I guess that's it, though. Talk to Dollman to learn about the game. Is he a big ZZZ guy? Oh, the Billy S rank variant, too. I do like Billy. That's unironically the reason I stopped playing ZZZ. Billy is my favorite character from like the initial roster. I saved up all my pulls to pull on the standard banner so I could get more Billies. I didn't get a single Billy, and I did like it was like 150 pulls, and I didn't get a single Billy. But I somehow got like an S rank and their weapon just from pulling on the standard banner. Or W machine. I can't even remember what they're called. I'd say properly rated, maybe underrated. I enjoyed ZZZ a lot. The gameplay is really what really wanted to make me keep playing. W engine. Yeah, I would say I would say properly rated to underrated for gameplay. I really like the gameplay. I think the gameplay was dope. No, I stopped playing because of the lack of male characters. Maybe that's where the properly rated comes in. Add more men. Get more men with jiggle physics in there. Get us more beefy men. Put me in there. I'll do it. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Damn. I feel like it's properly rated because, like, so I haven't played Mario Kart World. However, I think it's very telling that Mario Kart World died so quickly. Like, so quickly. Like, not even a year into its life, it felt like Mario Kart World died. And 8 Deluxe, we were playing that shit almost a decade after it came out. We were playing 8 Deluxe forever. Oh my God, we were playing this game forever. Damn. World was their worst. Sorry, Nintendo, not sorry. I got it with my Switch. It came as like a pre-order thing. I haven't even played it. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't. I have not liked the look of it. But I loved 8 Deluxe. I really got sucked into 8 Deluxe. I'm gonna say 8 is either properly rated or underrated. Genuinely the most fun I've ever had playing Mario Kart. If you count the Wii U as OG release, yeah, over a decade. Yep. I'm gonna vote properly rated. I'll say properly rated. I think most people were talking it up as like one of the best Mario Karts ever while we were actively playing it before World came out. I'm going to agree with that. I'll say properly rated. Properly rated. Watch them be like, hey guys, we're going to go back and support Mario Kart 8 Deluxe again. New stages. Add new characters to it. Can you imagine? Here's the Switch 2 version of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Damn. Can you imagine? That'd be insane. Next is Death Stranding. I also played this on Discord. Norman Reedus and the Funky Fetus. Yep. Yep. Man. So I played this a lot. I played this a shit ton. This was Death Stranding. I put 85 hours into this game and I did beat it. I think this game is awesome. I think so many things about it are really good. So many things about it are great ideas and surprisingly executed amazingly. However, I do think it got a bit more praise than it deserved. I do think it is slightly overrated, but like only a little bit. I think part of the problem is the Jeff Keighley effect, where he shoved this game so hard in people's faces because Kojima, that I remember looking at this game and I had a negative opinion about this game before I played it. I never played this game and I had a negative opinion before I even went into it. I saw it getting dunked on a lot for not having enough action by the general public. That's probably because all they saw was like the delivering packages thing. But you're fighting like ghosts, like a giant killer ghost whales and squids and sharks and literal ghosts shooting projectiles at you. There's action in the game. Shit's crazy. But that shit was not advertised. And then when like all the awards started rolling in for it and people were like, this game's amazing. Why does nobody post videos of that on Twitter? That's a good question. I'm gonna be real. I really don't know what happened with that. That's where I'm kind of like, I'm feeling overrated because the awards that it got. Because even with all that stuff, I do think there is a good amount of lull in the game. You do have to really enjoy some of the mundane stuff of crafting and building and traveling to do deliveries. Perception thing, critics overrated it, public underrated it. I think that's why, because I was part of the public seeing all the critics overrating and going, ew, like, why do I want to play this game? Like, what the frick? What is this? So I think, but even still, I'm saying it's like slightly overrated. Like I think it's a strong 8, maybe a 9 at best, absolute best a 9. But I think it's a strong 8. I think it's very unique. I think it's very fun. I think the story's good. The music is a little frustrating at times because it's like amazing and then there's no music for like 4 hours. But I do think some of the people that praise it for the wrong reasons. And it gets weird praise. And I wish the marketing for this game was better because I feel like before I played the game, I didn't even know there was combat in it. I thought it was just move from point A to point B and avoid shit. You know? So I'm gonna go slightly overrated. Slightly overrated. Luigi's Mansion. God, it's so good. It's so good though. It's the OG as well. Man, it's the OG Luigi's Mansion. I think properly rated, maybe underrated, because this was a launch title for the GameCube, wasn't it? I think it was launch titles. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion was a launch title for the GameCube. I only ever see praise for it. Properly rated is probably fair, because like I do agree. I think I only ever see praise for this game. But like, that's why I'm like, this was a launch title and it was really good. It's a really good launch title. And that's why I'm kind of like, you know, I love this game. It felt like Resident Evil, but cartoony. You know, it's just so good. I think it's properly rated. I think it deserves all the praise that it gets. I wish Luigi's Mansion 2 was more built like this, as opposed to the level-based system. Even though we've been playing through Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, and I do want to play Luigi's Mansion 3 at some point, I still miss Luigi's Mansion 1. I still miss Luigi's Mansion 1. I miss the formula. I miss being in one big house with multiple locked rooms with puzzles to solve, you know? Man. Take care, Violet. Bye-bye. Between Mario Sunshine and Luigi's Mansion's the better game. Luigi's Mansion is a stronger game, but Sunshine has more content. Because Luigi's Mansion is a game you can beat and 100% casually in like 5 hours. And then there's not a ton of replayability. Sunshine, on the other hand, 120 shine sprites, a bajillion blue coins, you know? There's a ton of stuff to do. But I think that's the difference. I think it's properly rated. I think Luigi's Mansion's great. I think it did what it needed to do as a launch title for the GameCube. I think it's properly rated. Yeah. Lies of P. Ooh. Ooh. Tough. It's everybody I've talked to that has played this game, and I haven't played the DLC because I need to do a whole new save file because I'm stupid. Everybody that I've talked to with this game loves it, and it gets glazed, and I think it deserves all of the glaze. Is it enough glaze? Is it enough glaze? I feel like it is. I feel like it's enough. Underrated because not a lot of people tried it in the beginning. I can kind of see that. I feel like I'm okay with saying underrated. But like, man, I feel like so many people I know talked about it and played it. You know what I mean? So many people I know talked about it and played it. Maybe just not critically. Never played it myself, but only watched playthroughs of it. I definitely think it's underrated, at least in terms of story. Really great steampunk atmosphere and really great adaptation of the Pinocchio story. It In about the same lane as DS3. Great, but a bit too linear for me. I probably prefer DS3 though. Bye, Fox Girl. That's tough. I think for my enjoyment, I'm going to go underrated. I think for my enjoyment alone, because this is absolutely one of my favorite Souls-likes. I also think if Black Myth Wukong was on here, I would also say Black Myth Wukong is underrated because I love that game. It is... Yeah, I just think it's good. I think this game probably deserved more praise than it got. I think it probably should have been in talkings of being Game of the Year contender for the year it came out, or at least in some of the categories. I think it deserved it. I think it deserved conversation more. Yeah, and I didn't play the DLC, but I heard the DLC was amazing too. I hope it gets a sequel. Yeah, I hope we get another Lies of P, or like another game set in the same universe, and maybe it's like a different myth. That could be cool. They had a hook of including the Wizard of Oz in the world of the game. That could be cool. I think that'll be sick. Can you imagine playing a game as like the Tin Man? That'd be funny. That'd be dope. Hoping for a sequel because of how it ends. I won't spoil it. Oh, the DLC specifically? Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. Maybe I'm also hopeful, or maybe I also really liked it because I really liked Sekiro. And it felt like the ninja tools for the arms. I got that feeling, you know? What up, Meki Meki? I'm going to say underrated. More people should play Lies of P. Go play it. Go enjoy it. Music is fantastic. Some of the... Oh, my God. Some of the freaking records that you can play actually made me want to cry. The singing was so good. The atmosphere is so good. The characters are really, really good. I feel like the story is a lot more present and front-facing rather than you having to go and seek it out. I'm going to go with underrated. I think really good. Also very versatile in play styles. Like, you can go dex, you can go full strength, you can go status ailments, you go tools. I'm gonna go underrated. Lethal Company. Me and the boys at 2 a.m. looking for bolts. Damn. Has Deltarune come up into the chopping block yet? No. Deltarune was not put in because I haven't played it, so they swapped it out for Undertale, and we said Undertale was slightly overrated. That was actually towards the beginning. Misa. Lethal Company, even while playing it, I'm gonna say I think was overrated. Even while playing Lethal Company, I think it was a little overrated. I think there's a lot of good in Lethal Company. I think there's a lot of fun stuff in Lethal Company. I think the friend group that you have that plays with you is very important. But man, I remember some of the runs that we would have where we would get like killed to the most ridiculous BS ever. Like walk in and there's a turret waiting for us and just die immediately. You know, or like, man, we have to go to this other planet to get something, and it's like, oh, it flooded, and the area that we're in is effed for that. Whoopsies. I think Lethal Company is underrated in quality, especially in more granular specifics, but I can see why it'd be classified as overrated. I think the amount that I played it with the people I played it with, as often as I played it, because like I played it during that craze, during that hype period that Lethal Company was everywhere. I was on that shit. I was everywhere with Lethal Company. How much time do I have played? I got about 55 hours played of Lethal Company. It's probably like 10 streams, maybe 11, maybe more than that. I had fun with it. I enjoyed it, but there were definitely times that I was banging my head against the wall, trying to like, it felt like I had to make content to make it be fun at times, rather than the content just happening. And I mean, it definitely is in that friend slop category, but I definitely felt and again, that could have been because of the people I was playing with. So single dev making it, yeah, absolutely impressive. But outside of the vacuum of all of that, I think it is a little overrated. Just a little bit. Not a ton. Still a great game. Still fun. If there's another massive update anytime soon, might check it out again. But yeah, gonna go slightly overrated. Inscription. I never finished this. I never finished this. How far did I get into this? I did not finish this. The last time I played this was October of 2023. Ooh. Need to replay? Maybe. Man. I don't know. Major auditory sensory trigger. I cannot stand it. I feel that. I watched a playthrough of the game once, and from what I remember, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I just don't know if I want to replay it or not. And to see if you can react to the lore of this guy's games. Maybe. It's been a bit. I'm still on the Lies of P thing. If I had to recommend a game, game Souls-like, it would be Lies of P because of how easy it is to follow the story and how it can change the diff. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I said that before too. I think Lies of P is a great Souls-like game, and I think the story being so much easier to follow and then enhanced by picking up things rather than just reliant on it is super good. I agree with you, Mr. Bonesworth. For Inscription, though, I'm probably going to say properly rated. Everyone I've talked to has always said how good this game is. I see critics very much praise it. It is one of the best reviewed indie games I've seen in a long time. I did not enjoy it. I think it was just in a period of my streaming life where I was like, I don't know what I feel like doing. I don't know what my direction is. It was before 4.0. It was 4 months after 3.0 came out. So it's definitely one of those things of like, it was a me thing. I don't know why I dropped it. Definitely give it a go. I'll say properly rated because I hear a lot of praise for it and I did enjoy it. So now, Star Fox 64. Fuck, man. Probably overrated. I really, really liked it. I really liked going through everything, and I really enjoyed, all the voice lines and all the different levels and everything like that. But man, I feel like this game is done so fast. Like, we played this for what? Like 4 hours? And outside of going for the missions, we pretty much played almost the entire game. I feel like the replayability of this game was there, but like, I didn't want to. I'd say Star Fox 64 is properly rated. Most praise I see. Wait, people praise the hell out of the story. Yeah, overrated. I feel like this is overrated. It is fantastic. It's fun. It's good. I really enjoyed myself. But there are people that I talk to, and there are people that are critics, and there are people in general that I know that play this game and treat it like it's the best Star Fox has ever been. I mean, we did just get the remake too on Switch too, so maybe it does deserve just the properly rated. Maybe it does just deserve the properly rated. I might hit it with a properly rated. I might hit it with a properly. Because I do have a lot of fond memories, like from when I was a kid. I do have a lot, like, it's so quotable. It's so memeable. It's so, like, it's so easy to jump in without really needing to know the story. Like, and the deeper you dive into it, it does have some cool stuff. The R-Wings are dope design. The music is fantastic. I'll say properly rated. I'll say properly rated. I'll give it a fair shake. I think it deserves a lot of the praise. It's not the game's fault that Nintendo milked the hell out of it. It's not this game's fault that Nintendo couldn't let it go. Does it deserve the praise? Yes. Does it deserve to be milked to hell? Probably not. If it was before the Switch version, I would say underrated because the constant re-releases resulted in people hating Star Fox 64. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm feeling. I think that's what it is for me, Belmore. I think I was thinking that. The only thing I know of the game is dual barrel roll. There's also, oh, I guess I should be thankful. I'm on your side, Einstein. Whoa, Fox, help me. You're becoming more like your father. Can't let you do that stuff, Fox. Pepe, long time no see. Yeah, cocky little freaks. My emperor, I failed you. The dude that just screams in space as he explodes. There's so many. Oh my God, so many lines. So many more than I remembered. Cats interactions. Yeah. I'll say properly rated. Subnautica. Shit, that's a toughie. Because I only just started getting into the base building. I only just started getting into the base building when I decided to take a break. Because I got kind of burnt out. I felt like I wasn't making that much progress anymore. And I think that's because I needed to create like bigger crafts, like actual submersible things, not just the sea glides and the, I can't even remember what it was called. I think I burnt myself out on this game and it felt a lack of progression. So I'm kind of like, I feel like properly rated is probably correct, but I also maybe kind of feel a little overrated. I was enjoying it, but yeah, the grinding for raw materials was starting to kind of frustrate me, and I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I only have -1 brain cell. How do we not have a map? How is there not a map? Are we counting the DLC in 2? I don't think so. It's just a Subnautica. Unless this is a shot of 2, in which I wasn't aware. If it's just 1, I'll probably say overrated. But if it's including the DLC and then the other one, then I'll say properly rated. But yeah, I think I'm gonna say overrated. I definitely was enjoying Subnautica, and I would definitely go back to continue it. But I definitely started to feel burned out because I definitely feel directionally challenged in games sometimes. And I'm sure you guys noticed that with the gameplay, where I like would revisit the same areas constantly looking for new stuff, but in the same exact areas, and then not find anything. And then the stream would be over and I made like next to no progress. I'm just really bad with directions, and that's a personal thing. And I started to get kind of frustrated with that feeling of stagnation. Like after the 3rd stream, it felt like my progress was so limited. Yeah. I'll never understand why a designer would not put a map in this game. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what Belmore said. I visited the same area 4 times in like 20 minutes apart from each other. Yeah. It's a me thing, but that's where I'm like, I think there are things that the game could have done to prevent that. Like a map system. A map system I think would have been super easy. Or just make certain things easier. I think the game is a little bit overrated in that sense. But when I was having fun, I was having fun. But when I was like frustrated, I was getting real frustrated. So I'll leave it as that. Yippee! Marble Rivals! Marble Rivals. Hey, Marble Rivals. Hey, Marble Rivals. That's hey, Marble Rivals. Hey, Marble Rivals. I think properly rated. I have my gripes with Marvel Rivals. None of them are ones that I'm like, I don't want to play this game. Yeah. Look at those MVPs. I don't know who that is. I wish you got the one where I went 38-0. What the heck? Overrated. I played since season 0 and I've hated it. Why? I was looking for it. Damn. Can't tell what's happening on screen anymore because of so many effects. I think I've gotten kind of used to it. It happens when like people overlap ults, and then I kind of just go, well, we're probably gonna lose this team fight. They used like 4 ults at the same time, and then we're gonna win every team fight after this because they have bad ult economy. I'm gonna go properly rated. I enjoy this game. I think the support for this game has been mostly good. There's a lot of costumes to get. The cool stuff that you can unlock in game, sprays, emotes, the support for it in general, with how many heroes / characters they have added, has been insane. There have been so many, and I think a lot of wild picks too. Like, I wasn't expecting to getting Hood. I wasn't expecting to get Squirrel Girl. I wasn't expecting to get Devil Dinosaur. You know, there's so many cool picks of like characters that I'm like, I never would have expected this character to be here. There are problems. There are problems. However, I've had more fun than I've had bad with Marvel Rivals, and I will continue to play it. And I'm especially hoping that we get Nightcrawler, because Nightcrawler, my boy. I also really hope that we get Iceman. I kind of hope that Iceman is going to be a tank, and I hope he's in the season after Nightcrawler. So, what I mean is I hate the community, the throwers. Okay, but that's not the game's fault. That's like blaming League for having a toxic community. I don't think it was necessarily the game, but it's also something that you know. You convinced me I'm reinstalling? Yeah. I'm a tank main. I definitely suffer a lot. As a tank main, I suffer a lot. But I really like Emma Frost. She's really fun. I like it. I enjoy the game. I think it's fun. I don't think it's perfect. I think it definitely has its flaws. I think it's properly rated. I think it came in, it did its job, and it fits nicely into the zeitgeist of games. I think it's really cool to see new heroes added. I really like how refreshing each season has felt. So, when is the update to lower that coming? Soon, I think. Like, very soon. Yeah, I think the update to lower all of the everything, the install size. I want to play Hela, but I'm always playing Loki because nobody picks the healer. Make them do it. Unfortunately, that is something you gotta force your team to do. You gotta force your team. I'm happy to see Devil Dino. See the same with Jeff. Hopefully one day Ghost Rider gets added. Could you imagine they do Ghost Rider and Iceman and the theme is fire and ice? My cooking. I'd love to see Ghost Rider. Iceman is the next one I want. Iceman and Nightcrawler. Those are the two that I want now. Anyway, yeah, properly rated Marvel Rivals. Me? I'm not a game. Huh? What? That's crazy. Well, that's crazy. Guys, what do you think? Overrated, underrated? Properly rated. What do you guys think? Where am I on the chart? Underrated? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Properly rated, you deserve more. Over, definitely. That's crazy. Underrated, needs more subs. Good. It's true. It's true. Do you have a joystick? It happens. Happens to the rest of us. No opinions other than hot. I like it. I like it. And then that's it. That's the end, guys. We made it. Yippee! We made it. Oh my gosh. My eyes. I think I asked that to be a little too long. That one was long. Man, I was yapping solo. Let me just shut it up. Make sure I turn off raids. Don't let any more raids in here. 6 hours roughly. Yeah. Shkrpow! Oh. Guys, thank you for joining me for another awesome stream. Thank you for joining me for another awesome content idea stream, especially. Very glad to do these things with you all. I hope this gets to be turned into a really fun video. I already have the title planned and everything, and I'm just really excited to be doing streams like this where I get to plan them out and that they're properly planned out, you know? But guys, we're not done with streaming this week. I won't be here tomorrow, but I will be streaming again over on Wednesday. Or I'm sorry, on Thursday. We're going to be playing Project Zomboid. It had a massive new update. So we're going to be playing that. Friday, we're going to be playing Guess the Game. We actually have it as a planned stream with Guess the Game. So please look forward to that. That'll be a really, really fun time with all of us together. Look forward to it. And then Saturday, we're going to be starting Telltale's The Walking Dead. I've had a lot of people asking me to play it, especially because I've never played the second or third season. So I figure we start with the first season and at least do the first episode. So I hope you guys like Walking Dead. We're going to check it out. Also, it happened, guys. Lemon pound cake. Oh, sevens in chat. Oh, sevens in chat, guys. Oh, sevens in chat for lemon pound cake. We made it to the end of lemon pound cake as well. We made it to the end. We made it to the end. Yippee! Guys, thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. I'll be back on Thursday. For some fun streaming activities. We're going to go ahead and raid into Vix, who I think was drawing Yowie of me, Xochi, and Tay. I hope. We're going to send some hype and some love over to them. Guys, if you are a sub, use that first raid command. If you're not a sub, use the secondary raid command. Have fun over with Vix. I can't believe they're still live. They've been live for longer than I have. Which is crazy. Insane amount of time to be live. I was there a moment ago. Well, you're going back. I'm forcing you over there. Looks spicy, as it should be. Guys, thank you again for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'll see you on Thursday. I'm seeing Spider-Man tomorrow. I'm seeing Spider-Man tomorrow. I'm so excited. Yippee! Bye, guys. Bye-bye.